A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
By all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire. 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's go. Let's go. Firefighters. Presenting Firefighters. The true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll join Chief Cody and Tim Collins, rookie firemen, in the cold glare of the floodlight at the rear of the burning tenement building, where an unconscious woman lies across the sill of a top-floor window. If she is to be saved, Tim Collins must move fast. And while he makes ready, here is a message you ought to hear. Let's go, firefighters. Let's go to the scene of the tenement fire, where you remember Tim Collins and Chief Cody suspect that Dapper Joe Ferguson knows more than any honest man should know about the origin of the blaze. Just a moment ago, the firefighters learned that Mrs. Ferguson is trapped in the top floor of the tenement at the rear of the burning building, and Ferguson cries out,
Chief Cody, my wife, she's up there still. I thought she got out. I thought she got out safe like the rest.
Everybody else got out safe, Ferguson. Be strange if the only one we lost should be...
No, Chief, you gotta save her. You gotta... Look, I got money. I'll give you all I got.
We don't need your money for doing our duty, Ferguson.
No, take it, Chief, take it. Look, it's the insurance policy.
Huh? Let me see that.
Sure, the insurance on my furniture. $500, Chief. Soon as I collect the money for what got burned up, you can have it.
Ready with the scaling ladder, Chief.
That's enough from you, Ferguson. I'll see you later.
No, listen, you gotta listen to me. I don't care what happens to anybody else. I don't care what
happens.
That's
enough, you. Now get back there and keep still.
Yes, sir. Yes, Chief. Yes, sir, I will.
Collins.
Ready, sir.
Send that woman down to us on a lifeline. There's not much time. Now, when it comes your turn to come down...
Stand by with the net, sir. That's all I ask.
All right, Tim. You have your scaling ladder. You know what to do.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, and up you go. You men with that hose. There's a man going up. Wash down those buildings next door. But watch it. Man on the ladder.
And a good man, too, Chief. One of the best.
What's that?
I said one of the best, Chief. Look at him climb. Now, me, I don't like a scaling ladder.
You climbed on one often enough, Murphy.
Keep on going, Hooksy. Only 2 more floors. Oh, sure, Chief. Often enough, but what I like is a real ladder, not one of those poles with the rungs sticking out on each side like a fish pole with handles on it all the way along.
Watch him go. Straddle the windowsill. That's right. Pull up the pole.
Reach it up overhead. Clinch the hook over the windowsill above him, and up he goes like a monkey.
Murphy, we're out of our minds standing here like this.
Yes, sir. I'll go get the net for Hooksy. Hey, that Ferguson.
Huh? Where is he?
Slipped away whilst we were watching Hooksy Collins.
I'll get him when I want him. Call that rescue squad, Murphy. Bring the net.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, it's hot here. This place won't stand much longer. Floors are due to collapse. Now, straddle the sill. There. Pull up the ladder. Heavy. My arms are heavy. Run her up so the hook goes in the window above. Now, this is the risky one. She's lying half over the sill. Can I get the hook on the sill without hurting her? Careful now. Ease it down slow and I'll... Oh, she's moving. Mrs. Ferguson, can you hear me? Mrs. Ferguson, move to one side. Get off that sill. There goes the hook. And here goes Collins. Mrs. Ferguson, where are you? Oh, good grief. She wandered back into that smoke. I'll have to go in after her. Oh. It's all right, Mrs. Ferguson. This is the fire department. Now, look. I'm going to send you down to the men on the ground. I've got to put this rope around you. There. Now we snub the end around this iron bedstead here. There. Ready below.
Let her come.
Now, Mrs. Ferguson, can you hear me?
Joe isn't bad. Don't you understand? It's just the gambling. It's the gambling makes him do terrible things.
Huh? Oh, look, Mrs. Ferguson, try to understand what I'm saying. Can you hold the lifeline here with your hands? Oh, good grief, she's dropped off again. Well, never mind. Look, if you can hear me, Mrs. Ferguson, don't be afraid. I'm going to let you down like a dozen eggs in a basket. You won't feel a jar.
Hurry it up there.
Here she comes.
Chief, the net. We can't spread the net in that angle.
One thing at a time. Get that woman down safe.
First aid! Bring the stretcher!
Don't be frightened, Mrs. Ferguson. You're almost down to the ground. Ready with the blanket first aid. She got singed coming past those windows. The fire's working through to the rear.
Okay, Collins, load away. Slack that rope. We got her now.
What's that she's saying?
Joe, you're not really bad. You just do such terrible things.
Something about Joe, Chief Cody.
Poor woman. That husband of hers will break her heart when she comes to. Turn her over to the first aid boys, Murphy.
Yep. All right, here's your package, first aid. Take her away.
Collins, can you hear me?
Ready with the net.
Collins, we can't open the net in this angle. No room. No room.
Hey, Chief Cody, the stairs have collapsed. The floors are getting ready to go.
Collins can't get through to the front of the building where the ladders could reach him. We can't spread the net for him under that window because the other building backs up too close.
The lifeline, Chief. If he comes down on the lifeline.
Look at the flame through those windows below him. The woman just barely got past. He'd be burned to a crisp if he tried it now. Oh, if he could...
Hey, look, Chief. He's reached his ladder straight across to the next window.
No, past it. He's hooked the sill on the corner window. Now, what in blazes...
He's going to swing. He's going to try to swing on the ladder. Chief, if he...
Rescue squad, get that net spread right here. If the ladder swings him out far enough, we can possibly...
Here I go. He's swinging out, Chief. He's out of the angle. Watch your grip on that net. Here he comes. Oh, good man.
Murphy, get him out of this.
Come on, boy, come on. You made it, Hooksy. You flew like a bird.
Searchlights, kill that light, pull out and fast. Hose company, this building is going to fall. Now give me water and close in when she falls.
Come on, Hooksy, boy. Time to get out of here. Lean on me.
The woman.
Lean on me.
She's all right, Murphy? The flame from the windows. She's all right?
Sure, kid. She's fine. She's sleeping like she was in her own bed over at first aid.
All companies, pull back. You truckmen, save your ladders. Back across the street. All commanders, pull back, save your ladders.
Hurt! Get that ground, man! She's gonna fall! There she goes! There goes the floor!
There she goes!
Over here, Chief Cody. Here at first aid.
Oh, Collins?
Yes, sir.
I was looking for you. Any damage?
Oh, no, sir. She collapsed into the street. Hose 209 knocked down the embers. Looked as if they'd spread into those little shops over there, but they...
Yes, I know. I've got eyes. The whole street is blocked with wreckage, but the boys will take care of that. I mean, any damage to you.
Oh, no, Chief. Only this.
Great blistering blazes. What's that, mittens?
First aid wrapped up my hand, sir. A couple of scratches when I swung out on that ladder.
A couple of scratches. When I thought you were going to break your neck. Well, all's well that ends well, if it ends at all.
Yes, sir.
Now, where's that Ferguson? I want to put an end to him.
Murphy went scouting for him, Chief Cody. He'll bring him here, if he can find him.
Hey, Officer Martin. Tom, have you seen a short, wide little rascal with a... Well, what do you know?
Put him down, down.
And who are you? Them's my suitcases. I left them here. I ought to know.
Well, now, if that's the case, maybe you can identify them two bags. Maybe you can tell me what's in them.
Sure I can. This one, the heavy one, that's my tools for my trade. I'm a mechanic. when I'm working. And this one here, this is my clothes. Mine and my wife's.
Oh, now, if you're telling the truth, that's easy found out. Before I'm asking you to open them 2 bags, tell me another thing.
Listen, it's cold. It's late. It's almost morning. You're supposed to be here watching the fire line. Go watch it. And lay off people that lost everything they own in the fire.
Lost everything they own, is it? Except maybe a couple of suitcases that just happen to be sitting behind a signboard across the street. Well, now, Chief Cody might be interested in a sad case like yours, mister. Murphy, will you look what I got here?
I've seen him before, Tom. And I've got a hunch Chief Cody does want to see him again. Bring him along, Officer Martin, and let him carry those bags along, too.
There isn't much doubt that Joe Ferguson is implicated in the case of the tenement fire from which 12 families were rescued in the nick of time. But to prove Ferguson guilty of setting the fire is the problem that confronts Chief Cody and Tim Collins, rookie firemen. Keep step with this important investigation in our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a minute, Chief Bob Cody will tell you boys and girls how you can help the firefighters in your own hometown. But before you meet Chief Cody, here's something else you want to hear. And now, Chief Cody with a special assignment for all young firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Chief Cody, and here is your special assignment. You are to examine your local newspaper for a report of fires for the last 24 hours. Read this report and note whether or not any false alarms have been pulled. Remember, a false alarm is a safety hazard, and to pull a false alarm is a disgraceful as well as a criminal act. So check up on the report of fire alarms in your community and do your part to keep that record clear of false alarms. That is all, firefighters. Goodbye for now.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back on the same station the next time you hear...
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go! Firefighters! Firefighters is written by Frank Jones and is a copyrighted feature of William F. Holland Productions.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ann Sothern, Lou Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson in Maisie Was a Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Once upon a time, there was a picture called Maisie. Not $1 million production, just one of modest pretensions, hoping for a modest success. But Maisie was played by a clever young actress named Ann Sothern. And so the modest success became a pot of gold, and everybody lived happily ever after, especially Maisie, who became the heroine of 4 more pictures and is still going strong. All of which go to show that you can't keep a smart girl down. One of the most popular of all the Maisies, that's the studio name for them over at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, is the comedy Maisie Was a Lady. And that's the play we've selected to salute this remarkable young lady's debut in the Lux Radio Theater tonight. And our cast is the same group of stars who made the picture. Ann Sothern as Maisie, of course, Lou Ayres and Maureen O'Sullivan. And with them, we have Henry Stevenson. Maisie herself is a chorus girl, but a bit more versatile than the average. In the beginning of tonight's play, for instance, she has a temporary connection with the circus, where she gives a sterling performance as the headless woman. It's an odd way to begin an adventure with the upper crust of society, but that's Maisie for you. For about 2 years, letters have been piling up asking for one of these stories, until the stack finally reached the height where it said, "Get Maisie or else." That many good customers for Lux Toilet Soap can't be wrong. For some reason or other, many of your letters begin, "I suppose this will go into somebody's wastebasket, but here's a suggestion anyway." I can assure you that every one of your letters is read, and any suggestion you make gets full consideration. One look at my letter files would convince you. In fact, it'd probably stagger you if you had to move one of them. We have a complete record of everything you've told me about this theater and our product since we went on the air. I couldn't begin to tell you all the good things you've said about Lux Toilet Soap, but I don't need to because it speaks for itself. And so does Maisie. The curtain rises now on the first act of Maisie Was a Lady, starring Ann Sothern as Maisie, Lou Ayres as Bob, Maureen O'Sullivan as Abby, and Henry Stevenson as Walpole. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, step right up. The line forms on the right as we present the greatest sideshow attraction in Hudkins' three-ring circus. Marva, the headless woman. Marva, she has no head, folks, but Marva lives and breathes like you and me. Yes, folks, on the inside is Marva. And on the inside is Dr. Willis, the famous scientist, who explains this strange phenomenon. Don't delay, folks, don't delay. See Marva, the wonder of the age. Marva, the headless. I don't believe it.
Just step right up, folks, step right up. Before your eyes is Marva herself.
Hey, Chet,
Marva's the first woman in history to lose a head and never know the difference. Notice that her hands can move, her feet can wiggle, and yet from the neck up she is pure thin air.
It's amazing. No head whatsoever.
Now, don't get too close, buddy. Just stand back a little, please.
Oh, the woman there got no head, see?
I'm explaining that phenomenon, buddy. Now,
It's
folks.
amazing. No head. How's she breathe?
Listen, buddy, if you're looking for a bar, there's a nice little place just off the Midway. Notice, folks, that Marva is a living, breathing human.
Well, I can't understand her. No head. Is she ticklish?
Will you shut up?
Is Marva ticklish? I just...
Here, put down that cane.
Scientific experiment. Does she laugh when she's tickled?
Marva cannot see or hear or laugh. Now, beat it.
Gotta find out. Tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Tickle, 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 tickle. Cut it out!
Shut up, you dumb dame.
Some dope just poked me in the rib.
Hey, she's ticklish, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please listen.
Who did it? Are you the guy who poked
What do
me?
you think? My name?
I'll poke you right in the nose.
Shut up.
Let me at him. I'll knock his ears off.
You're the headless woman. Will you please shut up? What a flop you turned out to be. Why'd you have to squawk anyway?
Well, I couldn't help it, Doc.
This was the best yap act in the outfit. 2 bits a take and turning them away.
Gee, Doc, I'm awful sorry, but it won't hurt business none in the next town. He was tickling me, and I guess I was kind of jumpy. You know, my first day's working so long. You can understand how it was.
Doc, where are you?
Here, boss, in here.
What happened? Did this damn ball up the act?
I'll say she did.
Come here, you.
Ow, let go my arm.
Them ropes nearly took me apart out there. It's like giving back that 2 bits.
You're hurting my arm.
Get your stuff and get out before I break something over your conch.
Okay, I get the idea. Just don't try to back it up with any strong arm display, buddy. I got quite a technique in the clinches myself. Well, who settles up with me? I got $3.55 coming and the train fare back to New York.
On your way, sister. Beat it.
Oh, look, forget the train fare, but I gotta have my pay. See, this leaves me in an awful jam. Oh, come on, have a heart.
Go on, scram.
Have a heart, that's a laugh. There isn't enough heart between the two of you to decorate a valentine on the head of a pin. Go ahead, leave me flat, broken, stranded. Take my $3.55 and go out and buy yourselves a couple of drinks. But as long as I'm buying them, do me a favor. Be sure they're good and strong and poured out of a bottle marked rat poison.
I beg your pardon. Could you tell me where the parking lot is located?
Oh, so it's you again. What are you doing around here?
I temporarily lost. Well, if it isn't the headless beauty.
It isn't anymore, thanks to you and your swell sense of humor. That little joke of yours cost me my job.
My child, those who scoff at science are destined to fail.
Oh, yeah? Well, how would you like a good swift kick in the pants?
Now, please, control yourself.
Let go, let me go.
No. Let's let bygones be bygones. Look, come on, have a little drink with me, and we'll talk this thing over.
Thanks all the same. Maybe life's a jolly 4th of July picnic to you, but it certainly isn't to me. You canceled out my meal ticket. It's the middle of the night, and I've got exactly 2 dimes and 45 miles between me and New York. Well, what are you going to do about it?
You want to get back to the city? Oh, that's easy. I'll take you.
How? Piggyback?
No, in my car. Come on, what do you say?
In a word, no. I don't have to see a newspaper picture of the accident to know how I'd look sprinkled all over the highway. Well, what's the next idea?
Why, no. You take my car. Sure, you take my car and I go home in a cab. Then nobody gets sprinkled around.
Is that offer on the level?
Handle it. Now, here's the ticket. There's a convertible coupe.
Wait a minute. That's not your car over there, is it? That's Lawson's?
That's it.
Boy, that's some buggy. Well, what do I do with it when I get back to the city?
Well, just drop it off at the Carlton.
The Carlton Hotel. Gee, you must be filthy rich, mister.
Let us just say I am rich.
Okay. So long.
Wait. Kiss me goodbye, my sweet, or we shall never see each other again.
Oh, yes, we will, honey. I got a bad habit of looking at the dummies in department store windows. Evening, officer.
Hiya, sister. Kind of new to this neighborhood, aren't you?
Brand new. This is my first visit, and I'm on my way out.
You're from Brooklyn, ain't you?
You've heard this. South Brooklyn.
Friend of Ralston's?
Ralston? Never heard of them, except maybe the Hut Set. What street do they live on?
Don't get gay, lady. Let's see your license.
What license?
Your driver's license. Trot it out.
Hey, what's the idea? I was only doing 25.
Hand over your driver's license.
Well, I would if I had one.
Where'd you get this car?
I borrowed it. Is that a crime?
Oh, you borrowed it. Who from?
The fellow that owns it. Or at least he said it was his.
What's his name?
Well, I don't know. We weren't formally introduced.
And what's your name, sister?
I go by Maisie Revere, but my right name's Mary Anastasia O'Connor.
Oh. Now, yes. Oh, car thieves are getting better looking every day. You didn't pick yourself any cheap job either. One of the Ralston's cars. Every cop on the pike between here and Montauk knows the Ralston's cars. So come on with me.
Oh, look, now you got this all wrong.
You can tell it to the judge in the morning. Let's go.
Am I to understand that I'm under arrest?
Yeah, come on.
You know, there was a pinhead working the carnival with me. Funny he never mentioned having a son on the police force. Well, I guess he had his pride, same as anybody.
Order here. Now, young lady, according to the owner of the car, he has no recollection of lending said vehicle to you.
Well, according to me, I don't care what he says.
Remain silent until the court questions you.
Say, is this a free country where a girl's got a right to ask a few questions on her own hook? Or has everything taken a turn for the worse since last night?
Certainly this is a free country.
Then I'd like to know, between me standing here and telling you I never stole so much as a hairpin in all my life, and a guy so busy nursing a hangover he don't even know whether it's Thursday or raining, whose word you going to take, mine or his?
Mr. Ralston has already stated that he did not care to bring charges.
Well, I call that bigger, Mr. Ralston.
As to the other charges, driving without a license, resisting an officer, using abusive language, and vagrancy...
Who's using abusive language now? There's limits to what a girl can take. That's not fair.
But isn't it true that you're without funds, an address, or present employment?
Listen, Judge. I had a job with the Hutkins Brothers Carnival. It was to last for 2 months at $25 a week. I lost that job through no fault of mine. But if you make me pay more on top of what I already paid for what was this Ralston guy's fault, every bit of it, you won't be handing out justice.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Ralston.
Your Honor, when they first questioned me about my car, things were a little hazy in my mind. In fact, I remembered almost nothing last night. But since listening to Miss...
Revere.
Thank you. To Miss Revere and all the evidence, I can remember enough now to feel sure that what she says is probably true. I'm terribly sorry if I was responsible, and I hope Miss Revere will accept my apologies.
Apologies. It's high time you realize that your adolescent behavior is a source of annoyance to every self-respecting citizen in this community. This last escapade has had very serious consequences, and I hold you directly responsible for this young woman's predicament. Therefore, this court orders you to attempt to make amends by reimbursing her immediately with the sum she would have earned in gainful employment.
No, not me. Thanks all the same, but I don't take money from anybody, not unless I earn it.
Very well. Mr. Ralston, you will employ Miss Revere for 2 months at $25 per week in a job that is congenial to her.
But, Your Honor, you know I haven't any employment to offer. I haven't any business.
You will make it your business to give her employment according to the orders of this court. All charges dismissed. Case closed.
Gee, Judge, you turned out to be a human after all. Thanks, Judgy. would you mind telling me where we're going?
Not at all. I'm taking you home.
Who's home?
My home?
Uh-oh. Maybe this whole thing wasn't such a hot idea. He said you had to give me a job.
That's what I'm going to do. But I'm not in any business, so all I can do is find something for you out at the house.
What, for instance?
To be perfectly frank, I don't know. But I lost you your job, and I'm sincerely sorry about it. So it's up to me to find something. What about fixing flowers?
For $25 a week? Listen, to earn that dough, I ought to grow them for you and bring my own bees. Look, you and your folks eat at home, don't you?
Sure, sometimes.
Well, then couldn't you use someone extra to put it on the table and wash up? I'd be okay at that. I'm cleaning them quick.
Well, of course, if you don't mind doing some kind of housework. I just didn't like to suggest it.
What's the matter with housework?
Not a thing. I only thought, well, being in theatrical work most of your life...
Listen, you do my kind of theatrical work because you're hungry, and I mean for meat and potatoes, not for glory. Okay, mister, you got a new maid.
Swell.
Say, you know something?
What?
It's hard to believe.
What?
The change in you since yesterday. Are you really this nice, or are you afraid of the judge?
Well, I'm not afraid of the judge.
What were you celebrating last night?
Christmas Eve.
Uh-oh. When you begin playing Santa Claus at the end of June, you're in a bad way, mister.
I guess you are, thanks.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Morning, Walpole. Sorry, I forgot my key.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Miss...
Hello.
This is Miss Revere, Walpole.
How are you, Walpole? I'm glad to meet you.
Thank you. How do you do, Miss...
Revere. But you can just call me Maisie. I'd feel at more home if you both would. What do you call yourself, Mr. Ralston, Bob?
That's right. Walpole, that is, Maisie, is stopping with us for 2 months.
Hmm? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
At the salary of $25 a week.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Look, maybe you better tell him I'm the new maid. He's getting funny ideas.
Yeah, of course. Maisie's our new maid, Walpole. Find something good for her, will you?
Oh, anything you got open will do fine. I did a walk-on as a maid in a show once, so I'll know how to act, even if the routine will be kind of new at first.
You are a theatrical personage, Miss?
Well, I've been in show business most of my life.
Maisie, Walpole will take care of everything, so if you'll excuse me.
Oh, certainly, Bob. Go right ahead. I'll be seeing you around later.
Sure, of course.
Follow me, Miss.
You bet. Boy, some joint you got here.
Joint, Miss?
Yeah. Yeah, the lobby of Radio City's got nothing on this. Say, does Bob live here all alone?
Miss Maisie, you mustn't...
Oh, you mean he's married?
Oh, mercy me, no.
Oh. Well, go on.
Mr. Robert lives here with his father and with Miss Abigail, his sister.
Only 3 people in all this space. How do they find their way around? Drop pebbles? Oh, Walpole.
Yes?
Reporting for duty, Mr. Walpole. How do I look in a maid's outfit?
Good heavens.
Say, you're kind of pale. Is anything wrong?
Oh, dear me. The earrings, of all the jewelry, it just is not worn when one is in uniform.
Oh. Well, I'll peel it off if that's the case, but I must say I'm going to look kind of undressed.
And your shoes, your toes are protruding. Haven't you got a more conservative pair?
Well, if you mean have I got any ground grippers, no. It's these are my wedgies, and they got the toes in but the heels out.
Wedges? No. Oh, well, those you are wearing, by all means. Please don't misinterpret my criticism. It's only that we must be most discreet, now of all times.
Why now? Anything going on?
A great deal. We have a house full of guests.
Oh, I didn't see any company.
No, they're being served breakfast at the swimming pool, and more guests are arriving tomorrow for the engagement dinner.
Oh. So Bob's engaged?
Mr. Robert? Oh, no. It's not Mr. Robert. It's Miss Abigail whose engagement will be announced.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's Miss Abigail. I must go at once. Excuse me.
Hey, what about me? I'm supposed to be working here.
Oh, yes. Take that bowl of flowers upstairs to the console table in the west corridor of the south wing.
You got a map?
Oh. And use the back stairs, of course. Are you sure you'll be all right?
No, don't you worry your cute little head about me. I'll see you around, Wally. Come in.
Morning, Miss Abby.
Good morning, Walpole. Oh, isn't this the most beautiful day?
Indeed, it is, Miss Abby.
I rang for you because I was wondering, I haven't heard from Father yet, and I thought perhaps the telegram might have come that was overlooked in all the excitement.
No, Miss Abby, no telegram has come.
Oh, I see.
But I feel certain your father will be coming. After all, a dinner party announcing the engagement of his daughter, that is indeed a most important occasion, Miss Abby.
Oh, of course. It's silly of me to worry, isn't it, Walpole? Have you seen Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Phillips had breakfast in his room. I believe he wished to wait until you were ready before going down to the pool.
Oh, I didn't know he was waiting. I'll go and find him. Thank you, Walpole.
Not at all, Miss Abby.
Well, good morning.
Oh, mister, could you please tell me which is the camisole table?
The camisole table? Well, now, I'll tell you. The console table is that one over there.
Oh. Thanks, Bud.
You don't know your way around very well, do you, Peggy?
I know my way all around, and the name is not Peggy, Charlie.
The name isn't Charlie either. It's Phillips, Link Phillips. I'm a guest here.
That's nice. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute. What are you made up for? You're no maid. What is this, a rib of some kind?
Yeah, a county judge down at Bell Harbor. He's very comical, keep you in stitches.
A judge? I don't get it.
Well, pardon my frankness, but I don't care if you get it or not. Out of my way, brother.
Don't go. Just as fresh as you're cute, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. We used to have a saying on our block. I'd rather be fresh than stale.
Oh.
We girls used to say that to nasty little boys. It's a corny old crack, but it's still good enough.
Coming, darling. We'll spar a couple of more rounds later. Goodbye.
So long.
Hello, Lynn. It was sweet of you to wait for me.
Why, never mind waiting, Abby, if it's for you. What? No kiss this morning?
Of course, darling. How's that?
Wonderful. Come on.
Well, everybody to his own taste, said the old lady as she kissed the cow.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ann Sothern, Lew Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson, will return in Act 2 of Maisie Was a Lady. And now, here's a young couple leaving a football game on a windy November day. It's so blustery, in fact.
Oh, Jim, something just blew into my eye. Oh, it hurts.
Let me get my handkerchief, Jane. Now, hold still a minute. Yep, there it is, a big black speck. There, I've got it. Not bad on first aid, huh? Gosh, but your skin's smooth. Say, don't you think the doctor rates a kiss, maybe?
Who could blame Jim? It's true. There's something completely irresistible about a smooth, really lovely complexion. And Jane's one of those girls whose skin can pass the close-up test. Skin so appealing and flower-fresh that when another's eyes come close, why, they just can't help but admire. You want skin that's lovely to look at, soft to touch? Why not let Hollywood's famous beauty soap help you to have it? Fine white Lux toilet soap has active lather that removes every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Rich, creamy lather that leaves skin feeling petal smooth. Here in Hollywood, 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use Lux toilet soap as a complexion care. They know they can depend on its mildness, its purity. Here's what lovely Rita Hayworth says.
A screen star has to have soft, smooth skin. I always use Lux toilet soap because the right complexion care is important.
Yes, and it's mighty important what soap you use for your own precious complexion. You want a soap that's really gentle and mild, a soap whose creamy lather leaves skin feeling soft, looking lovely enough to pass the close-up test. That's why every woman ought to try Lux toilet soap. Why not get 3 cakes of this smooth white soap tomorrow? Use it regularly for 30 days. It's a safe bet you'll make the beauty soap of the stars your daily complexion care, too. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Maisie Was a Lady, starring Ann Sothern as Maisie, Lew Ayres as Bob, Maureen O'Sullivan as Abby, and Henry Stevenson as Walpole. Maisie, the former headless woman, is really losing her head as a housemaid. For the guests at the swimming pool have caught sight of her in her earrings and open-toed shoes, and they're impolite enough to laugh. With murder in her eye, Maisie curls her lip in scorn and then storms back into the house.
lying nitwits. Who do they think they are?
Maisie, you should have removed those things.
What things?
The jewelry. You must take it off.
Listen, for 2 cents, I'd take off the whole outfit and sit out the summer in Central Park. How long you been serving time here, Walpole?
I have been the Ralston butler for 30 years.
30 years. Boy, have you taken your beating like a man. Say, who are those assorted nuts out of the pool anyway?
Maisie, those young people are Miss Abby's guests. They're her friends. You mustn't speak disrespectfully of them.
Listen, Walpole, I've spent my last 20 years learning how to spot phony, so when the label reads imitation, why not say so out loud? You don't like 'em, do you?
Shh, please. Oh, Miss Abby.
Your name's Maisie, isn't it? That's right, ma'am.
This is Miss Ralston, Miss Abigail.
Oh, you're his sister, ma'am.
Yes. My brother told me how you happened to be here.
Yes, ma'am?
Bob was to see that you had employment for 2 months at $25 a week. Wasn't that the arrangement?
And I had it coming to me after what he put me through, and that was the judge's idea, too.
Oh, I think Judge Thatcher was perfectly right. But really, I can't expect you to do this sort of work. It isn't fair to you or to my guests. So perhaps we can solve everything by paying you now in advance, and that will leave you free to find something more suitable.
Why don't you come right out in plain English and say you want me out of here?
Oh, but that won't...
I told your brother it was a job or no dice. That happens to be the way I operate, lady, strange as it sounds. And when I put on this outfit, all I expected was $25 a week and halfway decent treatment in return for doing my best. But if that isn't good enough for you, just say so. I'll go with exactly what I brought here. 2 dimes, a suitcase, and a talent for picking the jinxes.
Oh, please. I only suggested the money because I thought you'd be happier having it that way.
I bet. You came hot-footing it up here from the pool, all worked up about making me happy. You came up here to pay off nature's mistakes so your guests wouldn't be embarrassed looking at her.
Oh, no, please. Oh, don't feel that way.
Yeah, well, maybe I don't know the ins and outs of being a maid. But that crowd of yours wouldn't be held over for a second week in some spots I've played.
Or if they were rude to you. If we were rude to you. I'm sorry.
Oh, skip it. Looking back on it, I didn't behave so hot myself down there, or just now with you. But your brother lost me a job yesterday. Today he's very swell and very sorry, and I thought this job would be okay. Now it's curdled on me. You can't blame me for being burned up.
No, I don't blame you a bit, Maisie. I'd be burnt up myself. Only please don't go. I know just how you feel about not wanting to take the money without working for it. Really, I do.
Yeah. Well, maybe you do at that. But in 8 weeks, I'd tangle with one of those goldfish down by the pool just to show his face. They'd give me that, well, darling, she's too laughable. I mean, really, and I'd give him a right cross.
Oh, Maisie, I'm sure that won't happen again. Look, here's an idea. Nora's been taking care of me. She's my personal maid, but she's very busy with the house so full. Wouldn't you try that job?
Well, being your personal dresser, you mean?
Huh? Oh, yes. I'm sure you'd find it pleasant.
Well, I might give it a trial. Okay, Miss Abigail, it's a deal.
Good night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Link. Sleep well.
Good night, darling.
Link, do you really think Father will come?
Abby, I'm beginning to feel a bit jealous of Cap. After all, he is your father, but I don't want anyone on your mind but me.
Oh, there won't be, ever. Good night.
Night, sweet.
Hello, Miss Abigail.
Why, Maisie, I didn't expect you to wait up for me.
Oh, that's perfectly okay. It's part of the job, and I made up my mind not to miss a cue, Miss Abigail.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Maisie. Only please, just call me Miss Abby, will you?
Sure, Miss Abby.
You know, I've always hated the sound of my name ever since my first boarding school.
Yeah?
The girls used to have a rhyme they teased me with. Pigtail, Abigail, funny face, but lots of kale. Can you imagine a silly little rhyme like that making me hate my name? Well, I guess I've still got that funny face.
Oh, go on. I remember one of the South Brooklyn punks used to try out on me when I was a kid. Bed slat, brick bat, Mary O'Connor's a polecat. That's my real name, Mary Anastasia O'Connor, after my mother's favorite sister.
Oh, I see. And did the rhyme hurt your feelings?
Ah, not mine. I was a pretty good amateur rock thrower in those days. I had to be. You see, Hey, speaking of rock. Now, don't tell me this stuff is all the real thing.
What stuff?
Well, all those jewels in your vanity. Are they from McCoy?
Well, they're diamonds, if that's what you mean. Presents from my father.
Oh. All of them?
Yes. You see, he's had to be away a lot, and he's always so sorry when he can't be here for special occasions.
You mean every time it's your birthday or something like that and he can't make it, he sends you one of those?
That's right.
Gee. I certainly have a lot of special occasions, and from the looks of it, he must have missed a lot of them. What does he do? He can't be a traveling salesman.
Oh, no. Father's very popular. He plays a wonderful game of golf, and he loves to hunt and sail. Cap leads a very exciting, busy life.
Yeah, sounds busy. Would you like to take another bath tonight?
No, I won't, Father. Good night, Maisie, and thank you for waiting up for me.
Good night, Miss Abby. See you in the AM.
Three o'clock and all well. 3 o'clock and all well.
Hey, Bob. Bob, take it easy. It's late.
Who's that? Maisie? Well, of all the people I could have met, the only one I wanted to meet, I met. Hiya.
Hiya. Well, what are you celebrating tonight? Groundhog Day?
No. Christmas Eve. I'm loyal to Christmas Eve.
Say, it isn't always Christmas Eve with you, is it?
No, just almost always. Maisie, will you forgive my presuming on a brief acquaintance?
Well, I don't know. That depends on what counts as presuming around here.
Well, I would like to venture the remark that you strike me as an ideal companion for Christmas Eve. Mm-hmm. That is my reasoned conclusion, and I stand by it. Yes, sir. Good company. Fun.
Thanks. I wish you'd said that sober, pal, but thanks all the same.
Now, let me take it a step further. You would also be a charming companion at a roller derby, a midget auto race, a Michaelmas. And though it would cause no end of consternation, though limousines would rear and lorgnettes would crash to the floor, you would grace my arm in the Diamond Horseshoe at the opening of the opera. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, would we have fun.
Oh, I get it. That little green man is here again.
In the words of George Noel Gordon, Lord Byron, there be none of beauty's daughters with a magic like thee.
In the words of Maisie, Lady Revere, get yourself a new stooge. I'm going to bed.
Oh, no. The night is young. Though we might stinko, I'm young, too. Come on, Maisie. Sit down and chat with me. There. Now, I've listed your fine qualities. Tell me what you like about me.
Well, there was a guy who spoke up in court when he didn't have to. I liked him fine.
Go on.
And when that guy made a mistake and hurt somebody, he was man enough to own up to it. I liked that, too.
Sally?
And he was so polite. Treated me like a lady.
A simple case of noblesse oblige.
Yep. Looking back on him, he was a great guy. But, brother, that wasn't you.
Lady Vere de Vere, I am one and the same. Your stratosphere prince, Flash Gordon.
Get out of my way, funny man. I'm going.
Oh, well, then take my advice and travel by air. It's the modern way. Safe, quick, and quick. Wait, I'll show you.
Hey, where you going?
Up the stairs. Got to get altitude, don't I? I'm going to take a power down.
Listen, come back here.
Look out below.
Get off that banister.
Look out.
Don't slide down that banister. You'll break your silly
Here
neck.
I come.
Look out.
Excuse me. Did I knock you down?
You don't.
Must have forgot to retract the landing gear. I'm dreadfully sorry. Allow me to assist you.
Oh, get away from me, you. I can get up by myself.
Bob, what's the matter down
Now,
there?
go away, Abby. Wrestling matches are no place for a woman. It's too brutal.
Oh, Bob. Maisie, I'm so sorry.
Well, it's not your fault.
Oh, Bob, haven't you caused Maisie enough trouble and unhappiness already?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Make her happy. You're happy, or a reasonable facsimile thereof. Why not her? That's the democratic way.
Oh, Bob, stop it.
Who's that? Santa Claus?
Why, it might be Cap.
Cap. It's not Santa Claus. It's Cap. Was that the bell, Miss Abby?
I'll get it, Walpole.
Hey, Cap, is that you?
Abby, darling.
Diana. Of all people, I thought of it. Oh, Bob, it's Diana.
Diana, the plot thickens.
Isn't it foul, my barging in like this?
Oh, Di, it's a wonderful surprise.
Quite a surprise.
Bobby, dear.
Fine are my claws. How are yours?
Same old adorable Bobby.
I thought you were in San Francisco.
Darling, I was until I read about your engagement.
Oh, it was in the newspapers already.
Angel, of course. And isn't this the most amazing piece of news?
How'd you take it? Standing up or sitting down?
Silly. I was thrilled, speechless. Oh, Walpole, how nice to see you.
Thank you, Miss Diana. The Venetian room, Miss Abby?
Bob will carry Miss Diana's bag, Walpole. And now you and Maisie must go to bed, please.
Very good, Miss Abby.
What's good about it? Night, Maisie, my sweetie pie.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Come on, Di. There's so much I want to tell you.
Darling, I should think there would be.
Well, that's the end of the day, I hope.
Yes, I believe it's safe to retire now.
What a place. Boarders dropping in any old time. And if you ask me, that one seemed kind of anxious to get here.
Hmm?
Yeah, and I noticed that Bob kind of gave her the old brush off, too.
Yes, I'm afraid Mr. Robert was not quite himself this evening.
Oh, yes, he was. It was this morning he wasn't quite himself. For him being sober and nice and making sense is a character part. That's the real Ralston, that speech-making drunk.
Oh, Maisie, no.
Oh, Walpole, yes.
Mr. Robert has a fine scientific mind.
Preserved in alcohol.
I assure you you're quite wrong.
Shall I show you my scars?
I've known him since birth.
Yeah, I know, but then again, all babies are cute.
I realize it's late, but won't you step into my sitting room for a moment?
Oh, Walpole. Not you, too.
I beg your pardon?
No. I beg yours. That day here has done things to me. Come on, I'll go in with you.
I've kept a scrapbook of Mr. Robert's activities. He showed great promise once. Believe me, you're misjudging him. The easy chair is comfortable.
Thanks.
Now, here's the book. All his old photographs. Now, look at this one. Mr. Robert in 1920. He was 6 then.
So he was on the wagon only 20 years ago. Well.
Here he is with his first cup.
He sure got a man-sized stein to begin on.
Oh, that's a trophy. He won it in competition with 5,000 boys of his age.
Doing what? Cutting out paper dolls?
Building the best model airplane in the country. Maisie, he won that trophy for 5 straight years.
No.
In 1930, he went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. His record was brilliant. He would be one of the leading airplane designers in America today if he'd remained to graduate.
Well, I guess he didn't have time. Too busy leaping from jag to jag.
In his junior year, he won the McBride Scholarship, a signal honor, I assure you. It was then that he left. He came home that Christmas and never returned to college.
Christmas?
Yes. I was opening the Florida house. Mr. Ralston was visiting friends in Rio. Miss Abby was in school in Switzerland.
And Master Robert was all alone. He got lit up like a Christmas tree, and he's stayed that way ever since.
I could hardly be fonder of him if he were my own son.
If you ask me, Wally, it's too bad he isn't.
He's going through a phase, that's all. This is just a phase.
Yeah. The phase on the barroom floor. Good night, Wally.
Good night.
Oh, Miss Abby, this package just came for you.
Oh, thank you, Maisie.
Oh, from Cartier. Here, let me help you. I never opened a package from Cartier's before. There's a card, Miss Abby. Oh, let me see. Oh, holy smokes, will you look at that, a necklace. And look at those diamonds. Gee, there must be 1 million of them. Hey, what's the matter?
The card. It's from Cap.
Your dad? Oh, does that mean he isn't going to be here for tomorrow?
He can't make it. He wishes me happiness.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Miss Abby. I'm awful sorry.
Come in, Maisie, quick.
Gee, what's happened? An hour ago you were all in tears.
I know. Now I'm the happiest girl alive.
What's the grip for? You going away someplace?
Yes, to be married. We're eloping.
Oh, you and Mr. Phillips, you're going to get married today?
Oh, yes, I can hardly believe it myself.
Oh, but Miss Abby, don't you think
that's... It was romantic, and it was all Link's idea. Everyone will be here tonight to celebrate our engagement. And then we're going to send them a wire telling them to celebrate our marriage.
Well, do you think you should? I mean, isn't it awful sudden?
Oh, that's what's so romantic about it. Now, listen carefully. Here's the key to my car. Go to the garage and get it out. Park it at the side door and leave the motor running. Link and I will be ready in just a few minutes. If I'm not here, I'll be in his room. He's packing. Will you do that?
Yes, Miss Abby. I only wish I could do more.
Oh, thank you, Maisie. Now, hurry.
And I wish I wasn't always getting hunches.
Hunches, Maisie? About what?
Oh, nothing. Just hunches.
Come in.
Hello, Lane. Passing?
What do you want, Diana?
I want to talk to you.
Oh?
And I think you know about what.
All right, Diana, let's get down to cases.
Yes, let's.
I had every intention of seeing you and explaining things. You know how I feel about you.
Go on. You're doing fine.
Look, Di, be sensible. Why should my marriage to Abby spoil anything between you and me? I know I've hurt you, darling, but... Why, you...
Hurt me? If it were only that, it would be easy. Why, you couldn't hurt me. You've made me so sick with shame and disgust for the fool I've been, I can't even look in the mirror without getting nauseated.
Well, I guess that's it. I'm sorry it had to end this way.
This isn't the end.
What do you think you're going to do?
Oh, several things. One in particular. Tell Abby a few of the sordid details.
Careful, Di. Don't get too brave. Your bombshell may explode in your face.
Let go of me.
Now listen.
Let me go.
Di, Link, what's the matter?
Nothing, Abby. Let's get out.
Oh, but you and Di were arguing. What's the trouble?
I'll tell you about it in the car. Where's your grip?
So that's it. You're eloping. What a poor excuse for a human being you are, Link Phillips.
Diana!
Come on, Link, answer that one. Protect yourself. And don't fail to mention the trip I made to the coast. 5 horrible weeks trying to get Uncle Alec to consent to my marrying you without cutting off my allowance.
Marrying Link?
Abby, are you going to stand here and listen to this rot?
No, I'm not.
The car's ready, Miss Abby.
Thank you, Maisie. Will you bring the grips from my room?
Well, I got it already. Here it is.
Goodbye, Diana.
Oh, Abby, for the love of heaven, wake up. Stop being deaf and blind while every one of your so-called friends laugh at you. You're buying something. Something that will make you hate yourself. Take it from me, Abby. I know. Mr. Link Phillips just jilted me for the Ralston million.
Stop it. I don't want to hear it anymore. That's a lie.
I did tell one small lie when I said I read about your engagement in the paper. Well, I didn't. I read about it in a letter from Link. Let me share it with you. My darling, I'm engaged to marry Abby Ralston. I know you will understand the reason. Money was the only thing that stood between us and complete happiness. And we are both realists. Perhaps instead of the end, this is only the beginning. Your Link.
Link. How could you do such a... I'm so ashamed.
Oh, Abby, listen. Wait.
Oh, too bad, Link. Worse luck next time. Au revoir, darling.
What are you looking at?
Nothing. I'm nearsighted. I can't see that far down. Oh, look, Miss Abby, you got to pull yourself together.
Everyone knew. Everyone's been laughing.
Oh, Miss Abby.
They've always laughed. All my life.
Well, maybe we'd better shoot a wire to your father, huh?
I've been deaf and blind. But I can see now. I can see myself. There's never been anyone. I always thought there was something wrong with me because no one ever liked me. At school, any place. And then when Link... It all began with Link. All of a sudden it was so wonderful. Link loved me and I had all the friends in the world. Everything was different. But it wasn't. Link didn't love me. Those people, they were pretending because of the money. Just like him. And I haven't changed one bit. Pigtail, Abigail. Funny face, but lots of...
Don't, honey. Please. Oh, Miss Abby. Miss Abby, you just sit tight. I'll be right back. Listen, Bob.
Hiya, Maisie. Look, I'm flying.
I'll say you are. Look, Drip, your sister's in trouble.
Double, toil and trouble.
Oh, keep quiet, keep quiet. Listen, she found out about Phillips. He was only after her money, and he doesn't love her, and he never did.
Sure.
Sure? You know what I'm trying to tell you. She's awful...
I know. I knew it all the time.
You knew it all the... Well, for crying out loud, you're her brother.
That's right, sister and brother, kinfolk.
Oh, if I could only shake some sense into you. She's gone all to pieces, Bob, and she looks bad, and she looks funny. I wish you'd... Oh, never mind. You wouldn't be any help.
Call the doctor. Call the doctor. Get him here right away. You hear?
Wally, what's the matter?
It's Miss Abby. I went into her room. She was lying there on the floor. She's taken poison.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ann Sothern, Lew Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson in Act 3 of Maisie Was a Lady. Why, here's our young friend Sally. Oh, tell me, Sally, did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Ruick. You know, I think there's something to this 2 Thanksgivings idea. It gives you one day to be grateful for the big, important things, and another for the little things that make life pleasant and easier.
I see what you mean, Sally. Like having all the cream you want for your morning coffee.
That's right, Mr. Ruick. But I was thinking of seeing a good movie, or maybe tuning in the radio for some catchy music to get you up in the morning. Or just having modern bathrooms with plenty of hot water in them. And that leads me...
Sally, I can hardly guess. Could it be straight to Lux toilet soap?
Right again, Mr. Ruick. Because Lux soap is something that any girl can be grateful for. Why, every time I unwrap a smooth, fragrant white cake, I think, isn't it nice to be able to get all that luxury so easily?
Easily and inexpensively, Sally. But even though Lux toilet soap costs just a few cents a cake, it's as fine a soap as money can buy.
Yes, and just think how many active lather facials there are in a single cake.
Well, that's an interesting thought, Sally. I'm sure it's something the ladies in our audience want to hear more about. Won't you tell them how to take a Lux soap facial?
Why, you just pat that wonderful Lux soap lather lightly in. It's so creamy and smooth. Why, it really seems to caress your skin. You rinse with warm water and follow with a dash of cool. Then pat to dry with a soft towel. Now, when you touch your skin, it feels beautifully smooth and soft. Looks so fresh, too.
There you are. Thank you, Sally. Here's an important thing about Lux toilet soap. It has creamy, active lather that does a wonderful job. It removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly. Yes, this fine soap gives your complexion gentle, cherishing care it needs. Try Lux Soap Active Lather Facials for 30 days. They'll help you keep skin soft, smooth, appealing, the way you want it to be. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Maisie Was a Lady. It's late the same night, and Abby lies lingering between life and death. Her father has been summoned home, and now he paces the floor outside her room, nervously lighting one cigarette from another. At last he stops and faces Bob.
Bob, why did she do a thing like this?
I told you on the phone. She and Link broke up.
I know, but to try to... And young Phillips, I can't understand it. He seemed all right. Very likable boy. Well, Josh Phillips was a classmate of mine.
Yeah, that ought to be good enough.
Look, Bob, you were here right along. Didn't you see how things were going?
Yes, I suppose I did. Frankly, I never thought much of Phillips.
Well, why didn't you call me up or write me or talk to Abby?
Oh, I couldn't do that. I had nothing definite to go on. And Abby thought he was great. But I couldn't very well just go barging in and say, I don't like this guy, could I? She thought the world and all of him. And besides, I might have been wrong. Well, you can't go around telling people what they should do. They have to work things out for themselves.
Yes, of course. I can see that. You're quite right.
Well, I swear to heaven I never heard anything to beat this.
What? Who is this girl?
Oh, this is Maisie, Cat.
What kind of people are you, anyway? That girl is lying in there with her throat burned out with acid. They keep saying she doesn't respond to treatment. Doesn't respond my foot. She doesn't want to live.
Just a moment.
She got mixed up with a heel, see? Oh, Bob knew he was a heel, but Bob couldn't knock his block off. No. Bob couldn't even go barging into his sister and say, I don't like this guy. He didn't know her well enough. She was only his sister. And you, Mr. Ralston, you didn't know what Phillips was like. For all you, he might have been Dracula. But his father was in your class, so that makes him okay.
Now, look here.
You shut up. I've only started. Sure, girls have been crossed up by men before. It's happened to me, but I always bounce back. But why couldn't Abby roll with it? Cry her eyes out for a while and then say, well, that's that? Because he was everything to her. The sun, the moon, and stars. The friend she never had, the family. Everything. She's been starving and freezing in this Grand Central Station of a house for 18 years.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a little kid who never had any love. Her mother's dead. She hasn't got a father to speak of. Oh, there's a guy named Cap who she sees every couple of years when every place else is closed. She knows he isn't dead because he sends her jewelry. But when you're in a jam, you got to have a shoulder to cry on and a hand to grab onto. $1 million hasn't got a shoulder. Sure. Sure, her brother was here. He was here right along. He's drunk, mostly.
Bob, have you been...
Yeah, he has, and how? I guess maybe he was lonesome, the same as her. It was Link Phillips for her and the bottle for him. Something hit him when he came home on Christmas Eve about 6 years back with a big prize under his arm and no one to show it to. Not even Walpole.
What is this, Bob?
Oh, McBride Scholarship, I guess. I won it junior year.
Oh, yes, I remember something.
You remember something? Huh. Yeah. Him and the second man got stiff that night. The second man sobered up. Master Robert stayed that way. Honest, I thought I'd seen my share of bad fathers and families that had nothing but grief, but compared to this outfit, they were sitting pretty. In my neighborhood, when a man beat his kids, he knew he was beating them, and the next day, like as not, he was sorry. Well, for my money, giving them the flat of your hand stacks up pretty good against giving them nothing. And that's what you've given Abby. Nothing. And there she is, upstairs wanting to die. So she's got nothing.
Mr. Alston? Doctor, may I see Abby now?
Oh, I'm not sure it's the best thing.
Well, I am. I've got to see her. There's things I want to tell her, and... Well, I'm her father, Doctor. Please.
Very well. Go up.
Thank you.
Who is it?
Morning, Miss Abby.
Hello, Maisie.
Oh, you're all right now, huh?
Oh, Maisie, I'm marvelous. You met Cap?
Good morning, Maisie.
Oh, hello. Gee, honey, you sure gave us a scare.
Cap told me something about last night.
Oh, last night's forgotten. All but the swell part of it. Everything's going to break right for you from now on in.
All I want for it is to keep on being just like this.
It's going to get better even. There's some grand guy walking around right now only waiting to find you. And when he does, he'll follow you to the North Pole if he has to.
Oh, he won't have to.
That a girl. Say, Mr. Ralston, now I look back on it, I laid it on pretty thick last night. That's me. I get sore and I let fly. If an apology's in order, I'm making it right now.
Oh, come on now, Maisie. You'd say the same things and call me the same names tomorrow if you thought I had them coming to me.
Yeah, I guess I would.
Maisie, we're going to go to Honolulu in a week or so.
Oh, say, that's wonderful. You wouldn't be needing a maid, would you?
No, I won't be needing a maid.
Oh, listen, I was only kidding.
I need a companion, though.
I don't get you.
Not a personal dresser. A personal friend.
Now, what we're trying to say, Maisie, is that we want you to come with us to Honolulu. Then live with us here.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, please say yes.
Well, don't worry. I will as soon as I get my breath.
And no more uniform, Maisie. You're to be up on this floor, near me.
Okay, Miss Abby.
And no more Miss Abby.
Okay, Abby. Gee, from the Hudson's Carnival to Honolulu inside of a month. The land of opportunity is right. Well, I think I'll go now, if you'll excuse me. I want to pinch myself a few times. And if I wake up, will I be mad?
Maisie, sit down. I don't know how to say this except to just say it.
Well, say it.
Well, I can pretty well guess what kind of an impression I must have made on you. I know what I think of myself. But, Maisie, there are going to be some changes made. And when they are made, I'll have a whole lot more to say to you.
Oh, Bob. Well, couldn't you kind of say it and block it out and fill in the details later on?
No, that's all, Maisie, for now. But I'll be around with plenty to say when you come back from Honolulu with Abby and Cap.
Oh, you're not going?
Not on your life. I'm starting that repair job now. Well, will you go now, Maisie? Will you, for Pete's sake, take that silly, adorable face of yours out of my sight quick before you knock a set of good resolutions for all?
Oh, honey. Hurry up with those alterations, will you?
Mr. Robert, Miss Abby's asking for you.
Thanks, Walpole. On my way.
Gee. Hiya, Wally.
May I congratulate you, Miss Maisie?
Hey, not so fast. That's up for a while, yeah?
Miss Abby told me you were to be her companion starting today.
Oh, that? Oh, yeah. Isn't that swell? Gee, so much good luck all at once has got me winging.
Yes, things are changing rapidly. I think there will be other clippings to add to my scrapbook now.
Yeah. Maybe even pictures of a wedding someday.
Oh, good. Yes, of course Mr. Robert will marry someday.
What kind of a girl do you think he'll pick, Wally?
I really don't know. I don't know at all. She'll be beautiful. Of that I'm quite sure. Charming, intelligent, well-bred.
What?
Someone who will fit perfectly into this house, whose fine background and education and good taste will help her to make it a home for him. And it is permissible to hope for their children. She will be a lady in the finest sense of the word.
Oh, sure. Well, I got a couple of things to do, so I...
Oh, yes, of course. You'll be moving upstairs. Would you wish someone to help you?
No, thanks, Walpole. I'm used to being on my own. Thanks, though. Thanks for everything.
You're quite welcome, Maisie.
Well, Lady Maisie, you can never say it wasn't wonderful while it lasted.
Maisie!
What's wrong, Walpole?
Miss Maisie, sir. She's gone.
And 1 and 2 and kick and turn, and 1 and 2 and kick and turn, and 1 and 2 and kick and turn. All right, girls, all right. That'll do. Break it up. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Nice work there, Maisie. You're doing swell.
Thanks, Mac.
Keep it up. I'm going to ask the boss to raise you to $20 next week.
Oh, boy.
Go make your change, and I'll buy you a hamburger.
No, thanks. I'm just going to sit here and rest my dogs a minute.
Okay, be snooty. I won't be lonesome.
Hello?
Bob.
What's the idea of making me comb this city for 6 solid weeks trying to find you? What made you think you could get away from me?
Oh, Bob, what did you have to do this for? Just when I was getting so I didn't think of you even, sometimes for as long as an hour. Oh, just go away, will you, and leave me alone?
Come on, Maisie. Get your other clothes on. I'll tell the manager you're through.
No.
Yes.
I say no, and I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you just think you know. Oh, I can guess what went through that squirrely little head of yours, but it's all bunk, Maisie, bunk. And get it out of your mind for good.
No. I was dreaming along there for a while, and then I came to and got that pink cloud out of my eyes. No, honey, the old crack still goes east is east.
Oh, now will you stop quoting Kipling? Look, hurry up. Chasing you has lost me plenty of sleep. And the factory opens at 8 in the morning.
The factory?
That's right. We make airplanes. Well, you've heard of airplanes. Come on, come
Bob,
on.
I've been over all this. There's only one answer for the both of us.
That's right, and I've got it.
No.
Then add it all up again because you've made a mistake.
You've got no right to come in here and get me all upset because I don't know whether I'm sitting or standing or what. And just when I was getting myself straightened out so good, now I don't know what I'm doing.
You're doing what I tell you.
And you can't give me orders.
Yes, I can from now on. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, honey. What do you think?
Stars like Ann Sothern, Lou Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson make producing the Lux Radio Theater a joy instead of a job. The stage is yours, mate.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And Maisie thanks you, too.
It's people like Maisie who make the world go round a little faster.
In fact, she leaves even a veteran of Tarzan pictures like me a little bit breathless.
I guess these youngsters have no stamina, CB.
It's a coincidence, Henry, that we have 3 of Hollywood's most popular series represented here tonight. Besides Maisie, there's Maureen, who has been Mrs. Tarzan for several years, and Lou Ayres, of course, is that brilliant young medico, Dr. Kildare.
Well, you might have retitled the play Tarzan's Mate Calling Dr. Kildare to see if Maisie was a lady.
Oh, Ann and I discovered another coincidence during rehearsals. We went to high school together back in Minneapolis.
An orchid to Minneapolis for sending us both Maisie and Dr. Kildare.
And here's one more coincidence for you, Mr. DeMille. I'll bet Ann Sothern and I use the same soap.
And what soap would that be, Maureen?
I mean Lux soap, naturally. What about it, Ann?
You're right, but it's no accident. Millions of women have picked Lux soap as a help in keeping their skin soft and smooth. That's just good judgment.
2 such lovely ladies can't be wrong, especially about Lux soap.
And now I know the audience is anxious to hear about next week, CB.
There's a lot to talk about, Henry, because our play next week is A Man's Castle. And starring in the same part he played in the Columbia picture, we present Spencer Tracy. Co-starring with Spence, we'll have Ingrid Bergman in one of the finest love stories the screen has ever given us. A Man's Castle is a play that's worthy of the talents of Spencer Tracy and Ingrid Bergman, and I think that's enough to recommend it to you for next Monday night.
It's enough for me, CB.
Yes, we'll all be in your audience next week. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Hear that, Maisie? Sounds like another date.
Some of our audience have already celebrated the great festival of Thanksgiving. Others will observe it this coming Thursday. The day matters less than the spirit, because we have many reasons to rejoice this year. We're grateful, as always, for the right to worship as we choose, for the boundless harvest of field and factory, and for a freedom that grows more precious with each passing hour. All this we as Americans have enjoyed. For all this, we humbly give our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night, when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Ingrid Bergman in A Man's Castle. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
And Southern, New Airs, and Maureen O'Sullivan appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Miss Southern is soon to be seen in Panama Hattie, Mrs. Sullivan in Tarzan's Secret Treasure, and Mr. Ayres in Dr. Kildare's Victory. Heard in tonight's play were Jean O'Donnell as Link, Tori Carlton as Diana, Boyd Davis as Cap, Griff Barnett as Judge, and Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Warren Ash, and Dick Ryan. Tune in next Monday night to hear Spencer Tracy and Ingrid Bergman in A Man's Castle. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Transcribe.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hollywood, we present the Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show. Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis are brought to you by Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, by Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too, and by Chesterfield. Chesterfields are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and no unpleasant aftertaste. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our master of ceremonies, Dean Martin.
Hi, folks. Well, it's Friday again all over America, all over NBC. Now, that means another session with Jerry and myself, Dick Stabile and the orchestra, and our very wonderful guest star. Now, we managed to put in another television show during the week and had a few production huddles on our new picture, all of which brings us to this evening's run around the kilocycles. So, let's get on the way with a touch of the Red, Red Robin. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead, get up, get out of bed, cheer up, the sun is red, live, love, laugh and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just the kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. I've been blue now, walking through fields, flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along.
now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to...
Hey, Dean, did you hear the news?
Take it easy. What news?
My cousin Myrna just won the Academy Award.
Your cousin Myrna? I hate to disillusion you, Jerry, but Vivian Lee won the award from the Academy.
The Military Academy?
Military Academy? But how can Myrna go to a school for men? She's the only girl among all those men, and someone's bound to find out.
Think carefully, Dean. Who's going to squeal?
Well, I guess you're right, Jer, but speaking of Academy Awards, what do you think about Humphrey Bogart and the African Queen?
Good heavens, is Bogart still running around with that Ubangi?
No, Jer,
Boy, that Norma Bacall better watch her step.
Why?
Well, with those lips, that Ubangi can out-whistle Baby.
Jerry, once and for all, how can you be such a nincompoop?
It's easy. Ever since I paid my income tax, I've been pooped.
Jerry, can't you stop this talk? I'm trying to be serious and you keep joking. Tell me, who do you take after?
Well, last night I took after the hot check girl at Zero.
Well, there you go. Jerry, you seem to be a regular Lothario.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Why?
I don't know what it means.
Anyway, what was the girl's name?
Shirley.
Shirley?
Yeah, Shirley. Shirley.
Boy, you sure know some crazy girls.
That's nuts, and I got one girl that's really nuts. She thinks she's the queen.
The Queen of England?
No, the Queen of Clubs.
Oh. Queen of Clubs. Boy, she must really be nuts.
She sure is. She's really the 8 of spades.
All right. All right, Jack. Now, you've gone too far. How can a live girl possibly be the 8 of spades?
Simple. She got a lousy deal.
There's no more time for this nonsense. We're expecting a very important guest.
That sounds frightfully exciting. And who is this sterling visitor, if I may be so bold as to ask?
None other than that famous big game hunter, Frank Bick.
Frank Bick? But he called up from Pasadena and said he had to go fox hunting.
Oh.
But don't worry, Booby. Old faithful Jared's always here to fill in. I'll be the big game authority.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight it becomes my privilege to introduce that great and courageous big game hunter, the only man that elephants managed to forget, Mr. Frank Bick. Well, tell me, Mr. Bick, when did you first become interested in big game hunting?
Well, I'll tell you, boy, I really got interested the first time I saw Dagmar.
What does Dagmar have to do with big game hunting?
Oh, big game. I thought you said big dame.
No. Mr. Bick, I'm sure everyone would like to know how you started your fabulous career.
Well, when I was young, boy, my mother used to take me hunting with my brother Hans.
Oh, your brother was a hunter, too?
He used to be, but we had a terrible tragedy. One day, my mother took Hans and me hunting. Just as we ran out of ammunition, we were chased by a big black grizzly bear. We ran and ran. And suddenly I looked back and saw the bear catching up with my brother Hans. He got closer and closer to Hans, and then I had to break the news to Mother.
My goodness, what did you tell her?
Look, Ma, no Hans.
No Hans. Tell me, Frank, as a man who has hunted in every part of the globe, what was the most exciting thing you ever chased?
Well, there was that hot chick girl at Zero.
No, you don't seem to get that. You don't get me.
I didn't get her either, pal.
Mr. Bick, our amateur woodsmen are interested to know what kind of weapons you use for the hunt.
Well, once I went lion hunting with nothing but a club.
Lion hunting with a club, weren't you afraid?
What for? This club had over 200 members.
Oh. Our time is about up, Mr. Bick, but before you go, perhaps you'd like to tell us about your most dangerous moment in the jungle.
Good boy. Once I saw a fellow go right straight up to a giant leopard and stick his right hand straight down the leopard's throat.
My, what a courageous feat. What was his name?
We called him Lefty.
Lefty? Well, now that Jerry is finished, let's turn our attention to Jimmy Wallington.
Thank you, Dean. Ladies and gentlemen, if you suffer from pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you have received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today.
No one's ever taken account of all the songs that have been written about the moon, but any music publisher will tell you that it must run into hundreds. Our daytime friend, the sun, has been pretty much ignored by our songwriters, at least up till now. He's just come into his own with a tune that's climbed high on our list of favorites. Please, Mr. Sun.
Talk to her, please, Mr. Sun. Speak to her, Mr. Rainbow, and take her under your branches, Mr. Tree. Whisper to her, Mr. Wind. Sing to her, Mr. Robin. And Mrs. Moonlight, put in a word for me. Tell her how I feel. It shouldn't end this way. Since you are all her friends, she'll listen to whatever you have to say. Babble to her, Mr. Brook. Kiss her for me, Miss Raindrop, and watch to see they all do. Please, Mr. Sun. Babble to her, Mr. Brook. Kiss her for me, Miss Raindrop, and watch to see they all do. Please, Mr. Sun.
Thank you very much. And now that I've had my place in the sun, I think it's time I turned over some of the famous California sunshine to Jimmy Wallington.
Thank you, Dean. And now here's something of interest to everybody.
For breathless moments, for your breathless moments.
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Dentine tastes so good.
Dentine freshens your breath.
Dentine helps keep your teeth sparkling, clean, and white.
Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Before you go out, and always after eating, drinking, smoking, refresh your breath with Dentine. You'll love Dentine chewing gum, for Dentine has a wonderful, tingling, nippy flavor that lingers on and on. It's delicious. And remember, Dentine helps keep your teeth white, too. Keep Dentine handy. You'll enjoy refreshing your breath when you chew Dentine.
So, for breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've really been looking forward to the appearance of our guest tonight. She's one of our finest actresses, very wonderful person, and one of the most popular stars in the entertainment world. It's a pleasure to introduce the lovely and talented Miss Ann Sothern.
Everybody.
Hi, Dean, honey.
And it's wonderful having you with us tonight.
Well, thank you, Dean. I'm really thrilled to be here tonight. I can't tell you how much I've wanted to meet that adorable Jerry Lewis. Honestly, I think he's the cutest, sweetest, handsomest,
Ann.
most charming person I've ever met.
Look, Ann.
Oh, Jerry has verve and charm and character. He's tall, strong, and virile.
Ann, will you
Oh,
wait
to me, that Jerry Lewis is simply fascinating. A man among men, you know.
Ann, will you just hold it a
second?
Ann, who brought in these scripts?
I did.
All right, Jerry, let's get out the nonsense. I want you to meet our guest. Remember her in all those Maisie roles?
Maisie rolls? Are they anything like onion rolls?
Oh, Jerry, now this is Miss Sothern. Miss Ann Sothern.
Southern? From the chicken family? Jerry, my name is Southern, but I have nothing to do with Southern fried chicken or onion rolls. They give you indigestion.
Jerry.
Jerry, when you were born, are you sure the doctor didn't slap the wrong end?
I don't know. Which end are you supposed to slap?
Well, they usually slap, you know, I'm not
Oh,
going
wait,
any
it
further.
says Jerry. You're supposed to stop her there.
I didn't want to. I wanted to see what she'd say. One wrong word, and this is a garage tomorrow.
Jerry. The way you've been behaving, you're a disgrace to your family.
Wait a second. He comes from a family?
Well, I know it's hard to believe, Ann, but actually Jerry is descended from a very fine family.
Mm-hmm. I think he descended a little too far.
Yeah. Well, I suggest we head right into our sketch.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. What's it going to be?
Well, tonight we thought we'd take a crack at a real old-fashioned soap opera. So, if everyone's set, supposing we turn things over to Jimmy Wallington.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, and Ann Sothern are proud to bring you another chapter in their version of that popular soap opera, Just Plain Balderdash. Yes, folks, it's time to visit that little white house around the corner. It is here that we meet the lovable characters in our story.
My name's Sidney. I'm married to Sandra, but I have fallen madly in love with Gretchen.
My name is Sandra. I'm married to Sidney, who has fallen madly in love with Gretchen.
My name is Gretchen. I think Sidney has the most excellent taste.
Yes, these are our beloved characters. And today we will see all their problems come to a head. As our scene opens, we find Gretchen waiting for the others to come downstairs. She is troubled and sick at heart, and she is sobbing softly.
Sob, oh, sob, sob. Sob, 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 oh, sob of a sob and sob, sob. Oh, I am sobbing over how much I love Sidney. I am also sobbing over how much I hate Sidney's wife. She's caused me nothing but trouble since the first day I met him. I hear someone coming down the stairs. I was wrong. It was only the wind. Soon I will meet Sandra face to face. I see her coming now. But I will be brave. Yes. I will be sturdy and defiant. No matter what she says, I will be strong. She cannot upset me.
Gretchen.
Yes?
Gretchen, I never thought you'd enter this house.
Why? Why didn't you think I'd enter this house?
I had the doors locked.
Today you locked the doors on me. Yesterday you put razor blades in my shoes. The day before you threw boiling acid in my eyes. Last week you stuffed my pillow with black widow spiders. Sandra.
Yes.
You're not fond of me, are you?
But there's no use in discussing this without Sidney. We've been talking too long without him already.
Hello, Sandra. Hello, Gretch, baby.
Well, Sidney, now that you're here, I can speak. Sandra, I love your husband. I must tell you, even if you take my life.
But why? Why are you willing to throw away your life?
Because next month we're on the cover of Look. Comes out on the newsstands April the 8th.
Tell me, Gretchen, what is it you want me to do?
You must divorce Sandra, and then I will marry you.
You marry Sidney, but what about me?
Sorry, Sandra. I just can't marry everybody.
Sidney, are you really going to let this woman come between us?
Well, not all the time, honey.
Well, I can't take it any longer. You must make up your mind. She wants your pity, Sidney. I want your love. Tell us now. Which of us do you choose?
I will make the only honorable decision. Gretchen, I'm going to stick with my wife.
What?
Gretchen, you're a fool. Why cry for a man you hardly know?
I love him.
But he's ruthless.
I love him.
He's shiftless.
I love him.
He's penniless.
He's penniless.
She's right. I ain't got a dime.
Penniless?
You said that before.
I know, but I got nothing else to say.
Gretchen, how can you talk so cold and hard at a time like this?
I've led a hard life, Sidney, believe you me. When I was little, my father took me to the railroad station. Do you
Lots
hear?
of fathers take children to railroad stations.
To get run over?
No.
The mask is off. The mask is off in cigarette advertising. Chesterfield is first to name all of its ingredients, and here they are. The right combination of the world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities. And Chesterfield keeps these tobaccos tasty and fresh with tried and tested moistening agents, pure natural sugars, chemically pure, harmless, far more costly glycerol, nothing else. Only these are entirely safe for use in the mouth, as proved by over 40 years of continuous use in tobacco products. And remember this, Chesterfields are wrapped in pure white cigarette paper, the best that money can buy. Now, we name our ingredients because we think every smoker ought to know what makes Chesterfield the best possible smoke, what makes Chesterfield much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. Visit your dealer and sound off for Chesterfield. Do it today.
Well, you know, Jerry and I have been together for just a little over 6 years, and it's been such great fun that it doesn't even seem like 6 months. Neither of us will ever forget the night of our first opening at the Copacabana in New York City. This was our first big opening, and everyone told us if we did well, we were really in. Well, we managed to get through in pretty good shape, and after the last show, we ducked the crowds and skipped back to the hotel. This seemed like the perfect time to talk of the past and plan for the future. Well, sitting in the room that night, Jerry flicked on the radio for a little mood music, and out of that speaker came a song that spoke volumes for both of us. So, Richard...
Do I want to be with you as the years come and go? Only forever. If you care to know, would I grant all your wishes and be proud of the time? Only forever. If someone should ask, how long would it take me to be near if you beckon? Offhand I would figure less than a second. Do you think I'll remember how you looked when you smiled? Only forever. That's putting it mine. I remember how you looked when you smiled. Only forever. That's putting it mine.
Did you really mean all those things you said before the song about how we would be together forever and ever?
Sure did, Jerry.
And you meant it when you said we would always be partners through thin and thick and everything should be 50-50 with us?
Well, of course, Jerry.
So where's the money?
May I interrupt for a moment to say goodnight?
Well, of course, Annie. And thank you for being with us, and you've really done a wonderful job.
I'm glad you think so, Dean. I really tried very hard and rehearsed all afternoon. And now that you say it came out all right, I can't tell you how happy I am.
That's very nice, Anne.
So where's the money? Well, seriously, boys, it's been fun, and I want to thank you both for a happy half hour.
Thank you, Anne. With a guest like you, how could it be anything but happy?
Good night, boys. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Anne.
Ladies and gentlemen, before Dean and I say goodnight, we'd like to leave you with a thought. While most of you are happy and healthy, there are still thousands of people in this country who are suffering from an incurable disease called muscular dystrophy. Our friends have asked us to explain why we have made muscular dystrophy our charity, so to speak. Well, Dean and I first leaped to the aid of MDA when we learned that here is perhaps the only major fatal disease that has never had a champion. There is no cure for muscular dystrophy now. If you have it, you die. But with the start of this campaign, the priceless gift of hope is now the possession of every sufferer of this dread disease. Dean and I are proud and happy that we were able to start this ball rolling, and we hope you will work along with us. If our scientists get the opportunity to continue their research, millions of future sufferers will have the opportunity to continue their lives. Money is urgently needed, and anything you can spare will be greatly appreciated. Please send your contributions to MDA, New York 8, New York. That's MDA, New York 8, New York.
Well, good night, folks. Till next week, this is Dean Martin.
And Jerry Lewis telling you that you can see our new picture, Sailor Beware, at your neighborhood theater.
Good night, God bless you.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hollywood, you've just heard transcribed the Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show, written by Ed Simmons and Norman Lear, produced and directed by Dick Mack, with music under the direction of Dick Stabile, and brought to you by Addison for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, by Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor, by Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too, and by Chesterfield. Remember, Chesterfields are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste. From reports of a well-known research organization, Chesterfields leave no unpleasant aftertaste.
Hear Phil Harris and Alice Faye Sunday at 7 on NBC.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. And your host, Roger Pryor.
Hi, everybody. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. We're really happy to have you with us. And when I say us, I mean Judy Garland, Cary Grant, Mickey Rooney, Ann Sothern, and your old favorite Oscar Bradley and his grand music. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater is an autograph hunter's paradise tonight. Practically every big star in Hollywood is sitting right here in the audience. As you know, this is the star's own show. So you see, this is really an occasion. In fact, today is full of occasions. Cary Grant has just been assigned to his new picture, The Front Page. Ann Sothern has earned a vacation by finishing up 45 days of shooting on her new sequel to Maisie. And Mickey Rooney is celebrating his 18 years of regular attendance in this world. He and Judy Garland just came back from a big birthday party Louis B. Mayer gave Mickey at Malibu Beach this afternoon. Here they are now, all covered with ice cream and smiles, Judy Garland and Mickey Rooney.
Good morning. We've danced the whole night through. Good morning to you. Good morning, good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning to you. When the band began to play, the stars were shining bright. Now the milkman's on his way. It's too late to say good night. So good morning, sunbeams will smile through. Good morning, my darling, to you.
Now here we are together, a couple of stale others. Our day is done at breakfast time, starting with our supper. Here we are together, but the best of friends must party. So let me sing this parting song. From the bottom of the old mousetrap is hearty. Good morning.
It's a lovely morning.
Good morning.
What a wonderful day.
We've danced the whole night through. Good morning to you.
How do you do?
I say good morning.
See, the sun is shining.
I got the morning.
Hear the birdies sing. It's
great to stay up late. Good morning to you. Now, when the band began to play, the stars were shining bright. Now the milkman's on his way. It's too late to say good night.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sunbeams will soon smile through.
Good morning.
Oh, tell it.
Good morning.
Tell it, Mom.
Good morning, my darling, to you.
That was swell, Mickey and Judy. Really grand.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Thanks, Rod. I kind of like that tune myself, but, you know, it has no depth of perception, no intensity of feeling. I'd like to rewrite that tune.
Oh, please, Mickey, not this one, too.
Oh, wait a minute. What's this all about?
Oh, Mickey wrote a play, and now he wants to rewrite everything. When we were at the Capitol Theater together, Mickey rewrote every song we sang.
And it worked out swell, too, didn't it?
It did not. Mickey, you know what happened when that fire broke out while we were singing one of your special arrangements.
A fire broke out?
Yes, and we were in an awful predicament.
Well, how do you mean, Judy?
Well, the manager told us to keep singing so the audience would remain calm, and the firemen refused to come into the theater until we stopped singing.
That is a deliberate and premeditated fabrication.
I think you're exaggerating a little myself, Judy. I happen to know that you and Mickey were held over. You stayed in the theater for 3 weeks.
We weren't held over. We were afraid to come out.
I'm sorry, Miss Garland, but I find it beneath my dignity as a playwright to discuss the subject any further.
Well, Mickey, writing a play has certainly improved your vocabulary. You talk like a real author.
Yes, sir, that's me, George Bernard Rooney.
Well, you better take the George Bernard away from the Rooney and stick to Mickey before someone slips you a drink of the same name.
Very funny. It so happens that I sent a copy of my play to George Bernard Shaw himself. And you ought to see the swell letter he sent me after he read it.
Gee, Mickey, what did Mr. Shaw say about your play?
Oh, wait a minute. I've got George's letter right here in my pocket somewhere.
Georgie?
Why, sure, we're old pals. Here's his letter. It says, Dear Mr. Rooney.
Old pals, eh?
Wyatt. Dear Mr. Rooney, I read your play and was very happy to note that the dialogue in the first act has the biting sting of satire.
Wow, coming from George Bernard Shaw, that's something.
Gosh, Mickey, I didn't know the first act had the biting sting of satire.
Oh, that's nothing, Judy. Listen to what else he says here. He says, as for the rest of your play, that stings too. Yes, sir, the story can't miss. In fact, my agent read my story while he was eating lunch, and you should have heard him rave about it.
Now, wait a minute, Mickey. Is he a big agent?
Is he a big agent? He was eating, wasn't he? Why, Raj, he liked it so much, he said, Mickey, if I don't sell your story, I'm not an agent. I'm a big horse.
Really? How did he make out?
He came in third at Santa Anita.
Well, maybe he didn't sell it, but I got myself another agent now anyway.
Well, Mickey, what you need to put over your story is a big star.
I say, I think you've got something there. Okay, I'll play in it myself.
No, Mickey. You can't play in your own picture. I'd advise you to get someone for your story like, Cary Grant's going to be here tonight. Why don't you ask him to star in it?
Cary Grant? Let's see. You mean to say that you'd rather see Cary Grant in this picture than me? Now, look here, Roger. Compare the two of us. Now, first look at Cary Grant. All right, he's tall, he's dark, he's handsome, and he's a terrific actor. Now, look at me. I'm, I guess you're right, Roger. I mean about an author not playing in his own picture. Bring on this Cary Grant. He's my man.
No, not right now, Mickey. It's time for Oscar Bradley to play a number.
Okay, which one is Oscar Bradley? I'll ask him to hurry it up.
Oh, there he is by the bandstand.
You mean that little guy, that Aintsy Weents?
Mm-hmm. I'll introduce you to him. Oh, Oscar.
Yes, Mr. Pryor.
Oscar, I want you to meet someone. Oscar Bradley, this is Mickey Rooney.
Hiya, Shorty.
Shorty? Did you call me Shorty?
Yes. Are you sensitive about it?
Why, I've got a good mind to break you in half. Or did someone beat me to it?
Let it be understood that anyone who puts a hand on me has to answer to my boyhood chum, John Conte.
Yeah, and who does he have to answer to?
Now, look here, short, blonde, and pugnacious. I can speak for myself, but I won't.
Oh, backing down, eh?
Oh, no, because I'd much rather speak not for myself, but for one of the most important of all the people who bring you the Gulf Screen Guild program. A man, ladies and gentlemen, who lives right in your part of town. He's your local good Gulf dealer, and whether his name is Joe or Dick or Bill or Harry, he's mighty proud to be bringing you stars like Judy, Carrie, Mickey, and Ann. He's proud to be your host when it comes to service for your car, too. So stop where you see the Gulf orange disc. Try knock-proof Gulf No-Nox gasoline and that extra pure Gulf Pride motor oil. And pick up your free copy of the Gulf Funny Weekly. Yes, your local good Gulf dealer is waiting to say...
Welcome, neighbors. Welcome to your neighborhood good Gulf station.
Oscar Bradley and his orchestra play that swell number from The Wizard of Oz, Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead. Thank you, Oscar. That was swell. And, Mickey, if you've got a copy of your story with you, you'd better get it out, because here comes Cary Grant. Hello, Cary.
Hello, Mr. Grant.
Hiya, Cary, old boy.
Hello, Roger. Nice being here. Haven't seen you for a long time.
Thanks, Cary. Nice seeing you, too.
Hiya, Cary, old kid.
And Judy, how are you? I saw you in the Wizard of Oz the other day, and believe me, you were terrific.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Hiya, Cary, old pal.
By the way, Roger, I stopped at your house on the way here.
Don't mind me. I'm just waiting for cool weather.
Gee, Mr. Grant, don't you know Mickey Rooney?
Why, sure, Judy. Where is Mickey? Well, for goodness sake, is that Mickey Rooney? Oh, I thought you'd brought along one of the Munchkins.
Munchkin? Why, I'd get mad at that crack if I didn't have an ulterior motive. Why didn't you come to my party, Cary? I had some good dances lined up for you.
I'm so sorry, Mickey. You see, it was the butler's night out. I had to stay home with the maid.
Oh, that's... Oh, Cary, that's just an excuse. You didn't come to my party because you thought there wouldn't be enough girls there. I know you. You're girl crazy, Grant.
Look who's calling me girl crazy.
Oh, that's very funny. Cary Grant's girl crazy.
What are you laughing at, Bradley? Cary Grant's girl crazy. Listen, Bradley, I happen to know they won't let you walk past the YWCA unless you're on a leash.
Now, look, Cary, I've written a great story, and all it needs is you to star in it to make it a terrific picture. What do you say?
That's all any story needs to make it a terrific picture.
Oh, thank you, Judy, but really I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, really I'm not.
Oh, you are, too, now.
Oh, no, really I'm not.
Boy, what a ham.
What did you say, Rooney?
I'm sorry. It was all a mistake, Cary. I was thinking of a line in my picture. The chief smacks his lips.
Now, don't tell it to me, Mickey. I can't act in your picture. Why don't you play in it yourself? You're a swell little actor.
Oh, now, Cary. No, I insist.
Oh, yes, you really are.
No,
Mickey.
no, I
Now, Mickey, you're a swell actor.
Oh, look, really, I'm not, Cary.
What a hand.
I know, but you know how it is. An author can't play in his own picture. Just like a barber never cuts his own hair and a dentist never pulls his own teeth. Doctor never operates upon himself.
Ah, but you're wrong, Mickey. My Uncle Julius did all those things.
No.
Why, certainly, and a lot more, too. Uncle Julius lived by one rule. No matter what business he went into, he was always his own first customer.
No kidding.
Yes, sir. He'd still be with us now if he hadn't gone into the embalming business. Never forget it, Mickey. It happened in the window of his embalming shop while he was demonstrating an awful thing, poor man.
That uncle of yours must have been a very remarkable fellow. You know, I'd like to have seen your uncle.
Well, Roger, you go down to the shop any time you like. He's still in the window. I pass by every night, wave to him on my way home.
Now, you don't really need to tell me
Say,
that.
Cary, how about starring in my picture?
Mickey, I'm talking to Cary.
Sorry, Roger, but this is business. My picture must be produced.
Now, listen here, Mickey Rooney.
Darryl Rooney to you, and stand aside. I'm a very busy genius. Now, look, Cary. Look, at least give this a chance before you turn it down. You don't know anything about the story, the music, or anything. Now, look.
Yes.
Look, here's a song that's in the picture. You just sing it once, and I'm sure it'll convince you.
Sing a song? I haven't got a good voice.
Oh, you don't need a good voice for this song. I wrote it.
But, Mickey, this is...
Here's the situation. Your sweetheart has disappeared, and after searching for her unsuccessfully for 20 years, you sit in front of the radio that she once gave you and sing this beautiful ballad. Okay, Cary, give it everything you've got with it.
I love to listen to my radio. Gee, how it thrills me when I hear it go.
Good morning, kiddies. Throw out that bum.
Half a tube of butter, and when you've got your pan all greased and gooey.
That's when I think of you. When shadows fall at the close of the day, I turn on the switch and it starts into play.
Sam comes in with a jab to the head, a hook to the jaw, and a smash to the nose. Oh, this is terrible. Throw out that bum.
Say that you love me true. I must be emphatic. Don't think I'm erratic. That wonderful static. Don't give me a headache. Oh, I love those tones, dearest, although they make me feel blue.
Throw out that bum.
Oh, I love to listen to my radio. Gee, how it thrills me when I hear it go. Someday you'll hear it too.
I guess you'll play in my picture now, huh? What did you think of that song?
What song? I didn't hear it. Well, let's change the subject. What's new, Roger?
Oh, I don't know, Carrie. Taking up flying, you know.
Ah, flying! A wonderful sport. Thrilling, eh, what?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful being up in the air. You know, you feel so safe. Above the ground, above the clouds, above the pigeons.
Above Rooney.
Above everything. You know, yesterday I was at the controls for 4 hours and 16 minutes, and that's plenty nerve-wracking.
4 hours and 16 minutes?
Yes, sir. Ask Ann Sothern when she gets here. She's Mrs. Pryor, you know.
You mean Ann Sothern is going to be here? That vivacious, lovely creature? That charming bit of feminine pulchritude?
Now, look here, Grant. You can't talk about my wife that way.
Oh.
You remember I'm the master of ceremonies around here. Why, here she is now, that vivacious, lovely creature, that charming bit of feminine pulchritude, Ann Sothern.
Everybody. Oh, hello, darling.
Hello, honey.
Oh, hello, Roger. Are you here, too?
And Roger and I were talking about flying a plane. He said he was at the controls for 4 hours and 16 minutes.
Yes, that's right, Carrie. But then he had to get out because somebody wanted to take the plane up. Oh, poor Roger. He'll never be an aviator. He simply can't stand high altitude. You know, a lot of people have that trouble.
I know. Has Roger got it bad?
Bad? Why, every time he steps on a thick rug, his ears pop. Incidentally, Carrie, did Roger bring one of his planes into the theater? I heard an awful racket here a couple of minutes ago.
Well, no, Ann. I don't know what it could have been. A couple of minutes ago, everything was quiet. Roger was sitting over there. I was singing. There was Mickey,
that's
maybe.
what it was.
Oh, I suppose you don't like my voice, huh?
Do you?
Well, that's beside the point. Anyway, that song Mickey Rooney wrote would make anybody's voice sound bad. You may not know it, but when I was a kid, I sang in a choir. I had the deepest voice in the bass section.
Deep?
Yeah, deep. My voice was so low they used to squeeze. Let me go back over that. My voice was so low they used to squeeze a bullfrog to give me the pitch. I did it. Finally, you get everything right.
Yes, I believe that. By the way, Carrie, I know you're always on the lookout for good stories, and I've got just the picture for you.
Really, Ann? Well, you know, I've always respected your judgment on stories.
Oh, really? Well, thanks, Carrie. This is by Mickey Rooney.
I no longer respect your judgment on stories.
Now, wait a minute. He's a cute kid. He should be encouraged.
Cute kid.
Carrie, now listen to this wonderful plot he's written. It's about a doctor who gets lost in the jungle and a newspaper reporter who goes out to find him.
Well, that's a nice original story. I hope I do as well with it as Spencer Tracy did. What's the title of it?
Stanislaus and Liverwurst. Oh, that's nothing. Wait till Mickey tells you the rest of it. Oh, Mickey.
No, Ann.
Darryl, we're coming!
Mickey, I'm telling Carrie about your story. I've got the part that the reporter, Stanislaus, goes to look for Dr. Liverwurst.
Oh, yes, I remember. Well, after several days of wandering through the jungle, the cannibals capture Stanislaus, but he's rescued by Tarzan's mate, who has just returned from Reno.
Reno?
Yes, you see, she just divorced Tarzan.
Oh, fine. I suppose she got the custody of their son and 4 monkeys, huh? Or was it 5 monkeys? I can't count.
That was only the build-up for the big scene. Now, let's act it out, so you can get the real idea. I've got several copies here. Carrie, you be Stanislaus, and you be Tarzan's mate, and Roger, there's a part of an aviator in this. Will you be the aviator?
Will I? Oh, boy. Contact.
Okay, now you've all got your scripts. Now, on with the scene.
Oh, Stanislaus, my darling.
Oh, Tarzan's mate. What if I love you? I must leave you forever. Here comes my aeroplane now. Here comes my aeroplane now. Here comes
Roger, come here.
There went my aeroplane now.
Well, never mind. You can get it the next time around. Farewell, Stanislaus.
Farewell, Tarzan's mate. Hey, was that my plane again, or was it just Roger expressing an opinion?
At last, we are alone, miles from civilization. Oh, I'll take it. Go on with the plane, Mickey. Hello? Hello, yes?
Oh, what a story, Mickey. It's a real career killer, that one.
It isn't very pretty, is it?
No, Mickey, no, it isn't.
Sort of nauseating, huh? I wondered why I got sick every time I told it to anyone. I guess I'd better stick to my career as an actor, huh?
Yes, I think so.
Mickey, it was MGM. They just wanted to let you know that they brought a new Andy Hardy story for you.
Oh, why, that's swell. What are they going to call this one?
Andy Hardy finds Stanislaus and liverwurst. Roger, you can come down now.
Are you all set for the question box, Roger?
Yes, Johnny, in just a second. We've got something different for you, ladies and gentlemen. The question box. To find out what the stars really know about Hollywood. You round up our victims for us, will you, Johnny?
Okay, Rog.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the motion picture industry isn't made up entirely of successful and glamorous stars. There are lots of old-timers who just didn't get the break. Old-timers who, because of circumstances, would find the future pretty black. But now they'll be taken care of. Because the Gulf Screen Guild Theater is a show with a purpose. Every single cent of the money that Gulf would ordinarily pay to the stars who appear in the Gulf Screen Guild Theater is given to the Motion Picture Relief Fund to build a home for those members of the motion picture industry who can't provide for themselves anymore. That's why Gulf can draw so freely on all the famous Hollywood stars, and why they, in turn, are so glad to be here.
Okay, Roger. Well, you bet we're glad to be here.
Well, thank you, Carrie. And now the question box. If the question is answered wrong, better late than never. The contestant must pay a forfeit by doing anything I ask him to. Okay, Johnny Conley, bring out the question box.
And here it is, Roger.
Thanks, John. Judy Garland, the first question is yours.
I'm ready.
Well, here's the question, Judy. In Mutiny on the Bounty, who played the cabin boy?
The cabin boy in Mutiny on the Bounty, Franco Tone.
That's right.
Oh, this game's a cinch.
Okay, Carrie, you're next.
Shoot the question to me, once, boy.
All right, here it is, Carrie. Do you know who Darrell F. Zanuck is?
Well, is that the question?
No. The question is, what does the F stand for?
What F?
Darrell F. Zanuck.
F. How did that F get in there?
Come on now. What does the F stand for in Darrell F.
Zanuck? F.
Philip?
No. I'll give up. What's the forfeit?
All right, Darrell F. Zanuck's middle name is Francis. And the forfeit, well, now, let me see. All right? You imitate Donald Duck reciting Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. Come on, I'll do it.
Mary had a little lamb, and he
Well, you paid your debt to society, Carrie. And now the next question goes to Ann Sothern. What famous star is married to Jane Peters?
What famous star is married to Jane Peters? Now, don't tell me. Carol Lombard's name is Jane Peters.
Yeah.
And her husband is Clark Gable.
Well, that's right, Ann. And incidentally, Clark Gable will be here on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater next week.
What am I, stooging again for you?
And now the next question goes to Mickey Rooney. You ready, Mickey?
I'm always ready, Rod.
Okay, we've got a special question for you, Mickey. It comes in 3 parts.
All right, skip the build-up and just give it to me.
All right, here it is. First, in the new picture, Fifth Avenue Girl, name the girl.
Ginger Rogers. Nice kid, too.
Yes, Mickey, you're right on both counts. And Ginger Rogers is another star who will be on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater next week. And now, Mickey, for the second part of the question. In the picture, boy meets girl, name the girl.
Marie Wilson. Oh, this is ridiculous. I mean, I can go on for hours.
Yes, I guess we're underestimating you, Mickey. Anyway, here's the third part. In the picture, 100 men and a girl.
Yes.
Name the 100 men.
Oh, wait a minute. This is a frame-up.
No, never mind that. Now, you have to pay a forfeit. Let me see. You must do the famous speech that Charles Lawton did in Mutiny on the Bounty as Katharine Hepburn would do it. All right, come on.
Oh, Mr. Christian, when I find you, I'm going to hang you on the high shot arm of the British Street. Really, I will. Oh, and I laid a fried egg.
Judy Garland, the Gulf Quintet, Oscar Band and his boys, and it's God's country.
Hear ye, if you're frowning and worrying. Hear ye, if your life is all wrong. Stand up, this is no time for worrying. Stand up and give big thank you. You're in God's country, where grass is greener, timber taller, mountains bigger, and trouble smaller. Hi there, chappie, you ought to be gay and happy. You're in God's country. 100 million rulers can't be wrong, so give a hand, give a hand, give a cheer for your land. Where smiles are broader, freedom's greater, let every man thank his own creator. Hi there, Yankee, give up with a great big thank you. You're in God's country. If your point of view is drab, take a quick vacation. Fill your car with good Gulf gas and drive around the nation. Leave your troubles all behind, dust off your machinery. Sweep those cobwebs off your mind and view the nation's scenery. Turn your faces to the east, watch the lovely sunrise. Fill your soul with morning sun, there is work that must be done. You will find it lots more fun if you stand up and sing.
Let's wave that flag for Uncle Sammy,
for Jessel's mother and Jolson's mammy.
Hi there, Yankee, get up with a great big thank you.
You're in God's country.
Got cake and taters on the table.
Got Robert Taylor and Clarky Gable.
Hi there, Yankee, give up with a great big thank you.
You're in God's country.
100 million losers can't be wrong, so give a hand.
Give a smile.
Give a cheer for your land. We've got cargo, lots of others.
And we've got 3 of the 4 Marx brothers.
Hi there, Yankee, give up with a great big thank you.
You're in God's country.
Thank you, Judy. Honey pie, that was really great. I'm going right over and see that picture, Babes in Arms, in which you sing that song. And now, boys and girls, don't forget, next week on our Gulf Screen Guild Theater, we'll have Clark Gable, Ginger Rogers, Margaret Lindsay, Spencer Charters, and, of course, Oscar Bradley and his orchestra. I just want to tell you who are listening how much we appreciate you being with us tonight. You've really been a great audience. You've been swell. When we say swell, we mean you're lovely as well. When we say lovely, we mean glorious, too. We're mad about you. You're about the grandest gang that we ever knew. You've got just what it takes. And we'll admit we get the luckiest break. Or what else could it be? When it's folks like you who listen to us, honestly, gee, but you're swell. And now, be with us again next week, won't you? Good. Until then, this is Roger Pryor saying, good night, everybody.
This is John Conte saying thank you and good night for your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer.
We are grateful to MGM for Ann Sothern, Judy Garland, and Mickey Rooney, and for Roger Eden's arrangement of Judy Garland's song. Miss Garland will start her new radio series for Pepsodent next Tuesday over another network. God's Country and Good Morning were from the motion picture Babes in Arms. This broadcast originated in the Earl Carroll Theater, Columbia Square, Hollywood, California. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
International Silver Company presents the Silver Theater, starring Preston Foster and Ann Sothern in And the Farmer's Son. Brought to you this week in behalf of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is the director of Silver Theater, Preston Foster.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really excited about this Sunday's play in Silver Theater for two reasons. First, because our guest is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Ann Sothern. And secondly, it gives me the opportunity of playing a swell part opposite her. The play which Ann and I will do is And the Farmer's Son by Bill Hampton, in which Ann plays Madge and I play Tom Martin. Now, here's where Henry Charles takes over.
Now the house lights dim and the Silver Theater curtain rises on the first act of And the Farmer's Son, starring Ann Sothern as Madge and Preston Foster as Tom Martin, Jr. When Madge Hilton gave up her secretarial job to become a traveling saleswoman for the Suburban Products Company, it made her fiancé, Wallace Kane, very unhappy. For weeks, Wallace bombarded Madge with wires and letters urging her to give up her traveling job, but with no luck. On the night our story begins, Wallace has arrived in Granville, Missouri, hoping to persuade Madge to return to Chicago with him. They're in the lobby of the small-town hotel.
Really, Madge, I can't understand your attitude. Why should you want to travel around the country associating with traveling salesmen?
Well, maybe I like their stories.
What?
Anyway, what's wrong with traveling salesmen?
Well, I'll explain that to you when we're married.
You mean there's more to the story than just bees and flowers?
Yes, now, you see? You've only been traveling 6 weeks and you're already becoming vulgar.
Who's becoming vulgar?
Well, now, Madge, don't get angry. I didn't actually mean that you were becoming vulgar.
That's what you said?
Well, I meant that... Well, this isn't the sort of life for a girl who's going to become Mrs. Wallace Kane.
Then maybe you'd better find some other girl to become Mrs. Wallace Kane. Some girl who's good enough for you.
Oh, you're good enough for me.
Well, thanks. With this manpower shortage, it's nice to have a reference.
That's fine. Now you're being sarcastic. Oh, don't you realize that I'm only thinking of you, Madge? I'm trying to protect you.
Protect me from what?
Why, these traveling salesmen.
Oh, Wallace, who do you think I am, the farmer's daughter? Now, look, Wallace, I'm a big girl
yes,
now.
And just like every other big girl, you think you're perfectly capable of handling any situation which may arise. Huh. You need a man to protect you.
And you're the man, of course.
Well, of course.
Uh-huh. Tell me, Wallace, why is it that every man in the world is willing to protect a girl against every man in the world except himself?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, I didn't think you would.
What?
Oh, forget it. Let's talk about something else and give our tempers a rest.
I'm sorry, Madge, but I cannot permit you to change the subject until you have agreed to give up your job and return to Chicago with me.
You can't permit me to change the subject. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Kane. Where did you get the idea that you can talk to me like that?
Well, after all, I'm the man you're going to marry.
Maybe you're not.
Well, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. Maybe you're not the man I'm going to marry.
I knew it. I knew that while you were gallivanting around the countryside that some slick traveling man would put ideas into your head.
Believe it or not, this is my own idea. Good night, Wallace. I'm going to my room.
Well, you won't get any sleep. I'll stand outside your door and I'll yell at you until you agree to return to Chicago.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I certainly do.
Then in that case, I think I'll check out of the hotel and drive on to the next town.
A storm of cloudburst proportions is now raging around Granville. Weather Bureau has just issued a warning to all valley dwellers to take necessary safety precautions against flash floods.
Oh, great.
Turning to less ominous news. Mr. and Mrs. James B. Lucas are proudly announcing the birth of a bouncing bull calf.
Probably their first.
Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy. Sons and daughters of Follow Me will hold a regular Monday meeting next Thursday in the Odd Fellows Hall. Mrs. Branch Clammer will sing.
That ought to be quite a clam bake.
You can count on that, ma'am. There will also be entertainment. What is it, Joe? Huh? Oh, say, folks, here's some real news. Joe Cohen just walked in with a bulletin right off the party line. An escaped convict is roaming around about 8 miles west of Granville, near the Tom Martin farm. This man is armed and dangerous. If you see a suspicious character roaming in that vicinity, report immediately.
Doesn't sound as though it's going to start.
Oh!
Did I frighten you?
Well, what do you think?
I think I did. I'm sorry.
Oh, it wasn't your fault. I've been getting quite a build-up on the car radio, cloudbursts and escaped convicts. Do you have any other forms of amusement around here?
Well, we go fishing in the summer.
What do you do in the winter?
Swap lies about the fish that got away in the summer. I don't think it's going to start. Look, why don't you lock your car and come with me? We'll phone the garage in Granville and ask them to send their coal car out to get you.
Well, where'll we find a phone?
Well, my folks' place is right over the hill. Well?
Well, lead me to that phone.
Just a second, I turn on the light.
I thought your family lived here.
Well, they do.
Well, where are they?
They probably drove into Granville to see the show.
Oh!
Now what?
Your clothes! You're the escaped convict I heard about on the radio.
Oh, I hate to disappoint you, but I'm the guy who reported the escaped convict.
You're not the convict?
Look, my name is Tom Martin, Jr.
Oh.
My father is Tom Martin, Sr.
Yes.
And this is the Tom Martin farm.
Oh. Oh. Then you must be Tom.
Yeah. Now, your friend, the convict, happened to sneak up on me, put a gun in my ribs, and offered to change clothes with me.
Oh. Well, perhaps I'd better introduce myself, Mr. Martin. I'm Madge Hilton.
Well, Madge, now that I can see you, this is an even greater pleasure than I expected.
Well, you didn't pick up that line around here.
Who said I did?
Then you are the convict.
No, I told you who I am. I didn't say that I lived here. I said my folks did. I've been working in Kansas City for the last couple of years. I just came home on my pre-induction furlough.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Because you kept interrupting. You talk as much as a traveling salesman.
Well, as a matter of fact, I am a traveling saleswoman.
You're a what?
A traveling saleswoman.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's so funny about my being a traveling saleswoman?
Nothing, not a thing, only...
Only what?
I'm the farmer's son.
Where's the phone?
Right over there on the wall. Now turn the crank. Tell the operator you want Jim Black's garage.
What number did you want, please?
Jim Black's garage, please.
Sorry, Mrs. Martin. Jim closed up the garage. You went to the show.
Oh, darn.
Say, you're not Mrs. Martin.
Well, who said I was? Will you please get me Mr. Wallace Kane at the Granville Arms Hotel?
I ought not to. You've been so uppity.
You want me to report you?
Keep your shot on, lady. I'm getting as fast as I can. Hello?
Wallace?
Oh.
This is Madge.
Well, so you came to your senses, did you?
I guess so.
Good. You'll find that I know how to be a generous winner, Madge.
Wallace?
Yes, dear.
I need some help.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. You know I'd do anything for you, Madge. What do you want?
A tow car.
What?
A tow car. My car slid off the road and it won't start. I'm stuck about 10 miles out of town.
12 miles.
12 miles.
Where are you phoning from?
The Tom Martin farm.
Oh, dear. Oh, well, it's an awful night, Madge. Look, why don't you just ask the people at the farmhouse to put you up for the night, and then I'll come out in the morning with the tow car.
In the morning?
Yes, certainly. Well, farmers are perfectly respectable people. You'll be safe enough. Let me speak to the farmer's wife.
He isn't here.
Huh? Oh, well, let me speak to the farmer.
Well, he isn't here either. There's no one here but the farmer's son.
Oh, well, let me speak to him then.
All right. He wants to speak to you. Go ahead, Wallace.
Hello there, son. I'm Mr. Kane. Miss Hilton, the young lady who was talking with me, would like to spend the night at your farm. Do you think that would be all right with your mother and father, son?
I don't know how Ma and Pa will feel about it, mister, but I think it's a great idea.
Oh, that's fine. That's what I call real farm hospitality, son. Oh, and I'm going to enjoy meeting you in the morning.
Then you're a bigger dope than I thought you were.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
Just the farmer's little boy.
How old are you?
Well, I don't read Dick Tracy.
Let me speak with Miss Hilton.
Sure. Wants to talk to you again.
Yes, Wallace?
Madge, leave that house immediately. Madge, leave it. Go back to your car and wait for me. I'll get a tow car and come right out.
You changed your mind about my staying overnight?
I certainly have. When I get out there, I'm going to beat that big yokel up within an inch of his life.
Well, he's considerably larger than you are, Wallace.
Naturally, my stooping to fisticuffs wouldn't be dignified.
No, it'd be practically suicide.
I think I know what you mean. Well, I can be big enough to forget the incident. Now, you go back to your car, and I'll be right out.
Yes, Wallace. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I don't think Wallace likes me.
You're practically psychic.
What'd he say?
He's coming out with a tow car and wants me to walk back to the car and wait for him.
Well, that seems a little silly, doesn't it?
Well, yes and no.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
Should I be?
Well, yes and no. Must be Wallace again. You might as well answer it.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello, Madge. Oh, Madge, I have some terrible news for you.
What now?
The bridge between Granville and the Martin farm has been washed away. You'll have to spend the night in your car.
No.
Lock yourself in the car and you'll have nothing to worry about. Now, I'll be out with the tow car just as soon as they get the bridge repaired. Well, good night, dear.
Good night.
What's on Wallace's alleged mind now?
The bridge between here and Granville was washed out. He can't get here.
Then you'll have to spend the night here.
I don't think Wallace would approve.
No, I guess he wouldn't.
What was that?
Front door. Mother and Dad must have gotten through before the bridge went out. Oh, Mom, Dad.
Okay, buddy, put him up.
Uh-oh.
Who are you?
Ask him. Introduce me, bub.
This is the gentleman who traded clothes with me.
The convict?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't get excited, lady. I ain't going to hate nobody.
What do you want now?
Just a place to sleep.
Well, stretch out anywhere.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you, bub? Then all you'd have to do is sneak up on me and knock me off.
That's an idea.
Look, you got any closets, bub?
Yeah?
Well, then let's stop all this dilly-dallying, and you and the dame are going to spend the night in one. One that I can lock.
You're going to lock us in a closet to spend the night?
Come on, now, get along with you, get along.
Oh, but you don't understand. You can't make Mr. Martin and myself spend the night locked up in a closet.
Why not?
Oh, we're not married.
Oh, you're just good friends, huh?
Well, we're not even good friends. We're just acquaintances.
Well, you ought to be good friends by morning.
It will give us a chance to get acquainted, Madge. This is the closet.
Open the door so I can see. Oh, okay. Go on in, lady.
I won't.
Now, look, lady, I told you I didn't want to hurt nobody. But when it comes to inconveniencing you or risking my neck, you ain't got a chance. Get in there.
He means it, Madge.
You know I mean it.
Well, you're going to have to explain this to Wallace.
Oh, that'll be a pleasure.
Good night, kiddies. Hey, what's so funny?
I'm just wondering if I'll hate myself in the morning.
It's several hours since the escaped convicts surprised Madge and Tom, and they are still locked in their closet prison.
Penny for your thoughts, Madge.
They're not worth it.
You must be thinking of Wallace.
I was.
What's he like?
Oh, a successful self-made businessman. Very conservative.
Yeah, I gathered that.
Oh, he's not as bad as he sounded last night. He just wants me to give up my job and go back to Chicago with him.
You think he'll approve of our having spent the night together in a closet, even though we were prisoners?
He's very jealous.
Well, I can't say I blame him. If I had a girl like you, I'd be jealous, too.
You mean you don't have a girl?
Uh-uh.
Why? Are you a woman hater?
Why should I be a woman hater? I'm not married.
Is that sunlight I can see under the door?
Yeah, and I'm getting hungry. How about you?
Oh, I could certainly use a cup of coffee.
Good. Now, let's see how the service is in this jail. Hey, whatever your name is, how about some breakfast? Breakfast!
Coffee!
We want breakfast. We want breakfast. Yeah, looks like our jailer flew the coop.
And left us locked in here to starve to death?
Oh, don't worry about that. This door has a weak lock.
I hope you're right.
I know I'm right. I installed it. There, you see?
You could have gotten us out of there any time you wanted.
Sure. And the guy with the gun would have put us right back in. Maybe as corpses.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
You don't think of a lot of things.
Well, I could say the same for you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Don't you ever even hold a girl's hand?
Why should I? I'm not afraid of them.
Well, you'll never make me believe that.
Look, I don't fool around another man's girl.
Who said I was another man's girl?
Well, who mentioned you? While you think your way out of that one, if you'll excuse me, I'll phone the sheriff. On second thought, I won't phone the sheriff.
Why, what's wrong?
Well, our convict playmate thoughtfully ripped all the wires out of the phone.
Oh. Well, let's get breakfast and walk into town. You'll have to show me where your mother keeps things.
You mean you can cook?
Well, don't tell me you thought I was the helpless type.
Well, no, but a traveling saleswoman, it doesn't sound exactly domesticated.
Well, why did you think Wallace wanted to marry me?
Are you kidding?
It was because of my omelet.
That's the only reason Wallace wanted to marry you?
Well, that's the one he mentioned most. Don't you think we'd better get started? We wasted an awful lot of time.
We certainly have. Hey, where are you going?
To get your breakfast?
Oh, that.
Have some more coffee, Tom?
Thanks. I hate Wallace even without seeing him.
Well, at least you don't have to hate yourself this morning.
Well, I was always the paper doll type until now.
You think you'd like to switch to a fickle-minded, real live girl?
Well, a good saleswoman could probably talk me into it. You know, paper shortage and everything.
She probably could, if she thought you were a prospect worth bothering about. Of course, I can't imagine a good saleswoman taking the time to canvass the territory and find out. What?
Listen, sounds like our friend has returned. We better get back in the closet.
Why?
We might resent it if he caught us out here. And I'd hate to have you lose me now that you just found me. Come on.
Well, how do you think you're going to explain the lock and the dishes on the table?
We'll worry about that when we get up to it.
We'll start worrying because I think we're just about up to it.
Mad! Marty! Oh, Mad!
Do you hear what I hear?
Yes.
What? Shall we go out?
No.
Why not?
Well, how could I explain our being in here so Walt would understand?
Woo! Oh, Mad! Well! What are you two doing in that closet?
Believe it or not, somebody said there was butter in there.
But there wasn't.
Don't you try to get around me with flippancy, Madge.
Oh, now, Wally.
Madge, how many times must I tell you not to call me Wally? My name is Wallace, and stop distracting me. You surely realize that your conduct is absolutely disgraceful. You, an engaged woman, indulging in... Oh, well, I hate to think of what you might
Then
have...
suppose you don't think about it.
Now, you keep out of this, you closet hider, you. If you were half a man, I'd beat you.
Well, why don't you try it?
He won't. The offer's only good for half a man.
Why, Madge, has he turned you against me?
Well, from what I could hear, it wouldn't take much turning.
Well, who are you?
Ask them. Hi, kids.
Hello.
Who is this person, Madge?
He's an escaped convict.
Oh. Oh! Well, so where's the phone? I'll report him immediately.
Stay where you are.
I certainly will not.
Now, look, Bob. I'd hate to have to knock you off, but I will if you don't follow orders. You wouldn't like to hear this pop gun go off while it was pointed at you, would you?
Why, no.
Well, then step back there and keep your mouth shut. Is there another closet in this house?
Small one, right by the front door.
Oh, good. I'll put them in there. And then you kids can go back to your room.
What? You're going to put them in that closet together?
Why not? They spent the night there.
They spent the night there?
Well, sure. Why should they be lonesome just because I drop in?
I've never heard of anything so outrageous.
Look, I'm tired of jawing with you, and I'll get moving so I can lock you in your closet.
But you can't do that. You can't lock me in a closet by myself and lock the girl I love in another closet with another man.
Why not? She ain't in love with you. She's in love with him.
She's in love with it.
Come on, get moving. Oh, lady, you sure can cook.
Well, thank you, Skippy.
You know, I hate to keep dropping in on you kids this way, but I can't get away from here. There ain't no traffic on the road.
So that's why you came back to the house?
Well, partly because I needed a hideout, partly because I was hungry, and partly because I forgot to unlock your closet door. I don't want you kids to get hurt.
You know, you aren't bad at all, Skippy.
Hey.
What's the matter?
Look out the window, the sheriff. It looks as though they've caught you, Skippy.
No, not yet, they ain't. Now, look, you're going to that door and tell Johnny Law that I ain't here, see?
You're wrong about that, Skip.
No, I ain't. I told you I don't want to hurt you. But I don't want to be picked up either.
I'll take a chance on getting hurt.
I know that, but will you take a chance on a dame getting hurt?
You wouldn't do anything to her.
I wouldn't, huh? I'd do anything, go back and stir. Now, you get to that door quick and tell that sheriff you ain't seen me or we're all going to be sorry. Well?
Okay. I'm coming. Hello, Sheriff.
Hello, Tom.
What can I do for you?
There's an escaped convict loose around here, Tom. You seen any strangers?
Can't say that I have.
Thanks. If you do see one, holler.
I will, Sheriff.
So long.
So long, Sheriff.
Sheriff! Oh, Sheriff! The convict is right here in this house. Help! Help! Help!
Madge, are you hurt?
No.
But that shot, what happened?
I just knocked the sheriff's hat off.
Gilman! What do you want? I'm calling on you to surrender. Well, you really have to come calling on me before I do that. The house is surrounded. You haven't got a chance. I know it. Then surrender. What do you think I am, a quitter? Stop yelling, you big baby. I didn't hit you.
Skippy.
Yeah?
Listen to me.
Save your breath, lady. Save it. I ain't giving up.
But you must, Skippy. If you don't give up, you'll never leave this house alive.
I'll be better off dead than back in the big house.
You might be, but others wouldn't be. This is holiday time, Skippy. If anything were to happen to you now, holidays would never be holidays again for those who love you.
Huh?
And from now on, all through the years, your loved ones will suffer.
Loved ones?
Yes. Think of your mother, Skippy. Think of that gray-haired old lady mourning her son. Yes. Think of your wife, faithful, gentle woman. Think of your children, Skippy. Think, Skippy. Think.
Stop it. You're breaking me heart. Here, take the gun.
No, that's sensible, Skippy.
Well, I think of all of them people. My poor old mother, my faithful wife, my little kids. Hey, wait a minute. I've been robbed. Give me back that gun.
Oh, no.
What's the matter, Skippy?
This is what I get for costing a dame.
But, Skippy, your mother, your wife, your family, they're all going to be so happy and...
Happy? Why, you fast-talking. I was an orphan from birth. And I never got stupid enough to marry. And you sold me that bill of goods. Hey, sir! What are you doing? Come in here and get me before I commit another murder.
What did Wallace say when you told him we were going to be married, Madge?
Oh, he wished us all the luck in the world, but I don't think he meant it.
Are you sure you really want to give up your job and join the wax, Madge?
Well, as long as you're going to be in the Army, I might as well be, too.
Well, if we ever have any kids, we certainly should have plenty of Army stories to tell them.
Uh-huh. And when we run out of those, we can always tell about the traveling saleswoman and the farmer's son.
Well, Anne, you were certainly swell. You'd get my vote for the girl I'd most like to be locked in the closet with any time.
Well, thank you, Fred. You did a rather neat bit of trotting the boys yourself this evening.
Oh, thank you for them kind words, Annie. Say, I know this question is rather personal, but, Anne, on the level, can you really cook?
Why, Press, I'm such a good cook that my shortening bread is practically cake. How about you?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm much better with a knife and fork than I am with a pot and pan. You cook it, I'll eat it.
There's a man for you all the time. Well, I'd better be going. But first I want to wish all our friends listening in a very happy New Year. And you too, Fred. Goodbye.
All names and designations of persons and organizations used in the dramatic portions of this broadcast are fictional. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Theater, the one place where you meet all your favorite stars. William Powell, Myrna Loy, Edward G. Robinson, Don Amici, Spencer Tracy are some of the stars who will appear here within the next few weeks. And tonight, the Gulf Theater presents Melvin Douglas, Ann Sothern, Robert Young, and, of course, Oscar Bradley and the Gulf Orchestra. And now, your host, the director of the Gulf Theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. This is sort of old home week for the Pryors, what with my wife, Ann Sothern, on the show. Melvin Douglas, Bob Young, Ann and I have been doing most of our rehearsing in front of the fireplace in our house in Beverly Hills. We really had a swell time.
Say, Raj, I know you wouldn't mention this yourself, but I think our listeners should know that the rehearsals were held at your house instead of here at the Gulf Theater because, well, Ann said goodbye to her appendix just 3 weeks ago, and she couldn't go outdoors until today. Yet she insisted on doing her share and going through with tonight's play, her second appearance in the Gulf Theater this season.
Well, thank you, John. It does make me mighty proud of her, but that's typical of the spirit that has made the Gulf Theater. The stars appear here because they really want to. You see, the money that Gulf would ordinarily give to the stars and the writers is given instead to help meet the needs of the Motion Picture Relief Fund and to build a home for the less fortunate members of the picture industry. But to get back to tonight's story, it's Helen Minardi's rollicking comedy, I Met Him in Paris. On with the play. New York, November 1938. The French liner Normandy is about to sail. And in a stateroom on B deck, Kay Denham, sparkle-eyed, custom-built, blonde, and lovely, is saying goodbye to a worried young man named Bert Sutter.
Before they start the gangplank.
Kay, please. Do you have to go to Paris?
Yes, I've worked and waited for 5 years to take the ship, and nothing's going to stop me now.
Well, I've been going to ask you to... I'm very fond of you, Kay, and I thought you and I...
Bert, I like you very much, but I don't want to marry you.
Kay.
Well, at least not now.
But Paris is full of Frenchmen.
You mean you don't trust me?
Well, I hope I can, Kay.
Well, you'd better not. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if I disgraced myself.
Oh, really, Kay?
Oh, that's the last call. Goodbye, Bert. Hurry.
Oh, goodbye, Kay. Well, you cable me every week.
Yes, I'll even send you a postcard. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, and Paris, here I come.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle. Voulez-vous commander?
Now, wait a minute. I came in your restaurant because the sign in the window says we speak English. Now, produce.
Ah, oui, mademoiselle. You have the ask to wish for me your pleasure?
I have the ask to, what?
I am speaking with American. Okay, dokie.
Okie dokie. One martini, please.
A chicken?
Say, where did you learn English?
Japanese houseboy from America. In the 25-franc place.
Oh, that's cheap. Considering what he's done for you.
Okay, dokie.
Okie dokie.
Pardon, mademoiselle is American, alone, and very beautiful. She will need a guide.
Please go away.
Pardon me, may I rid your house of termites?
Oh, thanks. It would be a pleasure.
Go wax your mustache, Casanova. I hope he was annoying you. I'd feel awfully silly if he turned out to be your uncle.
So would I. I've never seen him before.
My name's Gene Anders. I write novels. May I sit down?
My name's Kay Denham. I'm on a holiday, and you're already sitting.
Oh, so I am. well, been in Paris long?
No, I just arrived.
Oh, dear.
Hello, Gene.
Don't look now, but there's a man behind you with a cough.
May I sit down, too?
Miss Denham, may I have the doubtful pleasure of presenting George Potter, the so-called playwright? We're traveling together.
How do you do, Miss Denham?
How do you do?
What were you going to say when George interrupted us?
Well, just that I've always wanted to come to Paris, and now that I'm here, I don't know what to do.
Well, how fortunate you should meet me.
Yes, and how fortunate you are not to have met him alone.
Miss Denham, how about dinner tomorrow night? And afterwards, I'll show you Paris.
That's pretty fast work, but thanks, I'd like it.
That's great.
What time shall we call for you, Miss Denham?
Now, wait a minute, George. I'm sure you know the old saying, two's a company, three's a crowd.
Yes, I'm sure Miss Denham knows the old saying, there's safety in numbers. We'll call for you at 7, Miss Denham. Well, it's 7 o'clock, Gene. We'll wait till 1 minute after and then announce ourselves.
Yes, we don't want to appear too anxious.
You do look a little feverish.
Why, my motives toward Miss Denham are none but the highest.
A cheap speech, poorly read.
What about your middle-aged motives?
I'm only 36. I resent that.
Oh, goody-goody. Just like the characters in your cheesy plays, you throw back your head and resent things.
Yeah, forget my plays. I've forgotten your novels.
Another crack like that, and
It's 7-1.
Now, will you wait here by the elevator while I call her room and tell her we're here?
Okay. Tell her the lobby's drafty. Maybe she'll ask us up.
Clerk, what is Miss Denham's room number, please?
417, Miss.
417, thanks. 417, please.
Hello?
Hey, this is Gene. I'm in the lobby.
Oh, wait for me. I'll be right down.
Good.
What'd you say, Gene?
Oh, she says to come right out.
Oh, swell. Here's an elevator waiting.
Well, you go ahead, George. I have to get some cigarettes.
Okay. Well, what's our room number?
617.
Going up, monsieur.
617, Junior.
Oui, monsieur.
Hello, Kay.
Hello, Jean.
Oh, you look lovely.
Thank you.
Well, let's go places.
Where's George? Wasn't he coming with us?
No, George had to wait for a phone call from New York. Come on, Kay, I know a little cafe that has the best food and the smoothest music in Paris. Must be the coffee in this cafe that made me tell my life story, Kay.
What happened next?
You're the climax, Kay. I love you.
What did you say?
I said I love you. Don't you believe me?
No. You said as though you were telling me my petticoat shows.
Okay. Come away with me.
Where?
Switzerland.
How can I?
Oh, when two people really love each other and go away together, doing what they like, that's living, darling.
Gene, I'd really like to go.
Oh.
Pardon me?
Well, look who's here.
Am I intruding?
You certainly are.
So you finally got your phone call, George.
My phone call? I haven't been in a phone booth in months.
But Dean told me that...
Oh, but did you have much trouble finding us, George? I completely forgot to tell you where we'd be.
What a convenient loss of memory. Shall we dance, Kay?
Dance? Why, surely.
Dance? I didn't know you danced, George.
Oh, I have silver cups at home. You'll excuse us, won't you?
George, you dance beautiful. Oh, ouch.
Oh, I'm sorry. My dancing's a little rusty. I won those silver cups I mentioned playing tennis.
I believe you. George, I want to tell you something because I feel I can trust you.
Uh-oh. That's one of my weaknesses. I'll probably develop into an old friend of the family.
Dean just asked me to go to Switzerland with him.
Are you going?
No.
Good. I wouldn't let you go with him anyway.
Why not?
Because I like you both too well.
Oh. I suppose you think it would be impossible for two people to go away together and have a perfectly innocent good time?
Well, frankly, in this case, I know it's impossible.
I think you're a little too wise for your own good.
Well, frankly, I know that, too.
I've changed my mind. I am going to Switzerland with Dean.
Huh?
And with you.
With me?
Yes. I'm going to Switzerland with Dean and prove how little you know about women.
You don't have to go to Switzerland to prove that.
Well, the music stopped. Do I have to come out on the floor and lead you back to the table?
Well, hello, Gene. I hoped you'd gone home.
Oh, Dean, I was just telling George how much fun we're going to have in Switzerland.
You mean you'll come with me? Oh, that's wonderful, Kay.
Yes, I'm beginning to be enthused about it, too.
What do you mean, you're enthused?
I've invited George to come with us, Dean.
Yes. Aren't you glad?
I'm weak from ecstasy.
Mr. Enders, Mr. Potter, a toast.
A toast?
Here's to the first train to Switzerland. Come in. Oh, hello, Dean.
Hello, Kay. I thought I'd just drop in and, well, see how you liked your compartment.
Uh-huh. That's nice, Dean.
This train gets into St. Albans at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
10:30. Ah, that's a nice time. How's George?
He's fine, darn it.
You know, some people believe that it's impossible for a man and woman to go on a trip just for the pure fun of a vacation.
Oh, of course. Some people just can't understand those things.
No, some people ought to have his nose yanked through a keyhole.
Kay, I want you to know when I told you I loved you, I meant it.
That was before you knew me so well. Now we're really interested in each other mentally, no matter what some old buzzard might think.
That's right. Two people can have a kind of a platonic love for each other, can't they?
Oh, well, I don't see why not.
Well, that's the way I feel about you, Kay. I just... Oh, Kay.
Oh, Gene. Gene, darling.
I love you. What's that?
Without looking, that's George.
If we keep quiet, he may go away.
We can't do that.
Well, I know, but if we...
Who is it?
George, the demon chaperone.
Come in.
Well, George, what do you want?
Nothing.
I've just been telling Kay about, how we get into St. Albans at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, Dean was just telling me when you came in that we'd get into St. Albans at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Must have been a fascinating conversation. What's that on your mouth, Gene?
What?
Oh, lip rouge. Dear, I was wondering why you look so pretty. Hey, Gene, I want to talk to you about something. if you know what I mean.
Oh, we'll have plenty of time to talk later.
Well, it sounds like a mystery. What is it?
Nothing at all.
But I want to know.
Well, you know how meticulous George is. I probably forgot the hotel reservation. Isn't that it, George?
No, dear, that isn't it. Guess again. Or would you rather we discussed it in front of Kay?
Oh, no, I'm coming right with you, George.
Say good night to the lady, Junior. Tell her you've had a lovely time and that you'll be a much nicer boy next time. Listen, I don't like the setup, Gene. I'm going to do something about it.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll pardon my old-fashioned sense of duty, but who's going to tell Kay that you're married?
Oh, George, you can't do that.
You want to bet?
Oh, but you...
Listen, you're out for no good. To make it worse, I wouldn't be surprised if Kay likes you more than she should.
Oh, George, don't you understand? I'm in love with the girl.
I suppose that automatically cancels your present marriage to Helen.
Oh, George, can't you appreciate what it means to be married to a woman who doesn't love you and won't let you go? My life has been wrecked, but now, through Kay, I'm finding happiness again.
Right out of one of your novels, isn't it?
Oh, go on, be a heel. Tell her I'm married. Then you can start your own little campaign.
I ought to knock your teeth out for that. But I won't because I like you.
George, if you'll only let me tell her later. The right time, in the right place. I promise you won't regret it.
Banana oil. But I'll give you a break, cutie pie. I'll wait till we get to St. Albans and see what happens.
Before the curtain rises on Act 2 of tonight's play here in the Gulf Theater, we have a word for you about the stars. Johnny?
Righto, Raj. You know, folks, the truly great stars all have one thing in common. Your real star performer in the movies, on the radio, or anywhere else is the one who is determined to improve constantly in every possible way. And the same thing, naturally, is true about a gasoline that is a star performer, like that good Gulf gasoline or Gulf no-NOx gasoline. Both these great motor fuels, each in its own field, give you performance that certainly is something to cheer about. All-round performance, too, not just on one point, but on every point. For instance, take anti-NOx quality. You'll be delighted with the way Gulf no-NOx gasoline ends motor NOx under all normal driving conditions. Power, mileage, smoothness, low carbon formation, all score high. Why? Well, an engineer might give you a technical explanation, but the natural human way to explain it is that the Gulf oil companies, as a matter of regular policy, strive to make all Gulf products better and better constantly. And that means that you get an even finer gasoline today than you got 6 months ago. Just as 6 months ago it was better than the year before. To take advantage of this policy of progress, just look ahead, like millions of other motorists, for the sign of the Gulf orange disc.
The curtain's about to rise on the second act of I Met Him in Paris, starring Ann Sothern, Melvin Douglas, and Robert Young. It's the next day in Switzerland, and two sides of our eternal triangle, George and Kay, are whipping along a snowy Swiss road in a horse-drawn cut.
Hold it, Dobbin.
You're a wonderful driver, George. Where'd you learn?
Oh, it's easy. It's just like rowing a boat. You just keep the horse's tail in line with the horizon.
You know, George, sometimes you're almost human. And then again, when you see me dance with Superior, I can hit you right over the head with a club.
Well, that Superior look is just plain, simple, old-fashioned jealousy.
Jealousy? Oh, I don't believe it.
Yes. I love you.
Oh, my. Should I say this is so sudden?
Oh, don't let it bother you. Because I've loved other women and nothing's ever happened. Perhaps sometime I'd get a woman if I weren't so placid. I might even get you. Gene loves you, but he'll never marry you. And I would.
Just what makes you think that Gene won't marry me?
Well, he... Oh, I know, that's all.
Has Gene told you?
No.
But you just know, that's all.
Yes.
I suppose I should be flattered that you told me you loved me, a man of your great knowledge and importance. This is the great moment that every woman waits for, that she lives for. You smug little wise guy.
Take it, Dobbin.
Good stage manager, Jean. Snow-covered hills, the balcony, music from the skating rink, the moon, the stars, everything.
And no George. You sure must have told him off this morning. He hasn't been around all night.
Oh, don't let's talk about George.
Do you mind if I talk about how much I love you?
No.
Will you believe it?
No, but I like it.
Come here a moment. There. I love you. Believe it or not, I love you.
Oh, Jean. I'd swear you meant that, but this is Switzerland and you talk too fast to mean anything. I'm going inside to my room.
I'll take you.
Well, but you mustn't stay here. Oh, dear
Darn
George.
Did somebody call for help?
So it's you, Georgie.
Yeah, Old Man River.
Thought you were going to mind your own business.
Well, I have a new business. Oh, dear, lipstick again. What flavor, Gene?
Good night, Kay.
Good night, Jean.
Good night, everybody.
And don't forget, Kay, you and I are having breakfast together, and then we're going skiing. Skiing.
Skiing? Oh, what fun.
Oh, I think we're doing it the hard way. Let's take off the skis and crawl up.
It's too bad George couldn't have come with us.
Is it? I don't ever want to be with anyone except you. Just you, Kay.
You know what that means, telling me that?
Yes?
Well?
Well, Kay, I love you, and I want to ask you to, if I were in any position. Well, I will ask you someday, but...
But why don't you say?
No.
You love me and you enjoy playing around, but you're not the marrying type.
Oh, well...
Well, you don't see me breaking into tears, do you? Why, you couldn't fool a schoolgirl. Goodbye.
Okay, wait. Wait, you're going down the wrong side of the mountain. Kay, wait!
Bartender, give me a hot toddy.
Oui, monsieur.
Have you seen my friend, Mr. Anders, lately?
Oh, no, monsieur. He has been skiing all day, as I have just told the American lady.
Oh, Miss Denham. She returned yet?
No. Not Miss Denham. The new American lady who's just arrived. Your drink, monsieur?
Oh, thanks. The new American lady.
Oh, George! How wonderful. I knew I'd find you in the bar.
Helen!
Why, what's the matter, George?
I think I swallowed my bridge work.
And, where are all the attractive women?
Oh, they're skiing, Helen. You know, Switzerland.
Yes. And I know my husband. I hope Jean doesn't hurt himself. Skis are so treacherous. Oh, George.
Hello, Kay.
I was never so glad to see anyone in my life. I'm tired and frozen. Order a hot toddy for me, George.
Yes, but in your room, Kay.
What?
Yeah, lying down in your room. It's the only way to drink a hot toddy. When you're tired, I mean.
I see you've been seeing, Miss... I beg your pardon. By all signs, this is the one, isn't it, George? I'm sorry, but I don't understand.
Hey, dear, why did you run away from me? I thought you were dead. I thought you'd skied into a tree.
Oh, Gene, I want you to meet a mutual friend of ours.
How do you do? Hey, why in the world you... Helen!
Darling. Yes, your wife. Remember me? Wife? Yes, Jean probably forgot to tell you. You know Jean.
This is the place where somebody ought to say, I explain.
Nobody has to explain. It's all very clear. Well, don't be embarrassed, darling. This happens every day. Oh, now, to me it doesn't. I'm taking the train to Paris, then back to America, and a man named Bert Sutter. I'm not seeing anyone. Hello?
Kay, this is George. I'm in the lobby. Won't you let me come up and talk to you?
Sorry, there's nothing to talk about, George. Oh, will you please stop yelling my...
Bert.
Bert? Oh, I'm so glad to hear your voice. I'm sailing for home tomorrow on the Ile-de-France. Can you meet the boat?
But, Kay, I'm in France, in Paris. I'm downstairs.
Downstairs?
Yeah, I kept talking to you and you didn't answer. I was worried sick. And now that I've come all the way over here, I find you've been off on a trip with two other men. Really, Kay?
How did you find
have been most, peculiar. If Mother ever hears that.
I'll give you your explanation, all right, but you have to wait your turn just like everybody else. Send up Jean Anders.
Okay, this is the first time I've been able to say what I've wanted to all along. Will you marry me?
What about your wife?
Well, she's getting a divorce. She's going to marry an Indian.
An Indian?
Yeah, but not the kind you think. One of those different Indians with all the money and no blanket.
Oh. So you don't love your wife anymore. You love me. Is that right?
Okay, if you had any idea how much I love you.
Don't worry, I know. You must love me every bit as much as you loved your wife before.
Huh?
And you'll be even more worked up over the woman that follows me and the one that comes after her. Well,
okay,
I'm sorry, Jean. You're good-looking and charming, but you're as irresponsible as a 2-month-old puppy.
Oh, now, Kay,
Goodbye now. Will you please send George up?
George? Oh, listen, Kay, you're making a big mistake. George isn't the man.
Are you going to send him up?
Oh, whatever you say.
Okay, I want you to marry me.
I thought that might be it. Anyway, you're true to type, George. And you won't be particularly upset, will you, when I tell you no?
No, I can't be, because that's what I was expecting.
It's a shame, too. I've thought several times that you'd be the ideal man. If only you'd throw away that awful, calm superiority. But there's nothing in your eyes to tell me whether we could be happy forever or for a week. I wish things were different. Anyway, thanks for everything. And goodbye.
I suppose I should enter a plea for myself, but apparently your mind's already made up.
You're the complete master of every situation, aren't you?
No, unfortunately, I'm not. Well, I'll send Bert up.
You're willing to marry me, Bert, no matter what has happened in Switzerland.
Yes, I am, Kay.
You trust me, don't you, Bert?
That's right, I do.
And so, trusting me, you start checking up on me when I don't answer a cable.
Naturally.
You come all the way to Paris to see if it's true what they say about Bixby. And trusting me even more, you say you're willing to marry me no matter what has happened in Paris or Switzerland.
Perfectly willing.
Get out of here, you stuffy little windbag. Get out of here before I crown you.
Why, Kay, this doesn't sound like the girl I know.
Get out!
But this isn't fair. What am I going to tell Mother?
Tell her I slammed the door in your face. All the suspicious hypocritical. Didn't I tell you? Oh, George. It's you.
Yeah, pardon the intrusion, but I decided to enter my plea after all, and you better sit down because I'm scared and nervous and I'm liable to talk my head off.
Well, if it isn't a human being at last, what is it you wanted to say, George?
Listen, Kay, you'd be absolutely crazy to marry me. I'm certainly no prize. I'm as stuffy and conventional as Bert Sutter and as jealous and thoroughly unreliable as Jean. Your life with me would be a nightmare in Technicolor, but, Kay, will you marry me and let me ruin your life?
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you and say yes, George.
Kay.
Oh, I know I'm making a mistake, but you just swept me right off my feet. I have an idea we'll be the most miserable, unhappy, most tragic married couple in the whole world.
Okay, you don't really believe that.
Yes, of course I do.
You know, sometimes I wish I were crazy, too.
Say, Mel, incidentally, what are you fidgeting for? You nervous about something?
No, Raj, no, it's my feet. They got wet on the way to the theater this afternoon. You know, in some of the streets in California, the California dew is knee-deep.
What's a little moisture, Mel? Just think of the rest of the country with all that cold weather.
Oh, but I like cold weather. Liked it ever since I was a kid. Why, I can remember going for a drive behind old Dobbin with my grandfather. He put in a big, heavy lap robe for us and a horse blanket for old Dobbin.
Well, Mel, times have certainly changed, haven't they? Nowadays, we don't have to worry about Dobbin, but we do have to think of our automobile, especially when the thermometer drops way down below normal. Up north, you folks will want to ask yourselves if some of your antifreeze hasn't evaporated. And if it has, better replace it with Gulf Permanent Type Antifreeze, the kind that won't boil away. And then ask yourself if your car started easily and quickly the last time we had a cold morning. If it didn't, better ask your good Gulf dealer to put in easy-starting, free-flowing, winter-grade Gulf Pride motor oil. And finally, how about Gulf Flex lubrication service with the new Gulf Flex lubricants? Your car will ride easier and steer easier, longer, if you have it Gulf Flex tomorrow. So better drive in, get that midwinter checkup at your neighborhood good Gulf dealer.
Good night, Bob. Good night, Melvin. Good night. And good night, Ann.
What do you mean, good night? You're coming home with me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But first, Ann, I want to remind everybody that in coming weeks, the Gulf Theater will star such favorites as Cary Grant, Rosalind Russell, Edward G. Robinson, and Spencer Tracy. Next week, William Powell and Myrna Loy fight it out with wisecracks at 20 paces here in the Gulf Theater. Bill, pursued by Myrna, runs away from love on the high seas to the music of Oscar Bradley and his Gulf Orchestra. So be sure not to miss it. Until then, this is Roger Pryor saying, good night, everybody, for your neighborhood good Gulf Theater.
Don't forget to be with us again next week at the same time when William Powell and Myrna Loy will fight it out. A special thanks to the distinguished Woodbury Playhouse for Charles Boyer's appearance on the Gulf Theater last week. And all three of tonight's stars appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Melvin Douglas can soon be seen in Columbia's Too Many Husbands, and Southern in MGM's Congo Maisie, and Robert Young in MGM's Northwest Passage. Broadcasting System. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Theater, the one place where you meet all your favorite stars. William Powell, Myrna Loy, Edward G. Robinson, Don Amici, Spencer Tracy are some of the stars who will appear here within the next few weeks. And tonight, the Gulf Theater presents Melvin Douglas, Ann Sothern, Robert Young, and of course, Oscar Bradley and the Gulf Orchestra. And now your host, the director of the Gulf Theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. This is sort of old home week for the Pryors, what with my wife, Ann Sothern, on the show. Melvin Douglas, Bob Young, Ann and I have been doing most of our rehearsing in front of the fireplace in our house in Beverly Hills. We really had a swell time.
Say, Raj, I know you wouldn't mention it yourself, but I think our listeners should know that the rehearsals were held at your house instead of here at the Gulf Theater because, well, Ann said goodbye to her appendix just 3 weeks ago, and she couldn't go outdoors until today. Yet she insisted on doing her share and going through with tonight's play, her second appearance in the Gulf Theater this season.
Well, thank you, John. It does make me mighty proud of her, but that's typical of the spirit that has made the Gulf Theater. The stars appear here because they really want to. You see, the money that Gulf would ordinarily give to the stars and the writers is given instead to help meet the needs of the Motion Picture Relief Fund and to build a home for the less fortunate members of the picture industry. But to get back to tonight's story, it's Helen Minardi's rollicking comedy, I Met Him in Paris. On with the play. New York, November 1938. The French liner Normandy is about to sail. And in a stateroom on B deck, Kay Denham, sparkle-eyed, custom-built, blonde and lovely, is saying goodbye to a worried young man named Bert Sutter.
Before they fill up the gangplank.
Kay, please. You have to go to Paris.
Yes, I've worked and waited for 5 years to take the ship, and nothing's going to stop me now.
Well, I've been going to ask you to... I'm very fond of you, Kay, and I thought you and I...
Bert, I like you very much, but I don't want to marry you.
Kay.
Well, at least not now.
But Paris is full of Frenchmen.
You mean you don't trust me?
Well, I hope I can, Kay.
Well, you'd better not. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if I disgraced myself.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's the last call. Goodbye, Bert. Hurry.
Oh, goodbye, Kay. You cable me every week.
Yes, I'll even send you a postcard. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, and Paris, here I come.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle. Voulez-vous commander?
Now, wait a minute. I came in your restaurant because the sign in the window says we speak English. Now, produce.
Ah, oui, mademoiselle. You are the asked to wish for me, your pleasure.
I have the ask to, what?
I am speaking with American. Okay, dokie.
Okie dokie. One martini, please.
A chicken?
Say, where did you learn English?
Japanese houseboy from America. In the 25-franc place.
Oh, that's cheap. Considering what he's done for you.
Okay, dokie.
Okie dokie.
Pardon, mademoiselle is American, alone, and very beautiful. She will need a guide.
Please go away.
Pardon me, may I rid your house of termites?
Oh, thanks. It would be a pleasure.
Go wax your mustache, Casanova. I hope he was annoying you. I'd feel awfully silly if he turned out to be your uncle.
So would I. I've never seen him before.
My name's Gene Anders. I write novels. May I sit down?
My name's Kay Denham. I'm on a holiday, and you're already sitting.
Oh, so I am. Well, been in Paris long?
No, I just arrived.
Oh, dear. Hello, Gene.
Don't look now, but there's a man behind you with a cough.
May I sit down, too?
Miss Denham, may I have the doubtful pleasure of presenting George Potter, the so-called playwright? We're traveling together.
How do you do, Miss Denham?
How do you do?
What were you going to say when George interrupted us?
Well, just that I've always wanted to come to Paris, and now that I'm here, I don't know what to do.
Well, how fortunate you should meet me.
Yes, and how fortunate you are not to have met him alone.
Miss Denham, how about dinner tomorrow night? And afterwards, I'll show you Paris.
That's pretty fast work, but thanks, I'd like it.
That's great.
What time shall we call for you, Miss Denham?
Now, wait a minute, George. I'm sure you know the old saying, two's a company, three's a crowd.
Yes, I'm sure Miss Denham knows the old saying, there's safety in numbers. We'll call for you at 7, Miss Denham. Well, it's 7 o'clock, Gene. We'll wait till 1 minute after and then announce ourselves.
Yes, we don't want to appear too anxious.
You do look a little feverish.
Why, my motives toward Miss Denham are none but the highest.
A cheap speech, poorly read.
What about your middle-aged motives?
I'm only 36. I resent that.
Oh, goody-goody. Just like the characters in your cheesy plays, you throw back your head and resent things.
Yeah, forget my plays. I've forgotten your novels.
Another crack like that, and
It's 7-1.
Yeah, well, you wait here by the elevator while I call her room and tell her we're here.
Okay. Tell her the lobby's drafty. Maybe she'll ask us up.
Clerk, what is Miss Denham's room number, please?
417.
417, thanks. 417, please.
Hello?
Hey, this is Gene. I'm in the lobby.
Oh, wait for me. I'll be right down.
Good.
What'd you say, Gene?
Oh, she says to come right out.
Oh, swell. Here's an elevator waiting.
Well, you go ahead, George. I have to get some cigarettes.
Okay. Well, what's our room number?
617.
Going up, monsieur. 617, Junior.
Oui, monsieur. Ah, Hello, Kay.
Hello, Gene.
Oh, you look lovely.
Thank you.
Well, let's go places.
Where's George? Wasn't he coming with us?
No, George had to wait for a phone call from New York. Come on, Kay, I know a little cafe that has the best food and the smoothest music in Paris. Must be the coffee in this cafe that made me tell my life story, Kay.
What happened next?
You're the climax, Kay. I love you.
What did you say?
I said I love you. Don't you believe me?
No. You said it as though you were telling me my petticoat shows.
Okay. Come away with me.
Where?
Switzerland.
How can I?
Oh, when two people really love each other and go away together, doing what they like, that's living, darling.
Gene, I'd really like to go.
Oh.
Pardon me?
Well, look who's here.
Am I intruding?
You certainly are.
So you finally got your phone call, George.
My phone call? I haven't been in a phone booth in months.
But Gene told me that...
Oh, but did you have much trouble finding us, George? I completely forgot to tell you where we'd be.
What a convenient loss of memory. Shall we dance, Kay?
Dance? Why, surely.
Dance? I didn't know you danced, George.
Oh, I have silver cups at home. You'll excuse us, won't you?
George, you dance beautiful. Oh, ouch.
Oh, I'm sorry. My dancing's a little rusty. I won those silver cups I mentioned playing tennis.
I believe you. George, I want to tell you something because I feel I can trust you.
Uh-oh. That's one of my weaknesses. I'll probably develop into an old friend of the family.
Dean just asked me to go to Switzerland with him.
Are you going?
No.
Good. I wouldn't let you go with him anyway.
Why not?
Because I like you both too well.
Oh. I suppose you think it would be impossible for two people to go away together and have a perfectly innocent good time.
Well, frankly, in this case, I know it's impossible.
I think you're a little too wise for your own good.
Well, frankly, I know that, too.
I've changed my mind. I am going to Switzerland with Jean.
Huh?
And with you.
With me?
Yes. I'm going to Switzerland with Jean and prove how little you know about women.
You don't have to go to Switzerland to prove that.
Well, the music stopped. Do I have to come out on the floor and lead you back to the table?
Well, hello, Jean. I hoped you'd gone home.
Oh, Jean, I was just telling George how much fun we're going to have in Switzerland.
You mean you'll come with me? Oh, that's wonderful, Kay.
Yes, I'm beginning to be enthused about it, too.
What do you mean, you're enthused?
I've invited George to come with us, Jean.
Yes. Aren't you glad?
I'm weak from ecstasy.
Mr. Andrews, Mr. Potter, a toast.
A toast?
Here's to the first train to Switzerland. Come in. Oh, hello, Jean.
Hello, Kay. I thought I'd just drop in and, well, see how you liked your compartment.
Uh-huh. That's nice, Jean.
This train gets into St. Albans at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
10:30. Ah, that's a nice time.
Yes.
How's George?
He's fine, darn it.
You know, some people believe that it's impossible for a man and woman to go on a trip just for the pure fun of a vacation.
Oh, of course. Some people just can't understand those things.
No, some people ought to have his nose yanked through a keyhole.
Kay, I want you to know when I told you I loved you, I meant it.
That was before you knew me so well. Now we're really interested in each other mentally, no matter what some old buzzard might think.
That's right. Two people can have a kind of a platonic love for each other, can't they?
Oh, well, I don't see why not.
Well, that's the way I feel about you, Kay. I just... Oh, Kay.
Oh, Jean. Jean, darling.
I love you. What's that?
Without looking, that's George.
If we keep quiet, he may go away.
We can't do that.
Well, I know, but if we...
Who is it?
George, the demon chaperone.
Come in.
Well, George, what do you want?
Nothing.
I've just been telling Kay about, how we get into St. Albans at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, Dean was just telling me when you came in that we'd get into St. Albans at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Must have been a fascinating conversation. What's that on your mouth, Gene?
What?
Oh, lip rouge. Dear, I was wondering why you look so pretty. Hey, Gene, I want to talk to you about something. if you know what I mean.
Oh, we'll have plenty of time to talk later.
Well, it sounds like a mystery. What is it?
Nothing at all.
Well, I want to know.
Well, you know how meticulous George is. I probably forgot the hotel reservations. Isn't that it, George?
No, dear, that isn't it. Guess again. Or would you rather we discussed it in front of Kay?
Oh, no, I'm coming right with you, George.
Say good night to the lady, Junior. Tell her you've had a lovely time and that you'll be a much nicer boy next time. Listen, I don't like the setup, Gene. I'm going to do something about it.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll pardon my old-fashioned sense of duty, but who's going to tell Kay that you're married?
Oh, George, you can't do that.
You want to bet?
Oh, but you...
Listen, you're out for no good. To make it worse, I wouldn't be surprised if Kay likes you more than she should.
Oh, George, don't you understand? I'm in love with the girl.
I suppose that automatically cancels your present marriage to Helen.
Oh, George, can't you appreciate what it means to be married to a woman who doesn't love you and won't let you go? My life has been wrecked, but now, through Kay, I'm finding happiness again.
Right out of one of your novels, isn't it?
Oh, go on, be a heel. Tell her I'm married. Then you can start your own little campaign.
I ought to knock your teeth out for that. But I won't because I like you.
George, if you'll only let me tell her later. The right time, in the right place. I promise you won't regret it.
Banana oil. But I'll give you a break, cutie pie. I'll wait till we get to St. Albans and see what happens.
Before the curtain rises on Act 2 of tonight's play here in the Gulf Theater, we have a word for you about the stars. Johnny?
Righto, Rod. You know, folks, the truly great stars all have one thing in common. Your real star performer in the movies, on the radio, or anywhere else is the one who is determined to improve constantly in every possible way. And the same thing, naturally, is true about a gasoline that is a star performer, like that good Gulf gasoline or Gulf no-knock gasoline. Both these great motor fuels, each in its own field, give you performance that certainly is something to cheer about. All-round performance, too, not just on one point, but on every point. For instance, take anti-knock quality. You'll be delighted with the way Gulf no-knock gasoline ends motor knocks under all normal driving conditions. Power, mileage, smoothness, low carbon formation, all score high. Why? Well, an engineer might give you a technical explanation, but the natural human way to explain it is that the Gulf oil companies, as a matter of regular policy, strive to make all Gulf products better and better constantly. And that means that you get an even finer gasoline today than you got 6 months ago. Just as 6 months ago it was better than the year before. To take advantage of this policy of progress, just look ahead, like millions of other motorists, for the sign of the Gulf orange disc.
The curtain's about to rise on the second act of I Met Him in Paris, starring Ann Sothern, Melvin Douglas, and Robert Young. It's the next day in Switzerland, and two sides of our eternal triangle, George and Kay, are whipping along a snowy Swiss road in a horse-drawn cut.
Hold it, Dobbin.
You're a wonderful driver, George. Where'd you learn?
Oh, it's easy. It's just like rowing a boat. You just keep the horse's tail in line with the horizon.
You know, George, sometimes you're almost human. And then again, when you see me dance with Superior, I can hit you right over the head with a club.
Well, that Superior look is just plain, simple, old-fashioned jealousy.
Jealousy? Oh, I don't believe it.
Yes. I love you.
Oh, my. Should I say this is so sudden?
Oh, don't let it bother you. Because I've loved other women and nothing's ever happened. Perhaps sometime I'd get a woman if I weren't so placid. I might even get you. Gene loves you, but he'll never marry you. And I would.
Just what makes you think that Gene won't marry me?
Well, he... Oh, I know, that's all.
Has Gene told you?
No.
But you just know, that's all.
Yes.
I suppose I should be flattered that you told me you loved me, a man of your great knowledge and importance. This is the great moment that every woman waits for, that she lives for. You smug little wise guy.
Take it, Dobbin.
manner to June. Snow-covered hills, the balcony, music from the skating rink, the moon, the stars, everything.
And no George. You sure must have told him off this morning. He hasn't been around all night.
Oh, don't let's talk about George.
Do you mind if I talk about how much I love you?
No.
Will you believe it?
No, but I like it.
Come here a moment. There. I love you. Believe it or not, I love you.
Oh, Gene. I'd swear you meant that, but this is Switzerland and you talk too fast to mean anything. I'm going inside to my room.
I'll take you.
Well, but you mustn't stay here. Oh, dear George.
Did somebody call for help?
So it's you, Georgie.
Yeah, Old Man River.
Thought you were going to mind your own business.
Well, I have a new business. Oh, dear, lipstick again. What flavor, Gene?
Good night, Kay.
Good night, Gene.
Good night, everybody.
And don't forget, Kay, you and I are having breakfast together, and then we're going skiing. Skiing.
Skiing? Oh, what fun.
Oh, I think we're doing it the hard way. Let's take off the skis and crawl up.
It's too bad George couldn't have come with us.
Is it? I don't ever want to be with anyone except you. Just you, Kay.
You know what that means, telling me that?
Yes?
Well?
Well, Kay, I love you, and I want to ask you to, if I were in any position. Well, I will ask you someday, but...
But why don't you say?
No.
You love me and you enjoy playing around, but you're not the marrying type.
Oh, well...
Well, you don't see me breaking into tears, do you? Why, you couldn't fool a schoolgirl. Goodbye.
Okay, wait. Wait, you're going down the wrong side of the mountain. Kay, wait!
Bartender, give me a hot toddy.
Oui, monsieur.
Have you seen my friend, Mr. Anders, lately?
Oh, no, monsieur. He has been skiing all day, as I have just told the American lady.
Oh, Miss Denham. She returned yet?
No. Not Miss Denham. The new American lady who's just arrived. Your drink, monsieur?
Oh, thanks. The new American lady.
Oh, George! How wonderful. I knew I'd find you in the bar.
Helen!
Why, what's the matter, George?
I think I swallowed my bridge work.
And, where are all the attractive women?
Oh, they're skiing, Helen. You know, Switzerland.
Yes. And I know my husband. I hope Gene doesn't hurt himself. Skis are so treacherous. Oh, George.
Hello, Kay.
I was never so glad to see anyone in my life. I'm tired and frozen. Order a hot toddy for me, George.
Yes, but in your room, Kay.
What?
Yeah, lying down in your room. It's the only way to drink a hot toddy. When you're tired, I mean.
I see you've been seeing, Miss... I beg your pardon. By all signs, this is the one, isn't it, George? I'm sorry, but I don't understand.
Hey, dear, why did you run away from me? I thought you were dead. I thought you'd skied into a tree.
Oh, Gene, I want you to meet a mutual friend of ours.
How do you do? Hey, why in the world... Helen!
Darling. Yes, your wife. Remember me? Wife? Yes, Jean probably forgot to tell you. You know Jean.
This is the place where somebody ought to say, I explain.
Nobody has to explain. It's all very clear. Well, don't be embarrassed, darling. This happens every day. Oh, now, to me it doesn't. I'm taking the train to Paris, then back to America, and a man named Bert Sutter. I'm not seeing anyone. Hello?
Kay, this is George. I'm in the lobby. Won't you let me come up and talk to you?
Sorry, there's nothing to talk about, George. Oh, will you please stop yelling my...
This is Bert.
Bert? Oh, I'm so glad to hear your voice. I'm sailing for home tomorrow on the Ile-de-France. Can you meet the boat?
But, Kay, I'm in France, in Paris. I'm downstairs.
Downstairs?
Yeah, I kept talking to you and you didn't answer. I was worried sick. And now that I've come all the way over here, I find you've been off on a trip with two other men. Really, Kay?
How did you find that out?
Both down here in the lobby with me right now. I think you owe me an explanation. Your behavior has certainly been most, peculiar. If Mother ever hears this...
I'll give you your explanation, all right, but you have to wait your turn just like everybody else. Send up Jane Anders.
Kay, this is the first time I've been able to say what I've wanted to all along. Will you marry me?
What about your wife?
Well, she's getting a divorce. She's going to marry an Indian.
An Indian?
Yeah, but not the kind you think. One of those different Indians with all the money and no blanket.
Oh. So you don't love your wife anymore. You love me. Is that right?
Okay, if you had any idea how much I love you.
Don't worry, I know. You must love me every bit as much as you loved your wife before.
Huh?
And you'll be even more worked up over the woman that follows me and the one that comes after her. Well,
oh, Kay,
I'm sorry, Jean. You're good-looking and charming, but you're as irresponsible as a 2-month-old puppy.
Oh, now, Kay...
Goodbye now. Will you please send George up?
George? Oh, listen, Kay, you're making a big mistake. George isn't the man...
Are you going to send him up?
Oh, whatever you say.
Okay, I want you to marry me.
I thought that might be it. Anyway, you're true to type, George. And you won't be particularly upset, will you, when I tell you no?
No, I can't be, because that's what I was expecting.
It's a shame, too. I've thought several times that you'd be the ideal man. If only you'd throw away that awful, calm superiority. But there's nothing in your eyes to tell me whether we could be happy forever or for a week. I wish things were different. Anyway, thanks for everything. And goodbye.
I suppose I should enter a plea for myself, but apparently your mind's already made up.
You're the complete master of every situation, aren't you?
No, unfortunately, I'm not. Well, I'll send Bert up.
You're willing to marry me, Bert, no matter what has happened in Switzerland.
Yes, I am, Kay.
You trust me, don't you, Bert?
That's right, I do.
And so, trusting me, you start checking up on me when I don't answer a cable.
Naturally.
You come all the way to Paris to see if it's true what they say about Bixby. And trusting me even more, you say you're willing to marry me no matter what has happened in Paris or Switzerland.
Perfectly willing.
Get out of here, you stuffy little windbag. Get out of here before I crown you.
Why, Kay, this doesn't sound like the girl I know.
Get out!
But this isn't fair. What am I going to tell Mother?
Tell her I slammed the door in your face. All the suspicious, hypocritical. Didn't I tell you? Oh, George. It's you.
Yeah, pardon the intrusion, but I decided to enter my plea after all, and you better sit down because I'm scared and nervous and I'm liable to talk my head off.
Well, if it isn't a human being at last, what is it you wanted to say, George?
Listen, Kay, you'd be absolutely crazy to marry me. I'm certainly no prize. I'm as stuffy and conventional as Bert Sutter and as jealous and thoroughly unreliable as Jean. Your life with me would be a nightmare in Technicolor, but, Kay, will you marry me and let me ruin your life?
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you and say yes, George.
Kay.
Oh, I know I'm making a mistake, but you just swept me right off my feet. I have an idea we'll be the most miserable, unhappy, most tragic married couple in the whole world.
Okay, you don't really believe that.
Yes, of course I do.
You know, sometimes I wish I were crazy, too.
Say, Mel, incidentally, what are you fidgeting for? You nervous about something?
No, Raj, no, it's my feet. They got wet on the way to the theater this afternoon. You know, in some of the streets in California, the California dew is knee-deep.
Oh, what's a little moisture, Mel? Just think of the rest of the country with all that cold weather.
Oh, but I like cold weather. Liked it ever since I was a kid. Why, I can remember going for a drive behind old Dobbin with my grandfather. He put in a big, heavy lap robe for us and a horse blanket for old Dobbin.
Well, Mel, times have certainly changed, haven't they? Nowadays, we don't have to worry about Dobbin, but we do have to think of our automobile, especially when the thermometer drops way down below normal. Up north, you folks will want to ask yourselves if some of your antifreeze hasn't evaporated. And if it has, better replace it with Gulf Permanent Type Antifreeze, the kind that won't boil away. And then ask yourself if your car started easily and quickly the last time we had a cold morning. If it didn't, better ask your good Gulf dealer to put in easy-starting, free-flowing, winter-grade Gulf Pride motor oil. And finally, how about Gulf Flex lubrication service with the new Gulf Flex lubricants? Your car will ride easier and steer easier, longer, if you have it Gulf Flex tomorrow. So better drive in, get that midwinter checkup at your neighborhood good Gulf dealer.
Good night, Melvin. Good night. And good night, Ann.
What do you mean, good night? You're coming home with me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But first, Ann, I want to remind everybody that in coming weeks, the Gulf Theater will star such favorites as Cary Grant, Rosalind Russell, Edward G. Robinson, and Spencer Tracy. Next week, William Powell and Myrna Loy fight it out with wisecracks at 20 paces here in the Gulf Theater. Bill, pursued by Myrna, runs away from Love on the High Seas to the music of Oscar Bradley and his Gulf Orchestra, so be sure not to miss it. Until then, this is Roger Pryor saying, good night, everybody, for your neighborhood good Gulf Theater.
Don't forget to be with us again next week at the same time when William Powell and Myrna Loy will fight it out. A special thanks to the distinguished Woodbury Playhouse for Charles Boyer's appearance on the Gulf Theater last week. And all three of tonight's stars appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Melvin Douglas can soon be seen in Columbia's Too Many Husbands, Ann Sothern in MGM's Congo Maisie, and Robert Young in MGM's Northwest Passage. Broadcasting System.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your host and director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies, welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. We're glad to have you with us tonight. And when I say us, I'm speaking not only for myself, but for Clark Gable, Ann Sothern, Jeffrey Lynn, and Rita Johnson, tonight's Gulf Theater stars. They're waiting to bring you one of the greatest motion picture successes of all times, Red Dust, adapted for radio by Charles Tazewell. You know, Clark Gable and Ann Sothern both give their all for MGM. And although they've never been in the same picture, they've always wanted to work together, so here they are. You see, this is really the one place in Hollywood where the stars can do what they've always wanted to do.
That's one reason why the Gulf Theater is known as the Stars' own theater. It's the Stars' own theater for another reason, too. The money that would ordinarily go to the stars who appear here, Gulf gives instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. And the fund, in turn, helps take care of the many workers in the motion picture industry who can no longer provide for themselves. In tonight's play, Red Dust, Clark Gable plays Dennis, Ann Sothern plays Vantine, and Jeffrey Lynn and Rita Johnson are heard as Mr. and Mrs. Willis. I'll step into the character of Limey. And now, Frank Tours raises his baton to conduct Oscar Bradley's Gulf Orchestra in the opening theme of Red Dust. Between the Gulf of Siam and the South China Sea lies French Indochina. On the hot, steaming, fever-ridden banks of the river winding through the jungle from Cholon to Saigon is the rubber plantation of Dennis Carson. Dennis, dressed in dirty white ducks, has just boarded a steamer tied up at a plantation wharf and hails Limey, the captain. Hi, Limey.
Hello, Denny.
Where you been keeping us, Ark? You're a day late.
I got caught up on a sandbar.
Don't give me that. The bar you hung on was in Cholon, and the bartender's name is Charlie.
Now, Denny.
Any passengers aboard? I'm expecting a new man named Willis.
Right, you are. He's in the cabin aft. I think the heat's kind of got him.
Shut a quinine and fix him up. I'll round him out.
He looks kind of puny for what's the rubber.
You'll get over there. It'll be shipped back on your next trip.
Hey!
Oh, sorry. Wrong room.
Peter!
Hey! Vantine! Wait, stop. Hold on a minute. It's me, Denny.
Danny? Danny! Gee, I'm glad to see you.
Hey, you better brush up on your bottle throwing. You missed me by 2 inches.
Oh.
Hey, easy. You want to choke me?
What's the matter? You're playing hard to get. How long does a gal have to wait to be kissed?
When you hear the next musical gong. Well?
I heard it. Oh, Jenny, you do love me, don't you?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
What am I, a quiz kid? Say, come to think of it, I ought to be pretty sore at you.
What for?
Don't give me that. You said you'd come back to Saigon in 2 weeks.
Well, I couldn't get away, Vantine. I had to sit up with a sick friend.
What's her name?
I call her Queenie. She's my best rubber tree. Here, let me look at you. You miss me?
Oh, honest to goodness, Jenny, I've been so lonesome for you I could have died.
Sure, I bet. Hey, what have you been doing in Cholon?
Dancing. But a gal can't get top billing down there unless she has hips like a water buffalo. I'm on my way back to the old job in Saigon. Say, you wouldn't be going to Saigon, too.
Nope. I just came aboard to pick up a new surveyor.
Oh, Denny, come along and have some fun. You're the only good guy I ever met in this neck of the woods.
Well, I can't possibly get away till the next batch of rubber is cooked.
But you need a vacation.
I'll be down in 2 weeks.
You said that once before.
Well, I mean it this time.
Yeah, I know your promises. With no encouragement at all, I'd stay right here and see that you keep this one.
Well, now, look, Vantine.
Sure. Well, I can stay with your foreman's wife. She's asked me to visit her a dozen times.
Nope, no soap.
Why not?
Because a rubber plantation's no place for a girl. Mosquitoes, fever, sunstroke, and flies are plenty trouble without you doing a rumba through the work shed.
Oh, Danny, please.
Nope. You go on to Saigon, and I'll see you there in 2 weeks. On a break.
Oh.
Come on now. Give me a kiss. I got to pick up my surveyor in the next cabin.
I'll be waiting for you, Danny. Don't disappoint a girl.
I won't. So long, baby.
So long, handsome. See you in Saigon.
Yes, come in.
Hello?
Hello. Are you Mr. Carson?
That's right. You're Gary Willis, I take it.
Yes.
Well, this just happens to be the place you get off. Is your duffel packed?
Well, I think so. You see, I had rather a bad night, so...
Gary, darling, I've looked all through the medicine kit and Oh, I beg your pardon.
Who are you?
This is my wife, Barbara, Mr. Carson.
Your what?
My wife. Babs, this is Dennis Carson.
How do you do?
You mean you brought... You didn't say anything in your letter about a wife?
Well, we've been married such a short time that Gary often forgets to mention me, Mr. Carson. But I shan't be any trouble. I promise you.
I'm sure you won't, because you're both going back where you came from.
But, Carson, there's no need for that.
Gary.
Hey, what's the matter?
Just a little dizzy. This awful heat.
Sit down.
Come on. Let me see your tongue.
He hasn't felt well since we left Cholon, Mr. Carson.
Now, let's feel your pulse.
It's nothing serious. I've never had anything.
You have this time. You're starting an attack of fever.
Fever?
Listen, Carson,
Stop getting excited, both of you.
Well,
that's the surest way to help it along. You can make yourself useful, Mrs. Willis, by getting the rest of your stuff back while I fetch a litter to carry him off the boat.
Mr. Carson, wait.
Well?
Could I speak to you outside for a moment?
All right. What is it?
Is there a doctor here?
Nearest doctor's in Saigon. 3 days downriver and 3 back.
Then we must go on with the boat.
Frankly, I wish you could, Mrs. Willis. It'd save me a lot of trouble. I've got a little conscience left. He wouldn't stand a chance bumping around in this cigar box.
But fever's dangerous. Gary's got to have medicines and someone who knows what to do.
I'm not so bad in a pinch. I've treated every coolie on my plantation for everything from spots to snake bite, and I've only lost a couple.
But you're not a doctor, and Gary's not a coolie.
No. At the present time, he's not half as valuable.
I won't let you risk his life just because you're angry at him for bringing me along.
You have no business being here.
Mr. Carson.
Well, since you are here, I'll give you some pointers on practical nursing so you can take care of him while I'm away.
You mean you're going to leave him?
What do you think?
I think you're the lowest, most odious man I've ever met.
I work this plantation, Mrs. Willis. You don't expect me to sit and hold your husband's hand, do you?
Why, you...
All right. If slapping me makes you feel better. Now that you let off steam, go and get your stuff back. I'll be back with the litter in 10 minutes. He's asleep. But if he wakes up, you better call me.
Is he out of danger, Mr. Carson?
It's a pretty safe bet you won't be a widow.
Oh, you must be awfully tired. You sat there by his bed the whole night. I don't know how I can ever thank you.
Forget it. I'd like to apologize about yesterday.
Oh, no. I'm the one who should apologize. I'm terribly ashamed. We both owe you a great deal.
I'll take your IOU. Shake on it?
Of course. Mr. Carson.
Yeah?
Yesterday you said I didn't belong here, but don't you think I can fit in?
Would you mind if I made it my job to see that you do?
I'd be very grateful.
You know, I like people who stand up and fight back, especially if it happens to be a woman who looks extraordinarily beautiful when she's doing it, and even more beautiful when she's calmed down.
So you can make pretty speeches, too, when you want to.
I'm a civilized barbarian.
You mean you don't wear rings through your nose?
That's right. And I've given up cannibalism. Been on the wagon for 3 months.
That's wonderful. I do congratulate you, Mr. Carson.
You know, you remind me of someone.
Do I? Who?
A girl. A long time ago in London.
What was she like?
Well, something like cream velvet. And a great deal like you. And you sort of took my breath away this morning. You're the first lady who ever rode that boat downriver. That's one reason
Oh, who's there? Hey, anybody else? Oh, it's a woman.
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Surprise! Hello, Denny.
What's the idea, Vandine?
I'm walking back from a boat ride.
Why aren't you on your way back to Saigon?
I bounced back, that's all. Well. Sitting up with another sick rubber tree.
Never mind the cracks. How'd you get here?
Oh, simple. We got about a mile downriver and Limey nosed the old scow into a mud bank.
You mean there was an accident?
You got it right the first time, Toots. Well, Denny, I guess you'll just have to put me up till the boat's fixed.
What?
Oh, you know, just a week, a month, a year. I'm not the kind of a gal who overstays her welcome.
Just what were you doing when the boat ran into the mud bank?
Oh, just listen to him. He has the most suspicious nature, hasn't he, Mister? Oh. I didn't catch the name.
Oh, Mrs. Willis, Vandine.
How do you do? You were on the boat coming down, weren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't it a quaint trip?
Quaint? Oh, yes, indeed. Terrifically quaint. You know, I've been visiting my dear brother upriver. He has a lovely place. It's copied after our old family plantation of Blue Blood, West Virginia. Cotton and honeysuckle like mad. Have you all ever been there?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, but y'all must have heard of us Jeffersons. I was supposed to just loll around home and be fanned by my own nurse. But I'm the restless, adventurous type. I just adore danger.
Really? You ought to carry a lancet.
Yes. Yeah.
It would come in handy. The guys I meet give me plenty of oil.
How interesting. You'll excuse me? Goodbye, Miss.
Good night, Miss Rose.
Now, you better explain, handsome, and explain fast.
It's none of your business. But Mrs. Willis is the wife of my new surveyor.
That's very interesting. Would you tell me why you sent me on to Saigon and you let that dame move in on you?
She's not a dame. She's a lady.
Oh, so she's a lady.
That's right.
Meaning that I'm not?
I didn't say that.
Nobody has to draw me a blueprint. I get it. You gave me the cold shoulder because you thought little Vantine might embarrass her ladyship.
Now, look, Vantine, if you'll just be reasonable.
Reasonable? Well, that dame high-hatted me all the way down from Cholan, and right now I got a darn good hunch she's making a play for you.
What are you talking about? I told you she's married.
From the way she was looking at you, somebody ought to remind her of that.
Now, get this. You're going to stick around, and I suppose you'll have to till the boat's fixed. You'll watch your step and lay off that kind of talk.
Gee, I just noticed. Don't you look nice all shaved and dressed up fancy?
Oh, behave yourself, or you'll go back to Saigon slung in a hammock.
Gee, and you even smell pretty, too.
Stop sniffing at me.
If the wind's right, they'll be holding their noses all the way to Saigon.
And another thing. Lay off that guff about your old family plantation in Virginia.
West Virginia.
I'm not kidding, Vandy.
Okay, Denny. If that's the way you want it, I'll keep so far in the background you won't even be able to see me on a clear day.
Just keep it in mind that I have no feeling for Mrs. Willis, but one of the greatest respect.
Huh, well, I heard that one before.
That remark just goes to show the difference between you and a lady. Good night.
Denny.
What?
Before I go into the silences, let me give you a word of advice, handsome.
Well?
The only difference between a lady and a dame is geography and climate. This happens to be Indochina in the monsoon season. When the big blow comes, hold on to your hat, brother, and don't say I didn't warn you.
And so ends Act One of tonight's play, Red Dust. We have a few seconds before the curtain rises again, and a certain young man would like to take that brief moment to tell you about a discovery he's made. Bud Heaston.
Thanks, Roger. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, last week was my first week here in the Gulf Theater. And naturally, like many of you, before I came here, I'd heard about Gulf Pride Motor Oil, and I knew that Gulf Pride had established almost unbelievable records for long-lasting economy and motor protection. But it was only the other day that I discovered just what makes Gulf Pride so exceptional. I found, of course, that Gulf Pride is refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania oil. But that's only the beginning. Gulf Pride is also super refined by Gulf's miracle-working Alchlor process. This process, invented by Gulf, actually removes up to 20% more carbon and sludge-forming waste. No wonder, then, that Gulf Pride exceeds every known set of oil specifications, including those of the Army and Navy. No wonder, too, ladies and gentlemen, that I urge you to fill the crankcase of your car with Gulf Pride. See if you don't establish new records for economy and engine protection with America's record-breaking motor oil, Gulf Pride Motor Oil.
The curtain's about to rise on the second act of Red Dust, starring Clark Gable as Dennis Carson, Ann Sothern as Vantine, Jeffrey Lynn as Gary Willis, and Rita Johnson as Barbara, his wife. 3 weeks of stifling tropic heat have passed since Vantine and Barbara Willis came to Dennis's plantation. Gary has recovered from his attack of fever and is off on a last surveying trip before the jungle is claimed by the devastating rains of the monsoon season. He alone is unaware of the growing attachment between his wife, Barbara, and Dennis. It's a hot, sultry evening. Dennis approaches the house and speaks to the Chinese houseboy who's lighting the porch lamps.
Oi,
Oh, yes, Mr. Denny.
Did you put that new lamp in Mrs. Willis' room?
Oh, yes, Mr. Denny.
Now, listen. There are a couple of pheasants hanging up in the back shed. Fix them up for dinner tomorrow night. You know, the way Mrs. Willis likes them.
Oh, yes, Mr. Denny. Oh, I fix it. Or make a water at the mouth.
Hello, Romeo.
Oh, hello, Vandy.
How's the mighty hunter? I hope the pheasants didn't peck you.
Don't try to be funny. Excuse me, I've got to wash up.
Could you spare me a few minutes of your valuable time?
All right, spill it.
3 weeks ago, you said something about sending me back to Saigon in a hammock.
Well?
Well, bring on your hammock and coolies. I'm ready to go.
What's the matter with you? Crazy?
I came in on a pass, and I don't like the picture. It looks like an unhappy ending. Well, can I have the coolies?
Sorry, I can't spare any. Look, Vandy, you'd be a lot happier and digest your food better if you'd try to understand the situation. It isn't...
Oh, so it's a brand new and different situation, eh? But you're all pardon my error. Back in Blue Blood, West Virginia, we all call it a triangle. But then everybody there is so very narrow-minded.
I'm a fool for even hoping you'd understand.
Look, Jenny, why don't you get wise to yourself? You think you're in love, but you ain't. You don't belong in her world, and she don't belong in yours.
You don't know what you're talking about. And if you're so upset about what you think is going on, you can have your hammock and coolies the first of the week.
Thank you so very much.
Don't mention it. Now, if you don't mind, I'll wash up for dinner.
You don't know it, big boy, but you're already washed up.
You're shivering, Barbara. You cold?
No.
Here, you better put the scarf around your shoulder. Well, these tropic nights fool you.
Dennis.
Yes?
Things like this do happen to people, don't they? People do suddenly look into each other's eyes and brush away the world around them, don't they?
I guess they do. It never happened to me before, just this way.
Mm-hmm. It's just as if you kissed me. When I most wanted you to and wondered whether you were going to or not.
Gary's got to be told that I want to marry you. We can't go on holding hands behind his back and stealing kisses in the moonlight.
I know, but we mustn't hurt him, Dennis. You've got to know that I tried to think of him, but no matter how hard I tried, all I could think of was loving you.
Tomorrow I'm going downriver where he's working. They're having trouble there with the coolies. Tiger's scaring him off the job.
And you'll tell Gary then?
Yes. Has to be done sometime. Might as well get it over with.
Oh, Dennis, I'm afraid.
Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. Good night. And goodbye, my sweet. I'm starting at daybreak. By this time tomorrow night, Gary will know.
Guess our tiger doesn't like rain. Or else, like Barbara, he's scared of thunder.
Well, if he's hungry, he'll show up when he sends that water buffalo we staked out. Hey, keep that gun under your poncho. You can't shoot a tiger with wet powder.
Yeah, sure. I'm so excited I didn't think. Do we have to keep absolutely quiet?
No. Cat can't hear us over this rain. Why, you got something on your mind?
No, not exactly. I just wondered if Babs was sick or something. She sort of promised me she'd come along whenever you paid us a visit.
Well, it's a long trip, you know, bad weather.
Oh, sure, I understand. I couldn't expect her to come out in this. She didn't send a note or anything?
No, I left in a hurry. Just yelled into her I was going as they brought my horse around.
Oh, sure, well, that explains it. What did she say?
Say? Oh, you mean when I rode off. Something about sending her love, I believe.
Uh-huh. She couldn't send very much.
What?
I brought most of it along with me.
Oh. I guess you think quite a lot of her, don't you? What are you laughing at?
Well, that's such a funny way to say it, Mr. Carson. It's such a terrific understatement.
Yeah?
I guess you've never been in love, have you? That is, not in love with a girl like Babs.
Maybe I haven't. What's it like?
Like? Well, it's sort of belonging, of being a part of each other, so that you laugh when she laughs, and cry when she cries. And if she died, most of you would die too. I don't explain it very well, but you'll feel the same way when you fall in love, Mr. Carson.
Suppose, instead of dying, one of you just went away.
Went away? Why?
Oh, any reason. Maybe, one of you stopped being in love.
Stopped being in love? Babs and me?
It happens every day.
Now, that's to everyday people. It couldn't ever happen to us.
But, suppose it did.
Well, then it couldn't be for long, Mr. Carson. Only for a little while. Why, we belong together as well as you belong to these swamps and jungles. No matter how far any of us wandered away, we'd all come back eventually to where we belonged. I guess I don't put it very well.
Yes. I think you put it swell.
What's that?
A bullet. He sent to the tiger. Come on, get your rifle ready.
Right. Can I have first shot at him?
You'll guarantee you won't miss.
You'll be right here to back me up?
There he is, just coming out in the clearing. Wait till he crouches to spring. Then aim right back at the shoulder.
Oh, I didn't know they came that big.
All right, get him.
Missed. Good shot.
Well, man's got to be lucky at something. Mac.
Yeah, boss?
Get the boys busy on that skin and bring my horse around.
Yeah, okay, boss.
Mr. Carson, you're not starting back to the house tonight, are you?
Yes.
But it's dark and starting to rain harder.
I've got a little job to do.
Can't it wait till tomorrow?
No, I'm afraid not. So long, kid. Come on, Mac. Hurry up with that horse.
Dennis.
Oh, hello. Hey, you're up kind of late,
Just
Barbara.
on the chance you might come back tonight. Here, let me help you with your coat.
No. Here, it's too wet. But you can hang this gun belt over that chair.
Dennis.
Yeah?
Did you tell Gary
Tell Gary what?
about us?
Oh, that. Well, now, Barbara, look, let's talk this over. Here, sit down. Sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Dennis.
Now, listen, beautiful. You didn't really think we were going to tell Gary, did you?
Of course.
Oh, come now. You never told before, did you?
Dennis, you don't know what you're saying. Well, darling, you mustn't joke about things like this.
Well, who's joking? Hey, we've been getting along fine without telling Gary up to now, haven't we? Oh, why complicate things? Come on, let's be grown up.
Dennis, don't make me hate you.
Hate me for what? Here. Let's pour a loving cup and drink to a better understanding.
You mean it's been this way all along? All those times you said you've loved me?
Hey, what's the matter, beautiful? You losing your sense of humor on the home stretch? Come on, be a sport. Here, give us a little kiss.
Don't.
Oh, be sensitive.
Stop this.
Well, all right, if you're going to stage a scene and be a child about it.
Dennis, you can't mean what you just said.
Listen, I'm this way when I'm bored, see, and I'm bored now.
Bored?
I have to fall in love with you just because you turned up here uninvited? There are a few kisses anyway.
Dennis!
Wives don't belong here because they can't keep their heads. But I thought you could. That's why I was willing to pass the time pleasantly.
Oh! How could I have ever thought you were anything but what you are?
But as long as you don't want to play on that basis, we can call it quits right here. Now stop looking like you've been shell-shocked and go to bed and sleep it off.
You never meant one word. You never meant anything beautiful between us.
Stop the hysterics. I think I've made it plain. Would you like me to begin all over? Barbara.
You never meant it at all.
Give me that gun.
Leave me alone. Don't touch me.
Are you crazy? Give me that gun.
You're hurting me. Damn it. Oh, I didn't mean. Damn it. Damn it.
Hey, Van Dee.
I'm right here by the bed, Denny.
Is that Limey's boat whistling?
Yes. He tied up at the landing early this morning.
Hey, I must have gone out like a light last night.
Gee, Denny, I was scared. I thought you were going to die.
Die? What's a bullet in the shoulder? Hey, where are the kids?
They've gone. I watched them go up the gangplank with their arms around each other.
That's good. He was a nice guy.
Yeah. She was okay, too.
Well, that's a lot coming from you.
Listen, Denny. Were you really in love with her?
Me? Of course not. Women are all the same to me.
You're a liar, Denny. A great, big, beautiful liar. I hate to go away and leave you like this, but you don't want me around. I ain't no lady.
And I ain't no gentleman, baby.
Oh, yes, you are. There was a swell act you put on to bring those kids together. I gotta hand it to you, Denny.
Thanks.
But, gee, you're an awful fool.
Oh, look who's talking.
Didn't I say you'd get into a mess?
I always suspected you were the kind of a dame who said, I told you so.
Oh, yeah. Well, for 2 cents, I'd take that boat.
Yes, and if I wasn't flat on my back, I'd put you on it.
Is that so? Well, all I hope is you don't catch a cold when I breeze out that door.
That's right. Take a run out, Powder. Go ahead. Leave me here to supper. Go on.
I'm going.
Well, why don't you go?
Well, you don't have to rush me.
What are you stalling for?
Who's stalling?
You are. I know what's in your mind.
Oh, a mind reader, eh?
You think if you hang around long enough, there's a slim chance I might ask you to marry me.
Why, you big love.
Don't fool yourself, baby. I'd rather lie here and die all alone.
Why, I wouldn't marry you if you were the last guy left in the whole... Oh, gee, Danny, you wouldn't kid me, would you?
You're the dizziest dame in Indochina. I must be nuts or I wouldn't even bother with you. Here I am, raving with fever, and you take me serious.
Oh, Danny.
Hey, stop it, will you? You can't go dropping tears in a bullet wound. Did you ever hear of hygiene? Ladies and gentlemen, we had a part in tonight's play for our announcer, Bud Heaston, but at the last minute we had to cut it out of the script. We were short on time.
Yeah, it was such a beautiful part. Gee, Roger, Gable and Lynn get all the breaks. Playing opposite Ann Sothern and Rita Johnson.
Look, Roger, why not let Bud read his part now? We've got the time.
That's a swell idea, Clark. I'm for it, too.
All right, Clark. Jeff, how about you, Ann? Would you read your part?
Oh, I'd love to. What page is that?
Gee, page 1.
Okay. Ready? Get set. Music!
Who is it?
'Tis I, my beautiful one. 'Tis I.
Oh, 'tis unbelievable that 'tis you. Tell me, how did you get here so fast?
The truth is indeed dramatic. I got here so fast because I filled my car with America's stepped-up gasoline, the new Gulf gasoline. Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, if you want a gasoline that is truly new, stepped up to be truly better than ever before, try the new Gulf gasolines. Either good Gulf or Gulf no-knox.
In just a moment, Suspense with Ann Sothern.
Dilly, turn that radio down. How can we play bridge?
Okay, Mom.
I like the Autolite show, but not so loud. Whose deal is it, May? Mine, Mary. My husband Ed always listens, too. When he's home on Thursdays, our house sounds just like his service station. I know what you mean. Tonight's probably spark plug night. You'd think the announcer with his commercials would be enough, but no. It's switched to Autolite resistor spark plug. I know. Batteries and ignition systems. Well, Dora, what are you dreaming about? Oh, Autolite? You mean the show with Ann Sothern? Oh, Mary, tell Billy to turn up the radio again. I wouldn't miss the Suspense. Will you turn the radio up? Your Aunt Dora
Yes, ma'am.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Ann Sothern in Anton Leader's production of Beware the Quiet Man, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
soda with a twist of lemon.
Okay, coming right up. Say. Your name, Margie?
Yeah. How'd you know?
You, Jelly, come in here with a heavy-set guy, black wavy hair, wears a big diamond?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in a while ago. Said that he'd be late, but for you to be sure and wait for him.
But I can't wait. I gotta get home to my... I gotta get home. How late do you say it'd be?
Oh, pardon now.
Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, give me some nickels.
Here. Here you are.
Thanks. Hello? Mr. Banning, please. Yeah, Mr. Arthur Banning. Arthur? Margie. I'm going to be late for supper. Yeah, I ran into a girl I used to know at Lincoln High. She wants me to have a drink with her. Yeah. And say, will you pick up some hamburger on the way home and start the potatoes? I'll be there as quick as I can. Bye.
Here's your drink.
Well, here's mud in your eye.
There's a young fellow down the end of the bar wants to buy you one.
No, thanks.
Well, it looks like a nice guy.
That tall blonde fellow over by the mirror?
None other. And you got a whole hour to kill.
Is he... He isn't drunk, is he?
Nah, he's had a few, but he always carries it good. It might help pass the time.
Say, what's it to you anyway?
$5. Say, I'd sure appreciate it.
He offered you $5 to get me to have a drink with him?
Yeah.
He is kind of good looking. Well, okay. Sure, what the heck, I'll have a drink with him.
Okay, so you're married. Nothing wrong with having a drink together, so what? I figure what your old man don't know won't hurt him.
I said I'd have a drink with you. If you've got any other ideas, I'll buy my own.
Oh, now, don't get me wrong, honey. I spotted you as a good kid the minute you ankled in here. You just like excitement, that's all. And I'm the guy that can dish it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, I'm a private eye. Yeah, no kidding, like you hear about on the radio.
Gee, what a break for me.
You just stick around me, honey, and you'll get plenty of excitement.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You know, you take this new client of mine now. Bet you anything he makes the headlines tomorrow. 10 to 1, he'll murder his wife.
Oh, yes, sure.
He hired me to find out if his wife's been stepping out. I felt kind of sorry for the guy. Probably doesn't have the money to take her out himself. He's a bank teller at Second National.
Bank teller? What's his name?
Oh, honey, no, that stuff's confidential. Matter of fact, I'm not supposed to talk about cases at all.
Oh, go on. I won't tell anybody.
Well, no, you don't look like the kind of babe that blabs everything she knows. How about that drink, huh?
Sure.
Hey, Charlie, two over here, huh?
In the works.
You know, he sort of gave me the creeps, this guy. Just sat there eating his lunch, calm as you please, and all the time figuring how to kill his wife.
How'd you know what he was figuring?
Well, for one thing, he didn't want evidence for a divorce. He sort of looked at me funny and said, I just want to know, that's all. If Margie is stepping out, I'll take care of it my own way.
Margie?
Yeah, that's his wife's name, Margie. Hey, what's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Hey, you don't look so good. Maybe you drank the last one too fast.
No, I'm fine. I'm just naturally pale, that's all. You were saying about this client? You figure he's going to murder his wife?
Oh, sure. It's in a bag. Either that or suicide.
Suicide?
But he's more the type for murder.
Oh, one of those big, brutal guys. Sort of mean-looking, huh?
No. Quiet, mouthy. Kind doesn't have much to say. Those are the guys you got to watch.
But why?
Because they never let you know what they're really thinking. Not till it's too late.
They don't?
You know, most guys, when they find their wives stepping, will raise Cain. Maybe they'll even get a divorce, but they don't get sore enough to murder.
Yeah.
But these quiet fellas, you know, they put the little woman on a pedestal. You wouldn't catch them out with other women, not in a million years. And when they discover their one and only's been kicking up her heels, oh, brother, watch out.
Sorry.
And the worst of it is they go on acting like nothing's wrong, you see. And then all of a sudden, whango, they explode.
They explode?
Yeah. You know, like I always say, beware the quiet man. Like this new client of mine, for example, calm. You never met anybody calmer, but
What does he look like?
Oh, well, he's just about average, I guess. Brown hair, getting sort of thin on the top, a little bit stoop-shouldered.
Medium height? Wear glasses?
Yeah, you know him?
No, I don't know any of the boys. Excuse me.
Hey, where you going?
I gotta make a phone call just in a minute something. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Ralph? Margie. I can't see you this afternoon. No, I'm not sorry about you being late. But whatever you do, don't come into Charlie's place. Yeah, that's where I am now. You bet there's something wrong. There's plenty wrong. Either this guy I'm talking to is crazy, or else Arthur's planning to murder me.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Ann Sothern in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Well, Dora, we're down 200 on that hand. Oh, are we? It's easy to see there's no playing bridge with you girls with Suspense on. So let's stop playing and switch to Autolite spark plugs or whatever for the rest of the half hour, huh?
Oh, Mary, I could kiss you. You're such an understanding sister-in-law, and I don't want to miss a single word. What about you, May?
Dora, did you know that my husband knows Frank Martin, the Autolite salesman?
He does? Well, then let's listen to Mr. Martin.
Right now, you can get Autolite resistor spark plugs almost anywhere in the United States. They're sensational. Why, no other spark plug will give and maintain such performance. Autolite worked with leading car and truck manufacturers, and they ignition engineered a 10,000 ohm resistor right into the Autolite spark plug that permits a wider spark gap setting and maintains it far longer than another spark plug. Actually, when you replace your narrow gap spark plugs with a set of wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, you can tell the difference in your car.
Oh, dear. And to think that I'll hear every word of that again from Ed when I get home.
Now, here's the simple lowdown. As a result of the wide gap in the resistor spark plugs, your engine idles smoother, you have better luck with lean gas mixtures, and save gas. And within established limits, you reduce spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Yes, and today you can get the resistor spark plug from almost any of Autolite's 60,000 dealers. That's the biggest spark plug news in years.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Ann Sothern as Margie in Beware the Quiet Man. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I stood there on the phone for a minute after I hung up. I wasn't scared exactly, but I had to let those words sink in. Either this guy I'm talking to is crazy, or else Arthur's planning to murder me. I went back to the bar. I had to find out.
Oh, beautiful. I thought you got lost. Sit down.
Thanks. Now, about this fella, the one who's going to murder his boss.
Oh, let's get in the shop talk. I want to hear about you. I don't even know your name.
Did he say what made him think she was stepping out?
She's supposed to belong to some bridge club the bank teller's wife got up. But friends of his saw her downtown a couple of times on a bridge date.
Is that all?
You know, honey, you're pretty smart. You make like you're really interested in a guy's work.
Oh, but I am.
You know, I had a little doll once I thought plenty of. Would have married her, maybe, but only every time I started talking about a case, she shut me up.
Never mind about your little dolls. What about this guy?
Hey, you're jealous. Well, what do you know?
I'm not jealous. I only want to know.
It's okay, honey. It's okay. Sure, a cute little doll like you doesn't want to hear a guy spouting off about another dame. Yeah, maybe I had a few too many.
I just want to hear about this bank teller. Have you met his wife, maybe?
No, but he showed me a picture of her.
Oh, then you know what she looks like. Oh.
Hey, what's so funny?
Never mind, the joke's on me.
Hey, maybe you better not have many more to drink. You're acting kind of screwy.
Oh, I feel wonderful. Well, here's to you. A long life.
Yeah.
A long, long life.
Yeah. Down the hatch. Yeah, poor little Margie. You know, you showed me a snapshot of her in her bathing suit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy, was she stacked.
As a matter of fact, about your height and build, you're blonde like you, too.
Was she as pretty as I am?
I couldn't see her face. It's kind of blurred.
Oh.
He's bringing me a better picture of her tomorrow.
Oh, I think I'd like another drink.
You know, honey, you better start taking vitamins or something. You're pale as a sheet.
I said I wanted another drink.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, Charlie, two more the same, huh? Yeah, poor little Margie. You know, that's one thing I can never figure out. The cute little dolls with flirtatious eyes always pick some homely, quiet gink when it comes to settling down. And the handsome He-Man who has to beat off the dames with a club, what does he do? He marries a drab little pigeon. Yeah, that's why we get so many axe murders, I guess.
Axe murders?
Only in this case, he'll use a gun.
But he doesn't have a... I mean, most bank clerks don't own guns.
Oh, well, this one does. Now.
Give me a light, will you?
Yeah, sure. There you are. Hey, maybe if you lay off a booze, honey, and take a tonic or something, you'll feel better. Look at your hands. They're trembling.
How do you know he has a gun?
Oh, I get it. Why'd you tell me?
Tell you what?
You got a squeamish stomach. All this talk about guns and shooting. No, honey, I'm sorry. I won't say one more word about it, I promise.
I'm not squeamish and I don't need vitamins. I want to know how you know this bank teller guy has a gun.
All right, so I'm going to a pawn shop and buy one. You know, honey, I could really go for you. It's a funny thing, we never even introduced ourselves. That's something we got to do. My name's Cluson. Lem Cluson. What's yours?
You mean that man bought a gun and now he's home waiting to murder his wife in cold blood?
Oh, no. He won't do anything until he gets my report.
Oh.
You see, tomorrow I check with her friends to see if she's been going to bridge club like she's supposed to.
Yeah.
And I meet my client for lunch and get a picture of Margie. And I take it around to the downtown bars to find out if she's been seen with anybody. And then I give my client the report when he gets off work.
Yeah. And then?
And if his suspicions are right, and they usually are, it's all over but the shooting.
The shooting?
Yeah. Bang, bang, honey. That's all. Bang, bang. Say, what'd you say your name was?
I've got to get home.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Arthur.
Oh, I was beginning to worry about you.
Well, I really couldn't help being late for dinner. I wanted to leave, but May Bell, that's her name, you know, the girl I used to go to school with, she kept talking yucca to yucca, and I just couldn't walk out on her in the middle of a sentence.
That's all right. I didn't mind. Say, the potatoes are all ready like you told me. Shall I,
No, I'll hurry dinner. You just sit down and read the paper.
Huh? Well, thank you, dear. You all right? You look a little flushed.
Oh, I'm fine. I was just rushing, that's all. It'll be ready in a minute. Did you have a hard day, darling?
Oh, usual. People are taking out more money these days than they're putting in.
Yeah, prices are awful, aren't they? I mean, nothing happened today?
Oh, a funny thing. Man came rushing in this morning, first thing the doors were opened. Wanted to withdraw all the money from their joint account before his wife beat him to it. Seems she was leaving him for another man.
Oh, how awful.
Oh, yeah. While he was there, she appeared. You should have heard her carry on. She was a real shrew.
Well, what happened?
Oh, nothing. He didn't say a word. He was a gentleman. But I'll bet if he'd had a gun, he'd have killed her. Oh, well. Seems things like that happen all the time. Newspapers full of it.
Are you mad at me, Arthur? Are you mad at me?
Am I mad at you? Why, no. Should I be?
Arthur, darling, I've got something to confess.
Well, fire away.
I didn't go to bridge club last week.
No? I thought you'd die before you gave up bridge.
Oh.
Really, honey, you look awfully seedy.
No, I'm fine. I feel fine. I had sort of a quarrel with Lorraine. I didn't want to tell you because you're always talking about how women can't get along with each other. Instead of going to bridge club, I went shopping. Instead.
Fine. Only I hope you didn't go over the budget.
Oh, no.
That's good. I always said bridge was a waste of time.
Then you're not angry about anything?
Why, no. Why should I be?
Oh, Arthur.
What's the matter now?
I don't deserve a swell husband like you.
Oh, I'm not so hot.
Oh, you always do the dinner dishes and bring me my breakfast in bed on Sunday mornings. The only morning you have to sleep. Arthur, I'd feel terrible if anything ever happened to her.
Well, what's going to happen?
Suppose someday you got real mad and exploded.
Exploded?
Yeah. What if you got a gun and shot me dead?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Margie. Where'd you get those crazy ideas?
You mean no matter how mad you got, no matter what I did to make you mad, you wouldn't shoot me dead?
Margie, you know I'd rather die than hurt one hair on your head.
Oh, well, not suicide.
Say, how many drinks did you and Maybelle have?
Arthur, I want you to know I'm going to change. I'm going to be a better wife from now on. I'll stay home all the time and darn your socks.
You? Darning socks.
You just wait and see. I'll get up every morning and make your breakfast.
Oh, Margie, you know you won't do any of those things.
I will, too.
The nonsense. Women like you never change.
I will, too. I'll change right away. Tomorrow.
Besides, I don't want you to. Oh, come here, baby. I want you to stay just exactly the way you are right now.
Just exactly, Arthur?
I love you very much. Just the way you are.
Oh, Arthur.
Hey, that reminds me, I made an appointment for you tomorrow at 10. You're having your picture taken.
A picture?
I showed a fellow that old snapshot of you today. The one we took at the beach. It was so dog-eared he couldn't see what you looked like, and I realized we didn't have a single decent picture of you at all, so
But why have it taken tomorrow?
Well, the studio next to the bank is having a special advertising the new 60-minute service.
60-minute service?
Yeah. That way I can pick up the finished picture before I go to lunch.
I don't want my picture taken.
Well, now you're being silly.
I won't do it.
Well, honey, what's the matter?
Don't touch me. I won't have my picture taken. I won't. Good night.
Sort of gave me the creeps, this guy. Sat there eating his lunch, calm as you please, all the time figuring how to kill his wife. Quiet, mousy. That's the kind you gotta watch. Never let you know what they're really thinking. All of a sudden, wango, they explode. Bang, bang, right? That's all. Bang, bang.
Oh, no. There must be some mistake. Arthur wouldn't hurt me. He wouldn't. I won't think about it. I'll take a sleeping powder and go to bed. The gun. He did buy a gun. It's all true. Every word of it's true. Hello? Ralph. I told you never to call me here. No, it isn't all right. Arthur brought a gun home last night. Yes, a gun. Claimed he was keeping it for a friend. That's all he say. Yeah, I think so. Just a minute. I'll look. Ralph, the gun's gone. He must have taken it to work. Oh, don't you see? As soon as he finds out for sure, he'll kill... No. I never want to hear from you again. I gotta think. Oh, not the doorbell. Oh, Lorraine. Well, who'd you expect, darling? Frankenstein? Aren't you going to invite me in? Well, I was just going out.
Don't be silly. You're not dressed.
I'm in a hurry, Lorraine.
Well, so am I. I'm late at the beauty shop now. But I was driving past anyway, so I thought I'd drop in and give you the latest on the girls at the Bridge Club.
Well, some other day.
Honestly, Margie, this is choice. You know what I heard about Mrs. Dentler? You know, she's the wife of Ben Dentler, the new teller at the bank. The one from Chicago.
Lorraine, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's right. You haven't met her. Of course, you haven't been around lately. Well, she's kind of a pretty little thing in a plucked eyebrow sort of way.
But
you should hear what her husband told my husband.
Lorraine,
Of course, I promised Ed I wouldn't breathe a word.
Crying out loud, Lorraine.
What brought that on?
I haven't time to stand and gossip.
What's wrong with you today, anyway? You're as nervous as a cat.
I'm all right, perfectly all right. But here it is, 10:30.
10:30? Good heavens, I'm a half hour late.
Well, goodbye.
I've got to run. Oh, darling. Be sure and read the Gazette tomorrow. They're running a story about our bridge benefit.
Okay, goodbye.
Pictures and everything. They didn't have time taking you a picture, but I gave them when we took the Valentine party.
The one I was in? They're publishing it?
Why, sure.
I don't want my picture in the paper.
But yours was the only flattering one in the group. The reporter picked you out right away. He seemed quite smitten. Oh, yes. He asked all about you. Of course, I told him that you didn't come to meetings very often.
The Gazette doesn't use men reporters for society?
Well, they do now, dear. He didn't sound much like a reporter, though. He kept calling me honey.
Tall, blonde, fast talker?
Well, yes.
And you gave him my picture?
Well, of course.
What was his name? Oh, well, let's see.
Yeah.
Funny name. I think it was Clusen. Lem Clusen. But, Charlie, it's a matter of life and death. I've got to get all of Lem before noon.
Well, like I said, he ain't been in.
You sure he never told you where he was?
No, he's come short for some private detective office.
Oh, give me some nickels. Lots of nickels. I got some telephoning to do. Acme Detective Agency. You have a man named Clusen working for you? Lem Clusen? No? Thanks. Brandon Agency? I want Mr. Clusen, Lem Clusen. Oh. Yeah, I guess I have the wrong number. Hoxo Detective. I'm looking for a man named Lem Clusen. No, I don't want to hire you to find him. But you're the last one in the book. He's got... Okay, sorry.
No luck?
No.
I just remembered. Lem said the guy he works for just opened up in town. Probably ain't no phone book yet.
Read all about it.
Go on, kid, get out of here.
Bank teller suicide. Read all
Ah, that fresh kid, just because I won't let him in here peddling his papers, he yells in the door.
Did he say thanks to
He
yourself?
yells in here every darn day. Hey, wait. Hey, you didn't finish your drink,
Hey,
eh?
Music. Music.
I told
Hey,
you.
boy. Hey, newspaper. Boy. Come here, boy.
Read all about it. Bank suicide.
Hey, you boy.
Paper lady?
Did you say suicide?
Right in the Second National Bank. You want a paper?
Yeah. Here.
Guy's wife steps out with another joke. So the poor dope says, goodbye, Marge, and pulls the trigger. Here you are, lady. Frank suicide. Read all about it.
Well, if it isn't Margie.
Get away from me, Lem Clusen.
Heard you were looking for me. Well, here I am. Boy, have I got a lot to tell you.
Let me alone. I want to read.
Oh, that write-up's no good. Here, give it to me. Yeah, that's better. Now, come on into Charlie's, and I'll give you the inside.
Give me back my paper, you murderer.
Murderer? Hey, wait a minute. Oh, I get it. You figure he bumped himself off on account of my report. That's a screwy part. He didn't even wait for the report. I got it right here in my pocket.
Take your hand off my
Oh,
arm.
look, honey. Now, come on. You're coming into Charlie's if I have to drag you.
Why don't you leave me alone?
I figured you'd be sore. Like spouting off the way I did in Charlie's yesterday. But how did I know who you were? Now, here we are. Hey, Charlie, 2 bourbon highs, double.
I don't want a drink.
Should have seen my face this morning when that screwy friend of yours gave me the picture of your bridge
Oh,
club.
never mind.
And there you were, as real as life and just as cute. I said to myself, why, you dumb ox, you got that little doll worried sick. And then when I read in the paper about my client giving your husband the gun to keep for fear he'll use it on himself, I think, holy cow.
What did you say?
And then I think, I bet she figures I planned the whole thing just to scare her.
What do you mean?
Oh, now don't try to kid me, Margie. You know you figured that client of mine was your husband. That he was going to bump you off?
You mean he wasn't?
No, your name's Banning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, my client's name was Dentler, Benjamin Dentler. Funny thing, his wife being named Margie, too. Yeah, I never thought he'd do it anyway.
Oh, I think I'd like that drink after all.
Well, here's that, honey.
So that's the gossip Lorraine was trying to tell me. Dentler, the teller from Chicago.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about you.
And Arthur really was keeping the gun for a friend of his.
Hey, I'll tell you what, honey. I know a quiet little spot across town where we can eat, dance, anything we want.
You might have told me about Dentler.
It's a cute little place, baby. They got a knocked-out band, and what a floor
I
shop.
wonder why Arthur wouldn't talk to me about it.
Well, what do you say?
Say? To what?
Well, you and me, honey. A date.
Ah. You're asking me to step out with you?
Well, why not?
How about my husband?
Oh, that mousy little guy. We got nothing to worry about from him.
But I thought you always said, beware the quiet man. You never know what they're really thinking.
But this is...
No, but. If you'll pardon me, Mr. Lem Clusen, I'm going home and start his supper.
Thank you, Ann Sothern, for a splendid performance. Miss Sothern will be back in just a moment.
Dora, I apologize. That show was better than a 6-note drum had. Why, Mary, first thing you know, you'll be in Ed's class, quacking about Autolite resistor spark plugs like Donald Duck. Deal me a great big hand, Mary, and watch me get back that 200 we went down. You know, I must get me a set of those spark plugs. Why not? After Ed tomorrow to put a set of those Autolite resistor spark plugs in your car.
Oh, well then, May, will you tell Ed I'll be over tomorrow?
I certainly will.
My old car's going to get Autolite resistor spark plugs, too.
Yes, switching to Autolite is safe, sane, sound, sober judgment, and a sure way to spark plug satisfaction. That's why everybody's switching to Autolite. Autolite means resistor spark plug, ignition-engineered spark plug. Autolite means batteries, stay full batteries. Autolite means ignition system, the lifeline of your car.
And now, here again is Miss Ann Sothern.
I've enjoyed this appearance on Suspense very much. And as a regular Suspense listener, I'm looking forward to next week when Martha Scott stars in Crisis, a powerful study in
Suspense.
Southern appears by courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Walter Pidgeon and Greer Garson. Tonight's Suspense play was written by Toby Hall, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Martha Scott in Crisis.
Autolite Suspense Show, calling the people of the USA. Here's your potty, sir.
Thank you. This is CARE Incorporated. It's been 9 years now, 9 years since Europe's people have been able to live decently, buy clothes to wear, get enough to eat. That's a long time. It's far too long. Our government is doing something about it. Its long-range program will help restore economic prosperity. But there won't be any immediate direct help for the people who are hungry today. They can look only to us. To you and me. We can send help through CARE. The 40,000 calories of food, good food, in a CARE package goes a long way. Because CARE is non-profit, government approved, it will deliver your package in Europe for just $10. $10 sent to CARE will supplement rations of a family of 4 Europeans for a month. Won't you help? Remember the name and address, CARE, C-A-R-E, New York.
Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, inviting you to listen now to Ann Sothern in Miss Dilly Says No, on Cresta Blanca's This Is My Best.
This is My Best, America's greatest stars and the world's best stories. Presented each week by Genly's Cresta Blanca wine. Wine of friendly nature. Pride of the vintner's art. Symbol of hospitality. Compliment to honored guests. A wine to serve proudly, saying, this is my best. This is Cresta Blanca. C-R-E-S-T-A? B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Now for Miss Dilly Says No with Ann Sothern, who appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the producers of The Picture of Dorian Gray.
Orson Welles again, we're proud to say that tonight's story has been chosen for rebroadcast overseas. And our guest is another source of pride. Past argument, Ann Sothern is one of the most extremely scrumptious and likewise gifted of stardom's citizenry. Her Maisie is an American institution. The heroine she brings to life on This Is My Best tonight is no less remarkable a personage, believe me. Miss Dilly is the name, Miss Dilly, from Theodore Pratt's best-selling fable, Miss Dilly Says No. Scene, that most wildly improbable of all the never-never lands on this whirling globe of ours, the grand capital of glamour, the home of Nutburgers and Mike Romanoff and Hedda Hopper's hats. You guessed it. Yes, Miss Dilly Says No, where no is seldom said. In Hollywood!
Mr. Gladstone's office, Miss Dilly speaking. I'm sorry, I'm only Mr. Gladstone's secretary. Hold on a moment, please. Miss Dilly speaking. What?
No, Mr. Gladstone doesn't want the mixed choir or the Swiss bell ringers in the picture. He's decided to use Shetland ponies instead. Sorry. Hello? What's that? Oh, you've got the wrong studio. This is Superior Pictures.
Miss Dilly, whom you've just met, is secretary to one of Hollywood's biggest producers. But Miss Dilly is no ordinary secretary. She's also a writer. For the first 5 years of her endeavor, she's averaged 24 original screen stories, or 2 a month. This made 240 in all, though it was not her grand total. At the moment, however, Miss Dilly has given up all hopes of ever selling a story to the movies, and is collecting rejection slips from the book publishers. In fact, only one thing keeps Miss Dilly from getting a job in some other industry, and that is Mr. Horatio. Mr. Horatio is a member of the board of directors of Superior Studios, and Miss Dilly sees him once a year when he comes to Hollywood to attend the annual board meeting. She's had no more success with Mr. Horatio than she's had with her stories, but as I pointed out, Miss Dilly is a very unusual character. So in point of fact is Mr. Horatio. Your obedient servant will essay the role. If you'll excuse him, please, while he gets into character. Take it away, Miss Dilly.
You rang, Mr. Horatio.
Oh, why, Miss Dilly. Come in, here. Take this chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Horatio.
So you're going to help me again this year? Hmm?
Well, I'll be glad to do what I can.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
You wanted to dictate a letter?
It goes to Gino Bonelli, Gatehouse, Horatio Hall, Mount Kisco, New York. Dear Bonelli, I have been thinking over the problem which you laid before me just before I left the coast concerning the disposition of the Duchess of Beamsborough, a rosebush.
Rosebush?
The letter is to my gardener.
Gee.
To continue, I had seriously considered planting it down near the swimming pool, but I note a tendency to ranginess in the roses we placed there last year. It's too far from the house, and I would hardly ever see it there. On second thought, what do you think?
I beg your pardon?
Where do you think it should go, Miss Dilly?
Well, I guess there's only one thing to do, Mr. Horatio. Plant it beside the gate where you go in and out on your walks every day.
Excellent suggestion, Miss Dilly. Excellent. Then I'll see it every day.
Yes.
I'll see it twice, coming and going. Or I'll see it more than twice if I come and go more than once.
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Dilly, for your generous advice.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Horatio. In fact, more than welcome.
Yes. Then we'll conclude the letter. There's a helpful friend. That's you, Miss Dilly, a helpful friend here in the studio. Has suggested that we plant the rose beside the west gate. Sign it cordially yours with regards to Mrs. Bonelli and the children, E. Horatio.
Yes, well, I'll type this up and send it right away, airmail.
Good. I'll send you a rose from the bush, Miss Dilly.
Oh, Mr. Horatio.
As a reward for your suggestion.
Oh, well, I'll look forward to it.
You shall receive it without fail. The very first time it blooms.
Oh, well, that'll be wonderful.
I'll send 2.
Oh, Mr. Horatio.
Well, I expect I'd better be getting on this evening. The board is meeting with Mr. Gladstone, and yes, well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Horatio.
Au revoir, I should have said, Miss Dilly. Until next year.
Until next year. Until next year.
Hi, Dilly.
Hello, Marilla.
So you let him get away again.
Well, he promised to send me a rose, though.
If you don't take the Oscar for a dumb performance, carrying the torch for a guy, you see him once a year, and when the day rolls around, you get him all alone. All you come away with is an IOU for a couple of roses.
Oh, you don't understand, Marilla. He doesn't even know I exist, even.
Funny, he remembers you from year to year. Why, his beard was fairly twitching when he asked me to send you in a while ago.
Oh, it's such a handsome beard. Marilla.
Yes, Dilly.
When you kiss a man with a beard, does it, tickle?
Have you kissed you?
Oh, Marilla, we live in different worlds, that's all. He's a great financier, and I'm just
Financier? Listen, anybody can be a financier. All you need is the money. Oh, I forgot. I came in to bring you this.
A telegram?
Sure, it's a telegram.
Now, who on earth
Well,
is
open
this?
it and see.
Marilla.
What is it? Is somebody dead?
Listen to this. Your manuscript titled Forever Hollywood has been accepted for publication on our spring list.
Dilly!
We reluctantly accept your proviso that no personal information concerning you or your connection with Superior Pictures will be divulged by us. Signed, Algernon Klopman, President, Klopman Schuster Publishing Company.
But, Dilly, why do you want to keep it a secret?
Because, well, I might lose my job.
Oh, what do you care? You're an author now. Why, your book will make $1 million.
Oh.
I'll bet it will.
Oh, why?
Well, even if it only made a few thousand.
But don't you see, I just have to keep my job. Otherwise, I won't see Mr. Horatio next year.
Miss Dilly,
Yes, Mr. Gladstone.
come in here right away and bring your book.
My shorthand book?
You know perfectly well what book I mean. That book. Bring it in here.
Yes, Mr. Gladstone. Yes, Mr. Gladstone.
Sit down. Close the door, Jonah.
Close the door, right, Chief?
Well, Miss Dilly?
Well, Mr. Gladstone, I never had any idea they'd really print it. Honestly, I didn't. You yourself said my writing stank, even in Technicolor.
This is no time for levity, Miss Dilly. Sit still, Miss Dilly. Answer that, Jonah.
Right, Chief? Who's that? You snail. You earthworm.
Who was that?
Arthur Horntooth Jr. over at Culver. The bum.
Oh, now, listen to me, Miss Dilly. I don't want to have any unpleasantness about this, but...
Who's this? Oh, you jerks. You double-barreled, three-plied heels, you.
Who was that?
Tantamount Pictures.
That quickie factory. You see what you've done to us, Miss Dilly?
No, I don't.
Those other companies.
Crooks.
They want to buy your book.
By my book?
Suppose they'd got to you before we knew anything about it. How do you think we would have felt here at Superior?
Well, I'm sorry if some of the things I said in my book were... Well, I mean, one has to write from one's own experience.
You don't understand, Miss Dilly. We want your book, too.
We want to make a picture of it.
We want to pay you money for it.
$5,000.
Yeah, I'll get this one.
Okay.
Who's this? Robbers, talent thieves, bloodsuckers.
Who was that?
Mercury. Those... Yes, those scavengers.
Yeah.
Miss Dilly, don't get your ideas too high. Let's say $7,500.
Have you read my book, Mr. Gladstone?
Of course not.
You, Mr. Jonah?
With the other studios bidding like this, I should waste my time reading it?
Well, how about it, Miss Dilly? 10,000. That's our final offer.
Hey, you better take it, Miss Dilly.
Mr. Gladstone's office.
I didn't mean take the phone.
This is Miss Dilly. Oh, yes, Mr. Klopman. Well, would $35,000 be too much?
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Klopman.
Who was that?
My publisher. Imagine, Forever Hollywood is being chosen by the Book of the Month Club.
That means 300,000 right there.
Yeah.
And he says it's selling 1,000 copies a day, including Sundays.
Including Sundays. Well, let me see now. That's 7,000 copies a week at $2.50 a copy. That's $2,625 per week.
Jonah.
Yes, BG?
Do you mean to say that she makes more money a week than I do?
Yes, BG, it looks that way.
Mr. Gladstone. Mr. Gladstone, I think I'm going to faint.
Get some water. She's fainted.
Right, Chief?
No, wait. While she's out, we better plan our strategy.
Yeah, it's a good idea, Chief.
Here's what we can do.
Yeah?
After she gets off work tonight,
Yeah.
we have a car waiting at
With Ann Sothern as star, Cresta Blanca is bringing you Orson Welles' production of Miss Dilly Says No on This Is My Best. A witty and practical Frenchman once said, as only a Frenchman would, a poem can ne'er with a dinner compare. Undoubtedly, many of you will agree. You know yourself the feeling of complete well-being you experience after a good dinner. And when you have also enjoyed a fine wine with your dinner, you have special reason for satisfaction. For fine wines and fine foods just naturally go together. One complements the other. And if the wine served with your meal is a fine Cresta Blanca California Sauterne, your dinner is beyond comparison. This excellent Sauterne has a distinctive dry character that always awakens the hidden flavors in fine foods and creates pleasing taste harmonies. It's a light-bodied, golden wine with a delicious full flavor. It has a delicate aroma all its own. You'll especially enjoy Cresta Blanca Sauterne when you serve it well chilled.
Orson Welles again, raising the curtain on Act 2 of Miss Dilly Says No. As our story proceeds, Miss Dilly, enacted, as you will have noticed, by Ann Sothern, is still in a dead faint from the shock of having become overnight America's best-selling authoress. Lest the movie rights to her book be captured by some rival studio, Superior Productions, where Miss Dilly is employed as a secretary, have placed her in the protective custody of a trusted studio policeman. As we look in on her now, she's whizzing along one of Hollywood's wide boulevards in a bulletproof limousine.
Where am I? What happened? Oh, it's all right, Dilly. You just passed out from excitement.
Is this an ambulance we're riding in?
No, it's only Mr. Gladstone's car.
Only? What are you doing here, Timothy?
Well, all I know is I'm supposed to go along everywhere you go and sit outside the door of your apartment and not let anybody in but her.
Well, we certainly aren't going in the direction of my apartment. We're going in the exact opposite direction.
What's that? Well, for crying out loud. Hey, you driver. Hey, Mac, pull up. Stop the car. I got you covered, so you better do as I say.
Keep your shirt on, Copper. I'll park as fast as I can.
Who are you? You're not Mr. Gladstone's driver?
I'm Bill Gretz from Intentional Pictures. This was the only way I could get an interview with Miss Dilly.
Go on, get out. Go on before I let you have it with both barrels.
Look, I just want to ask her one question. Miss Dilly, what was your last offer?
Amalgamated offered me $45,000.
All right. If Amalgamated will verify that, we'll make it 50. You say it's a deal, I'll say it's a deal. And it's a deal, because a deal is a deal.
No, thank you.
All right. What is your price?
I haven't any.
You want to talk to him any more, Miss Dilly?
No.
You sure you don't? You heard what he said. 50 grand.
It doesn't matter, Timothy.
But 50 grand?
Timothy, are you working for Superior or Intentional Pictures?
I'm trying to work for you.
All right, then. Just go ahead and do as Mr. Gladstone told you.
Couldn't very well do that, Miss Dilly.
Why not?
Well, after all, Miss Dilly, murder's against the law.
Well, Miss Dilly, have a good night.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gladstone. Fine, thank you.
Nobody bothered you?
Oh, no. No, nothing at all.
Thank the Lord. Miss Dilly, I read your book last night.
You did?
Yes, I don't often read a book, but I must say yours is a dilly.
Yours is a dilly. That's very funny, Chief.
Shut up, Jonah.
Yeah.
Confidentially, Miss Dilly, what's your highest offer so far?
Well,
Miss Dilly, look, we're prepared to go $60,000 if you'll just say it's a deal this minute as of now. What do you say?
No.
She said no.
What do you want, Miss Dilly?
Well, for one thing, I'd like a raise to $40 a week.
What? Don't cloud the issue, Miss Dilly. We're talking about your story.
Mr. Gladstone, I don't want to sell my book to you or to any other studio.
Nonsense. Who ever heard of anybody not selling a book to pictures?
Mr. Gladstone, you shouldn't get so excited.
I'll get as excited as I
It's not good for you, Mr. Gladstone. Remember your nerves. You know how you always break out in shingles.
But why, Miss Dilly? Why won't you sell?
Yes. Why?
Well, because I don't feel like it.
You don't feel like it?
No. I thought it all over last night, and I got to thinking about you, Mr. Gladstone, and all the men like you. And I decided that for your own good, it was high time someone said no to you.
Hello, Dilly.
Marilla, imagine. Mr. Horatio's invited me to eat dinner and go dancing.
Whoopee.
Goodness, I can't possibly be ready. I don't even own an evening dress.
Sap, tell Gladstone to get you one out of wardrobe.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Oh, tell him it's business. You're going out with a member of the board of directors, ain't you? Well, I suppose I could tell him that. And listen, this time make sure he kisses you. Otherwise, you'll be waiting around till next year again.
Well, how can I make sure?
Oh, simple. Give him the old necktie treatment.
Necktie treatment? What's that?
Well, when you're driving there in the taxi and the taxi goes around the corner, you just lose your balance a little and lean against him. Not too heavy, you understand. Just nice like. And if that doesn't work, then you notice that his tie is crooked and offer to straighten it for him. If you look right into their eyes while you're fixing the tie, they never last around the next corner.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Horatio.
It wasn't your fault, Miss Dilly. Driver, not so fast, if you please. Good thing I was sitting here beside you, Miss Dilly. Might have thrown you straight out the other window.
Oh, I don't think that would have happened. Now, look what I've done.
Oh, what's that?
Your necktie.
Oh, that's all right.
It's all crooked. Here.
No, don't...
Let me straighten it for
Well,
you. Oh, Mr. Horatio.
I guess I shouldn't have done that.
I'm glad you kissed me.
Well, I'm glad you're glad, Miss Dilly, because I'm glad.
It did tickle.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm very clumsy of me. 2, 3. 1, 2. You waltz beautifully, Miss. Ouch, Miss Dilly.
Oh, well, thank you. So do you.
2, 3. Miss Dilly, there's something I must confess to you. I don't want you to think I've offered you my friendship under any false pretenses. When I explain something to you, Miss Dilly, I really think that I ought to...
Well, I think you'd better wait till we get back to your table.
Yes, that's splendid. I can't hear yourself think out here.
No.
Well,
now then, you say you have a confession to make.
Well, it's not exactly a confession, Miss Dilly, but I've sometimes wondered if there wasn't a bond between us. Our names.
First names, you mean?
I've noticed you always sign your name S. Dilly.
And you always sign yours E. Horatio.
I'll tell you what E stands for if you tell me what S stands for.
All right. If you promise never to call me by my first name.
You have to promise the same.
I promise.
All right. Mine is Oliphalet.
I think I'd better go on calling you Mr. Horatio.
And yours?
Sophonisba.
Yes. I see what you mean, Miss Dilly. Here we are.
It's been a lovely evening, Mr. Horatio.
Has it?
Yes.
Has it? Do you really think so?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do, don't you?
Well, let's do it all over again tomorrow evening, shall we?
Oh, yes.
Do it all over again.
Well, good night.
Good night. Oh, I almost forgot.
Yes,
Miss
dear.
Dilly, I'm happy to tell you that the studio would like to purchase your book and make a picture out of it. Mm-hmm.
You?
And, yes.
You, too?
And I'm particularly happy to let you know the price we're willing to offer for it, Miss Dilly.
No.
$100,000.
Mr. Horatio, I thought you didn't like financial matters.
Well, I don't. Well, what's the matter?
Can you ask that?
But did you want more money, Miss Dilly? Is that it? If it is, I don't see why it can't be arranged.
Oh, I thought you cared for me. And all the time you were working with the studio to try to get me to sell my book for pictures.
Oh, but what's wrong with that, Miss Dilly?
Oh, I never want to see you again as long as I live, you. You lot.
Miss Dilly, will you come in here for a moment, please?
Yes, Mr. Gladstone.
Sit down, Miss Dilly. Have a cigarette.
No, thank you.
Don't look so frightened, Miss Dilly. I'm not going to talk about your story.
Then why are you scratching yourself like that?
It's my shingles. They've come back, Miss Dilly.
Oh, that's what I thought. I warned you against getting so excited, Mr. Gladstone.
This is the worst case of shingles I've ever had, Miss Dilly. And I've been asking myself why.
Well, Mr. Gladstone, pardon me for saying so, but you know that scratching like that only makes them worse.
Why, I ask myself. Why is it worse this time?
Well, maybe it's because nobody ever said no to you before, Mr. Gladstone.
This is your fault, Miss Dilly. Oh, Shingles, it's all your fault.
Well, I'll do anything I can to help, Mr. Gladstone. Maybe I could help you scratch them.
I lay awake all night asking myself why. Why are they worse this time? Is it Miss Dilly's story I want, or is it Miss Dilly?
Mr. Gladstone.
I love you, Miss Dilly. I've never loved anybody else for an instant. Marry me, and we'll produce your story together.
Now, Mr. Gladstone.
Say yes, Miss Dilly. Say yes, and put an end to my suffering.
Oh, now really, Mr. Gladstone, you don't have to do this. I've changed my mind. Really, I have. I'll tell you the story. You can have it for nothing.
Oh, Dilly, the least I can do... Huh? What's that?
I said I've changed my mind. You can have my story.
Well, now you're talking.
You see, Mr. Gladstone, I thought saying no to all that money might restore some people's faith in human nature, but now, well, I haven't got any faith in human nature myself anymore, so if you want me to, I'll sign the contract.
Miss Dilly, here, sign your name to this quickly before you change your mind.
There's no ink in the pen.
Here, take mine. Right here, Miss Dilly.
Stop. I forbid you to sign that.
You get out of here, you willfullet.
Shut up, Sir Farnersburg.
Now, come. Let's not call each other dirty names.
Miss Dilly, you have misunderstood me perfectly dreadfully. They didn't tell me you didn't want to sell your book. They explained to me that it was just a question of price. They didn't say anything else, not a thing. I thought I was giving you such a nice, big surprise yesterday evening.
Oh, well, how can I believe you? How can I believe anybody? Give me back that pen, Mr. Gladstone. I'm going to sign.
If you sign that paper, you'll destroy all my faith in your integrity. If you sign, I won't even ask you to marry me.
You won't... What?
Ask you to marry me.
Mr. Horatio.
Well, I wouldn't want to go around asking you if I thought your answer was going to be no, Miss Dilly. It wouldn't be no, would it, Miss Dilly?
No. Of course it won't be no. No, Mr. Horatio.
Kenley's Cresta Blanca wine joins the audience here in Hollywood in applauding Ann Sothern and Orson Welles for their performances in tonight's play on This Is My Best. In a few moments, Mr. Welles will be back to tell you about next week. A clever hostess soon learns that when good food and good wine keep company at dinner, her hospitality is at its best. Especially when she serves a fine Cresta Blanca California table wine with the meal. She has learned this excellent wine always lends a charming, friendly touch to the occasion. The next time you invite friends for dinner, plan to serve this excellent wine with your meal. Then notice how conversation sparkles and how everyone soon feels at home. There are just two things to remember in serving wine. First, choose the wine you like best and serve it well chilled. You may prefer a red table wine like Cresta Blanca California Burgundy or Claret, or a white table wine such as Cresta Blanca California Sauterne. No matter which you choose, when you see the words Cresta Blanca on the bottle, you can be assured you have chosen the crest of quality in wine since 1889. Now here is your Cresta Blanca host, Orson Welles.
Thank you. I'm thanking you for one of our favorite performers, yours and mine, Miss Ann Sothern. She thanks you, and I thank her for a very swell Miss Dilly. Thanks, too, from both of us to the rest of the cast, with special reference to Mr. Gladstone, so richly delineated this evening by our really grand trooper, Mr. Francis X. Bushman. Now, before I tell you about next week's show, just a word about paper. Paper is a war material. With this year's increased manpower shortages, only an intensified paper salvage program can produce the amounts needed. Contact your local paper salvage committee. Thanks. Well, when Cresta Blanca first inaugurated This Is My Best, it was inevitable that sooner or later we'd get around to Walt Disney. We weren't especially surprised to learn that he still considers Snow White his best. So next week, Easter week, seemed an appropriate time to present our radio version of Mr. Disney's very delightful and very tuneful masterpiece. We'll have with us one of the screen's loveliest young singing stars, Miss Jane Powell. So until next week, until Snow White, I remain as always, obediently yours.
Our musical score was composed by Bernard Katz. Our radio play was by Robert Tallman. Don't forget next week when Orson Welles will again be with us as your Cresta Blanca host to present Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, starring Jane Powell. And remember, whenever you dine, dine with wine, and make it the best wine. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. This is My Best, prepared in collaboration with Whit Burnett, editor of the book. This is My Best is a presentation of the Cresta Blanca Wine Company of Livermore, California, and came to you from Columbia's Playhouse in Hollywood. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.